Good morning, Commissioners. It's the public hearing meeting of May 14th. Chair Carroll.
Here.
Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Bowman.
Here.
Commissioner Gustav. Here. Commissioner Holden-Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Lefty. Commissioner Shamir Barron. And Commissioner Balls.
Here.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have one public hearing item this morning. Item 1, LP 2631 Bay Ridge Parkway, Doctors Row Historic District, Brooklyn. The item proposed for a public hearing is the proposed Bay Ridge Parkway, Doctors Row Historic District, described with boundaries described in the agenda. And presenting is Mary Nell Nolan.
Good morning. I'm Mary Nolan from the Research Department, presenting our proposal for the Bay Ridge Parkway Doctors Row Historic District. The proposed district is a distinguished example of Bay Ridge's transformation from a suburban resort community to a middle-class urban neighborhood in anticipation of the 4th Avenue subway line, which reached Bay Ridge in 1916. It contains intact rows of limestone fronted houses with a high degree of architectural integrity and overall aesthetic consistency. In addition, it has acquired a noteworthy association as a doctor's row, thanks to the number of medical professionals who have lived in offices on the block, both historically and currently. The proposed historic district is located between 4th and 5th Avenues in the Bay Ridge neighborhood of Brooklyn, as shown in this map. In determining the boundary for the proposed district, staff analyzed the broader area and found that this block stands out within its larger neighborhood context due to its high architectural quality and consistency, in combination with the Parkway's boulevard feeling and its history as a doctor's row. It has a strong sense of place that merits consideration as Bay Ridge's first historic district. Bay Ridge Parkway, which was under the care of the Parks Department during the early 20th century, was originally envisioned to connect Shore Drive along New York Bay with McKinley Park at Fort Hamilton Avenue. Wider than the adjacent streets, the proposed district is a prominent tree-lined block shown in green on this 1917 map, located where the street grid shifts at an angle. It includes 54 two-story and basement row houses constructed between 1906 and circa 1913, and designed in the Renaissance Revival style, some in combination with colonial revival elements. Bay Ridge was primarily an agricultural community until the mid-19th century, when resorts and suburban residences were constructed along the shore. Improvements in public transportation, notably the introduction of electrified trolley service in 1891 and the opening of the 5th Avenue elevated line in 1899, initiated residential development in Bay Ridge. The plan to construct the 4th Avenue subway line, which was announced circa 1903, was the primary catalyst for the rapid speculative development that occurred in Bay Ridge during the early 20th century. The line was proposed to connect the Manhattan Bridge in South Brooklyn, but numerous delays and financial complications meant that construction on the Bay Ridge extension did not start until 1912. After years of anticipation, it reached 86th Street in Bay Ridge in 1916. The Bay Ridge Development Company was organized circa 1904, likely in response to these transportation improvements. The company's secretary, builder Arthur Douglas Constant, was charged with constructing row houses on both sides of Bay Ridge Parkway between 4th and 5th Avenues that were, quote, calculated to supply a long-felt want for one-family houses in Bay Ridge and will constitute the only complete block of such residences in the section, end quote. Constant constructed most of the block with the exception of 5 brick buildings on the south side, which were developed by Malcolm C. Ludlum. The entire block was constructed in segments, over 7 years between 1906 and circa 1913, with most construction occurring between 1906 and 1909. Undeveloped as of 1898, the block included 26 buildings before 1907, 49 buildings by 1912, and the full block of 54 buildings before 1917 on this map. While subtle variations exist between each row of houses, the block developed with a cohesive appearance overall, prompting Constant to observe in 1909 that, quote, "This block has the same sort of improvements on both sides, and hence is especially attractive," end quote. Two architects, Benjamin Driesler and William Flanagan, were hired to design the row houses. Driesler designed most of the north side of the street, and Flanagan designed most of the south side. Developer Malcolm C. Ludlam also worked with Benjamin Driesler for the construction of the 5 brick row houses on the east end of the south side. Benjamin Driesler was a prolific architect in Brooklyn. He became known for marketing designs for suburban, two-family homes to individuals and professional builders, and for writing a series of articles in the Brooklyn Eagle on the architect and his clients. William Flanagan specialized in institutional construction, including schools and churches. He was the son of the well-known speculative builder by the same name, who was responsible for much of the construction in Park Slope. Flanagan and builder A.D. Constant seem to have been particularly fond of their work on Bay Ridge Parkway, since both became residents of the block. Within the proposed district, the row houses are set back behind spacious areaways and are primarily characterized by limestone facades, bowed fronts, low stoops, stone lintels, sills, and door surrounds, and cornices embellished with foliation and garlands typical of the Renaissance Revival style. The north side of the block, shown here, is architecturally very consistent, with alternating rounded and angled bays. At the eastern end of the north side is one brick building with a flat front. Shown here on the far right, the building was notably constructed to house a doctor's office, a trend that would become ubiquitous on the block in later decades. The south side of the street has a bit more variation. The 5 brick row houses are shown on the far left. Additionally, there are 8 row houses with colonial revival entrances that were advertised as house colonials and described as having, quote, "an exterior design that is something entirely new in house building," end quote. The row houses on the west side, the row houses on the west end of the south side, shown on the right, are slightly more ornate than those on the north side, with elaborately decorated projecting door lintels and arched windows above the entrances. As this map illustrates, the block has a high level of integrity, with the majority of buildings remaining intact or having minor alterations. All cornices have been retained, as have nearly all the stoops. Alterations are mostly limited to replacement doors and windows, changes to the areaways, or the addition of a basement doctor's office entrance, an example of which is shown on the right. You'll see on the following slides that doctor's offices became increasingly prevalent on this block throughout the mid-20th century, resulting in many examples of these types of basement entrances. They were usually installed with original window openings, and do not significantly change the overall fenestration pattern on the facade. Among the first references to this block as a doctor's row appears to be from a Brooklyn Daily Eagle real estate advertisement in 1949, shown here. Census data and telephone directories provided information regarding medical professionals who lived or had offices on this block between 1910 and 1960. This research indicated a mix of doctors, including general practitioners, osteopaths, chiropodists, chiropractors, registered nurses, as well as dentists and pharmacists that resided and worked on the block over the 50-year span, with a particular spike in numbers circa 1940. The following maps illustrate this progression. Starting in 1910, only 3 medical professionals resided on the block. The numbers increased slightly by 1920, reaching 9, and continued to increase to 11 in 1930. In 1940, the number of doctors rises more substantially to 19, and by 1950, more than half the row houses were occupied by someone in the medical field, with those numbers remaining constant through 1960. Research indicated that other blocks throughout the city have been referred to as doctors' rows, including examples within LPC designated districts in the South Bronx, Manhattan, and Brooklyn. The term seems to have typically been used for promotional real estate purposes and to emphasize particularly elegant blocks within a neighborhood where a concentration of professionals resided. As a result of the block's high degree of integrity, it still looks very much as it did in the first decade of the 20th century and still houses doctors' offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. We'll take testimony now, and we're going to start with State Senator Andrew. Thank you.
My name is Courtney Scott. I'm here to read a letter from State Senator Andrew Narnis. Dear Chair, I'm ready to express my support of the Verandah Parkway 400 Block Association's application seeking historic district status for Bay Ridge Parkway between 4th and 5th Avenues of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Built in the 1800s and early 1900s, the 400 block of Bay Ridge Parkway is comprised of limestone row houses, and the lower levels of many of these houses are professional offices. Most of the decorative features from the original design still appear in time today, just as they once did when they were first built over 100 years ago. The design elements include ornate moldings, custom ironwork, and stonework facades. I join my colleagues in Community Board 10 in requesting that the Landmarks Preservation Commission grant the application of the Bay Ridge Parkway 400 Block Association seeking historic district status. Thank you for your consideration and for your dedication to protecting the historical landmarks within our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Is there anyone?
Michael Shelder, speaking for Councilman Justin Greene.
Hi, my name is Michael Sheldon. I'm here to give a statement prepared by Councilman Justin Brannan. From day one, I have fully supported the efforts to have the stretch of Bay Ridge Parkway in my district, colloquially known as Doctors Row, landmarked. Bay Ridge Parkway between 4th and 5th Avenues is not only aesthetically beautiful, but also has a special and ongoing place in Bay Ridge history, as has been previously laid out in hearings and documents. It is already a landmark locally, and it is time that we as a city officially recognize that status. In a city where the constant is rapid and substantial change, we must look to protect those places where there are good reasons for preservation. Landmarks are an important part of how people come to know, love, and identify with the places they live. I can tell you from personal experience that Doctors Row serves that purpose for my community. Today, I am proud to join residents, community activists, and others from my district in the call for the official landmark status for Doctors Row. It is as deserving a site as any I can think of. In addition, I am inspired by the combined efforts by so many people it has taken to get us this far, and I am happy to join them in full support. It is very exciting for me to be in office at this time, not only to help facilitate, but to simply witness Bay Ridge's very first historic district come to be. Thank you.
Brian Kazuba, from Community Board 10.
Good morning, thank you, Chair Carroll. My name is Brian Kazuba. I'm actually officially the Associate Director of the Center for New York City Law at New York Law School and Managing Editor for Cityland that covers landmark applications. But today, I speak on behalf of Brooklyn Community Board 10, where I serve as the Zoning and Land Use Chair. Back in June 2017, the Community Board voted overwhelmingly to support the application made to create Doctors Row, 75th Street, Bay Ridge Parkway between 4th and 5th Avenue as Bay Ridge First Historic District. I echo the sentiments made by the elected officials. We believe that the block is definitely warranted as this first historic district, and the community board hopes to continue working with the Landmarks Commission to possibly look at other areas deserving in our district. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll.
Good morning, Kelly Carroll for Historic Districts Council, and then I'll also say a few brief words for myself. On behalf of HDC has had the pleasure of working with the property owners of the Bay Ridge Parkway 400 Block Association since fall of 2016 in their efforts to preserve their block. These residents have noted that during the recent years, the aesthetic appeal of this row has been preserved due to neighbor-to-neighbor contact, including the prevention of a cornice removal by a new owner and the retention of original doors, which were initially discarded only to be restored by another neighbor. These types of interventions are the result of deep care and pride for the block, as well as sheer luck. To ensure the continued beauty of the facades of these buildings, the Block Association decided to pursue landmarking and the benefits of its regulations to codify their hard work. Doctors Row has long been considered a standout enclave of Bay Ridge because of the high-quality craftsmanship and homogeneity of its limestone houses, and also because of its identity as a destination of local medical offices. The houses were constructed between 1906 to 1913 and have survived remarkably intact, appearing much the same today as they did in historic real estate ads found in the Brooklyn Eagle from the early 20th century. Original stonework carvings, stained glass, woodwork, and ironwork adorn the facades. While much of Bay Ridge's blocks have survived thanks to our special zoning district, zoning alone does not regulate aesthetic changes to property, and much of southern Brooklyn's architectural patrimony is under assault from teardowns, inappropriate and non-contextual development, and irreversible alterations to historic fabric. What's more, Bay Ridge does not possess any historic districts, and we are thrilled that the Landmarks Preservation Commission has made this block a priority and hopefully will designate what will be Bay Ridge's first ever historic district. Without designation, there's no guarantee that this block will retain its beauty for another century, and we urge LPC to schedule a vote in the very near future. I have a minute to speak on behalf of myself. I want to thank all the elected officials. I want to thank the neighbors of Bay Ridge Parkway, especially Linda Assini. I want to thank the Landmarks Commission for taking this proposal very seriously and moving so rapidly. I started hanging out in Bay Ridge in 2013. I moved there shortly after. It was my first apartment without roommates. I fell in love and with the neighborhood, that is. And I really hoped to work with people there, and I found those people, and I weren't sure if they would have been interested in landmarking, and it turns out they were, and we got to work, and it took a couple of years, and I hope that we can get more designated in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful area, and I know the staff has been down there. So again, thank you, and this is a very exciting day for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrea Goldman.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldman, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is pleased to join elected officials, neighbors, and advocates to support designation of the Bay Ridge Parkway Doctors Row Historic District. This handsome block of row houses well represents the architecture and history of Bay Ridge at the turn of the 20th century. The majority of the 54 buildings are notable for their intact limestone facades and elegant faux fronts. They maintain their historic forms, scale, materials, and decorative details. The block dates to the early 1900s, when transportation improvements were transforming the character of this section of Brooklyn from rural and suburban to a dense urban community. Marketing materials claimed it was built for doctors, and even today there are several medical offices on the block. Set along the wide avenue of Bay Ridge Parkway, the ensemble creates a strong sense of place that merits designation. The Conservancy is happy to offer building owners assistance from our technical services and historic properties fund programs. As this neighborhood faces increasing development pressure, we thank the Commission for bringing this designation to a hearing and look forward to seeing many others in Bay Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Assini.
Good morning. I'm Linda Assini. I own the house at 441 Bay Ridge Parkway, which I purchased in 1982 I was a practicing RN and my then husband was an internist. And it was time to open our own practice. And it had to be on Doctors Row. We both had grown up in Dyker Heights. We had 2 small children. And we bought, I prepared a whole thing, but you've heard all the reasons from everybody else who's much better at that than me. We purchased the house from Clinton Carraher, who came to live there after he served in World War II, post-Navy. And Clinton had a huge general practice, and back in that day, they did surgery. There was a fluoroscopy in the office when we purchased, which we got rid of. And he had purchased from a DO, a doctor of osteopathy. My daughter is a surgeon. She's trauma and critical care. She's not practicing in New York. And my son is an attorney, not practicing in New York. So I'm one of those people that embodies what Doctors Row was and is. You talk to people in Brooklyn, you say Doctors Row, they know this street. Having owned the house, I rented it for a period of time, lived outside the city, came back after 15 years and was appalled at the general condition and the day-to-day and the quality of life and the elegance of this street had been marred. And it's not just elegance that lends to sense of place and function following form and community and strength. And this street was one of those underpinnings of all of that, which, speaking with some of the neighbors, we said we can't have this, we got involved, we started a block association, we've written for grants, we've done beautification, and we've continued on and took up this because we felt that if we didn't do it, it would definitely be changed. And we believe that the contribution to New York City as a whole and our community in particular it's germane to this effort. So that's where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's up? No,
Yes, good morning. My name is Luca Balestra. My wife Wendy and I own 422 Baywich Parkway. Let me give you the perspective of one of the rookies in the neighborhood. We moved in only 3 years ago. My wife and I used to live in Manhattan, and we were looking for a place in Brooklyn. Our kids are grown. We were looking for a place where we could feel that we were part of a community with a lovely family life, and we thought, and we felt that Bay Ridge was exactly that place. So we started looking in Bay Ridge. And when we saw Doctors Row, and by the way, in Bay Ridge, the old timers will tell you that is known as Pills Row. You know, we thought this was the right place. A beautifully tree-lined street with a lot of history and a strong place in the community for the past 100 years. The street is not just a lovely street for us as residents. It's where a lot of people come to see their medical professionals, where mothers have memories of their own mothers bringing them there as children, and now they're bringing their own children. I like to think that maybe this is one of the reasons why Doctors Row, differently from a lot of the other neighborhoods, has remained unchanged. And I think we have an obligation to preserve it, not just for the owners, but because of the place in the community, for the next generation of mothers and fathers that will bring their children to see the medical professional, the dentists, the doctors, and in the process have a chance to dial back the clock 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Costellos.
Good morning, I'm Peter Costellos, an orthodontist on Doctors Row and the owner of 466 Bay Ridge Parkway. I'm very excited and in support of the landmarking of this special street. As a lifelong resident of Bay Ridge, I have seen in past years beautiful street scenes and century-old row houses in South Brooklyn being mutilated, erasing forever the charm and history of the neighborhood for generations to come. Doctors Row is very special for Bay Ridge. It is at the heart of the neighborhood, calming the commercial noise of Fifth Avenue with a bucolic, neoclassical residential street, which is also a prestigious professional place. While in dental school at Harvard, one of my inspirations was returning home to Bay Ridge and finding a place on Doctors Row. It all happened as planned. My practice actually started right after the end of World War II, when Dr. Henry Levy, an orthodontist, and having served in France for the U.S. Army, returned home to Bay Ridge to start his practice. I respectfully urge the Commission to vote for this designation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the sign-in sheets. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application or this presentation proposal? Yes, please. Come to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name is Susan Brown. I live at 426 Bay Ridge Parkway. Our block, a couple of years ago, we have a rental property at 446, and the chiropractor who's renting there put vinyl awnings over his windows and his door. He left, and the next chiropractor who could get that chiropractor, the block signed a petition. Homeowners, professionals, asking him to remove it. Never happened. The next chiropractor who moved in replaced them, but he put up glue and put advertising on the outside. We could do nothing. This is where we need you. Just like Uncle Sam said, I want you. We want the army of preservation. We want you to come and protect us. Thank you. And we lived there 50 years.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, so this has been great. I want to thank everyone who did come out and speak today. We will close the hearing today, and we will schedule a vote for later in June. So with that, can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The hearing is closed, and we'll see you all in June.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, now for our public meeting items. We have 6 items proposed for the Commission's calendar this morning. We will start with a general introduction, introducing all 6 of them, and then we will have 6 individual presentations for calendar.
Good morning. As the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots approaches this coming June, coinciding with World Pride being held in New York City, LPC has been studying sites important to LGBT history in New York City to develop a set of priorities for designation in June that will build on the designation of Stonewall Inn in 2015. Research staff formed a committee to study sites throughout the city associated with LGBT historical significance and developed a set of priorities. We also met with the LGBT Historic Sites Project and other advocates and elected officials to understand their priorities for designation. Discrimination and exclusion of lesbians and gay people from public life dates back to the very beginning of American history. After World War II and through the 1950s, an increasing number of anti-gay laws were passed around the country, legalizing discrimination and making life for lesbians and gays even more restrictive. The discriminatory environment of the 1950s and 1960s meant that very few people would acknowledge that they were gay. In the 1950s, lesbian and gay activists and groups such as the Madison Society and Daughters of Politas strove to merely have their right to exist recognized. Starting in the late 1960s, more resistance and success on the part of the LGBT community began to build, with peaceful rallies and acts of protest leading to the defining moment of the Stonewall riots in Greenwich Village. On June 28, 1969, the Stonewall Inn was raided as part of a police crackdown on gay clubs. Rather than dispersing, the bar's customers remained in front of the club and a crowd grew, mostly members of the LGBT community.
Increasingly angry at the rough treatment some were receiving and resentful of the unfairness of the situation, the crowd began chanting "Gay Pride" and "Gay Power" and throwing pennies and other objects. The police were forced to retreat into the bar, which became the focus of protests and confrontations that continued for the next few days. The legacy of Stonewall was the inspiration of a nationwide movement to secure LGBT civil rights. Almost overnight, a large number of new lesbian and gay organizations were established, many of which were predecessors to groups located within some of the LGBT sites presented here today. At the same time, the LGBT community made significant contributions to arts and culture, leading to greater awareness and understanding. Despite the obstacles they faced, the LGBT community has thrived in New York City and included many of the city's most celebrated cultural figures. We developed a framework for potential designations that would recognize groups and individuals that helped move forward the LGBT civil rights movement by creating political and community support structures and by bringing LGBT cultural expression into the public realm. These proposed designations will build on our designation of the Stonewall Inn as an individual landmark by recognizing some of the foundational locations for LGBT activism in the second half of the 20th century. These buildings housed a theater where gay theater productions were performed in public for the first time in the decade before Stonewall, political and community service organizations supporting the LGBT community, and residences of two of the nation's most important African-American writers and civil rights activists, whose literary work presented honest depictions of bisexual and same-sex relationships. These buildings retain their appearance and integrity to the period of cultural significance described in the following presentations. Many of these involved repurposing city-owned buildings, including firehouses and schools, to provide important services to the LGBT community. Recognizing that LGBT history dates to well before the 1960s and across the city's 5 boroughs, we hope these designations will be the beginning of a wider conversation about the preservation of buildings significant to New York City's LGBT history.
Thank you, Margaret. Item number 1 is LP 2635, the Cafe Chino at 31 Cornelia Street, Manhattan, Block 590, Lot 47. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is an Italianate-style tenement and store building constructed in 1877 by Benjamin Warner that housed the Cafe Chino from 1958 to 1968, and presenting is Mary Nolan Wheatley.
Good morning again. My name is Mary Nolan Wheatley from the Research Department, presenting on the Cafe Chino, which occupied the ground floor commercial space of 31 Cornelia Street from 1958 to 1968, and is culturally significant as the birthplace of Off-Broadway and as New York City's first gay theater. Number 31 Cornelia Street is situated between Bleecker and West 4th Streets in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Manhattan, historically a hub for creatives and bohemians. The building is located within the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2, which was designated as a New York City landmark in 2010. The 4-story brick tenement and store building has a stone foundation and Philadelphia brick walls. It was constructed in 1877 by Benjamin Warner in a modest Italianate style for owner Michael Bologna. Joe Chino, an Italian-American gay man, opened the Cafe Chino Art Gallery in 1958 as a coffee shop and art exhibition space. Soon, the cafe was also used for poetry readings and small experimental theater productions, becoming known as just the Cafe Chino or the Chino. The open and supportive atmosphere fostered by Chino and his friends allowed the Cafe Chino to emerge as a venue for new and unknown playwrights, most of whom were gay men. At this time, portraying homosexuality in theatrical productions was a criminal offense, and the Cafe Chino became a center for gay artists to share their work. Many of these projects overtly depicted homosexual themes on stage for the first time. The venue established the off-Broadway scene, freed from the usual constraints of Broadway and off-Broadway projects that were required to adhere to specific financial structures and more conventional narrative subjects. Performances at the Cafe Chino were intimate, often unconventional, and produced on a tight or non-existent budget. Additionally, the shows were unusually cheap to attend, making the theater more widely available to a diverse audience than traditional Broadway or off-Broadway acts. All that was generally required was a $1 purchase at the cafe. Playwrights and performers who presented their work at the Cafe Chino pioneered the off-Broadway experimental and gay theater movements. The Chino provided an open and supportive environment for these artists to stage their early work, creating a theater that consistently acknowledged the existence and experience of gay people without the prevailing homophobic stereotypes. While the Chino legitimized the value of experimental theater in its own right, many artists involved in establishing the off-Broadway scene also garnered success with off-Broadway or Broadway productions. Tom Eyen, who wrote the Broadway hit Dreamgirls in 1981, for which he won a Tony; John Guare, author of 6 Degrees of Separation; Sam Shepard, actor and playwright who won a Pulitzer in 1979 for his play Buried Child; and Lamford Wilson, who wrote the Broadway hit 5th of July, are a few of the many playwrights that got their start at the Cafe Chino. Other well-known figures also became patrons of the venue, including playwright Edward Albee and artist Andy Warhol. Historic photos of the Chino often show the storefront covered in posters and wooden boards. These were primarily installed after a fire in 1965 and were left up as a visual barrier for the police, who regularly harassed Joe Chino and raided the venue for not having a cabaret license. The Cafe Chino closed in 1968 after Joe Chino's tragic suicide. Even before the 1969 Stonewall riots, the cafe provided a safe and nurturing space for gay artists to congregate, stage their work, and openly portray narratives and themes significant to the LGBT community. The upper stories of 31 Cornelia Street remain intact, and the exterior of the storefront retains the overall form from the mid-20th century, when it was occupied by the Cafe Chino, including the side bay entrance flanked by iron pilasters, the configuration of the recessed storefront entrance and fenestration, and the wood cornice with end brackets above the first story. Much of the storefront is now clad with vertical board wood paneling. The proposed landmark site is a lot in part, outlined here in solid red, consisting of the footprint of the building where the Cafe Chino was located. A rear building, which is not visible from the street and does not contribute to the proposed landmark's cultural significance, remains in the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2. The research staff recommends this building be calendared for consideration as an individual New York City landmark due to its cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Nell. Are there any questions for Mary Nell or Kate? Okay, so maybe have a motion to calendar? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Cafe Chino should be calendared for consideration. Thank you.
Item number 2 this morning, LP 2632, Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse at 99 Wooster Street, Manhattan, Block 501, Lot 30. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a former New York City firehouse rebuilt by Napoleon Laroon in 1881 to 82 that was headquarters of the Gay Activists Alliance in 1971 to 74. Presenting is Matt Postal.
Hello, I'm Matt Postal, and I'm going to present the Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse. The Gay Activists Alliance was founded in December 1969 by a small group of activists, formerly members of the Gay Liberation Front, to, quote, secure basic human rights, dignity, and freedom for all gay people. As described in the New York Public Library exhibition, in the year following the Stonewall riots, quote, the Gay Activists Alliance became a major activist force in New York, fighting for civil rights legislation and opening a community center in Soho, their firehouse, which became a nexus for New York City gays and lesbians. This important organization was most active in 1971 to 74, when this former New York City Fire Department engine company building served as its headquarters. The Gay Activists Alliance Firehouse is located in the Soho Cast Iron District on the west side of Wooster Street, between Spring and Prince Streets. The proposed landmark site is the tax lot, shown here. The Gay Activist Alliance Firehouse has been described as New York City's first gay community center. In addition to containing offices on the second and third floors, it was an important gathering place where numerous alliance meetings were held, as well as dance parties and cultural events. GAA produced a weekly news program that was broadcast on cable television during this period and published Gay Activist, a monthly newsletter. The New York City chapter lobbied for passage of LGBT civil rights legislation through sit-ins and picket lines. It also planned what it called ZAPs, to confront politicians and celebrities about their positions on LGBT issues and to gain media attention. A firehouse was built on this site in the early 1850s. This building was substantially redesigned by the prolific fire department architect Napoleon Lebrun in 1881 to 1882. 3 stories tall, the painted cast iron base incorporates a single apparatus bay and rusticated piers. The second and third floors are red brick with stone trim and terracotta details. When the Soho Cast Iron Historic District was designated by the Landmarks Preservation Commission in August 1973, the GAA was leasing the building. At this time, a shield was hung on the second floor, displaying the lowercase Greek letter lambda, which the Alliance adopted as its symbol in 1970. In the 1970 flyer that's pictured on the right from records at the New York Public Library, the Alliance announced the use of the symbol to signify, quote, a commitment among men and women to achieve and defend their human rights as homosexual citizens and to affirm the liberation of all gay people. GAA was the first gay organization to adopt this symbol, and it remains an international symbol of LGBT rights. The interiors were partly destroyed by arson in October 1974. In subsequent years, the Gay Activist Alliance became less active, and the organization disbanded in 1981. GAA was a major force in gay and lesbian activism in New York City and across the United States, and it inspired other activist organizations that continued its legacy. Many important LGBT groups were founded or used space in the building, such as Lesbian Feminist Liberation, Gay Youth, Gay Men's Health Center, and the Catholic group Dignity. As you'll see in subsequent presentations, several of these groups went on to establish their own headquarters or found space in the LGBT Community Center in Greenwich Village. The GAA and these subsequent groups were important agents of change, and their efforts led to the eventual passage of legislation making discrimination based on sexual orientation in the workplace or housing illegal in New York City. The firehouse remains intact to its period of association with the Gay Activist Alliance, and the research staff recommends the Commission calendar it for consideration as an individual landmark to recognize its cultural significance.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any questions for Matt or Kate? We have a motion to calendar. All in favor? Any opposed? That's calendar. Thank you, Matt.
Item number 3, LP 2633, the Women's Liberation Center at 243 West 20th Street, Manhattan, Block 770, Lot 17. And the item proposed for the Commission's calendar is an Anglo-Italian former firehouse designed in 1866 by Charles E. Hartshorn that housed the Women's Liberation Center from 1972 to 1987. Presenting is Margaret Hearn.
Good morning. The Women's Liberation Center is located at 243 West 20th Street in Chelsea in a former firehouse building constructed in the mid-19th century. From 1972 to 1987, this city-owned building housed numerous lesbian and feminist organizations and became an epicenter for women's engagement in the LGBT civil rights movement. In the Women's Liberation Center, activists in both the lesbian and feminist movements found common cause, joining together to create community services and to push for radical political action that could serve all women. 243 West 20th Street is between 7th and 8th Avenues. The proposed landmark site consists of the tax lot, Block 770, Lot 17. 243 West 20th Street was designed by Charles E. Hartshorn in 1866, replacing a smaller firehouse that had occupied the site since the early 1850s, as Chelsea developed as a middle-class residential neighborhood. The building features intact Anglo-Italian and decorative motifs, such as arched window lintels, a cornice with curved brackets, and a cast iron framing with flowers and fluted pilasters around the large vehicular entrance. 243 West 20th Street housed Hook and Ladder Company No. 12 from 1866 to 1967. The firehouse closed in 1967, and 243 West 20th Street was declared surplus city property, remaining unoccupied until the Women's Liberation Center arrived in 1972. The Women's Liberation Center first opened in 1970 on the second floor of 36 West 22nd Street in the Lakes Mile Historic District, where it operated for approximately 2 years. The center was created just as the women's lib movement was catching fire in New York City, and was conceived as both a meeting place and a clearinghouse for information. The center was volunteer-run and organized as a collective, made up of a range of feminist social service groups, general women's political committees, and lesbian organizations such as the Radical Lesbians. The early 1970s were a period of internal division within both the feminist and LGBT movements, where both movements consisted of some who favored working within the system and some who favored more radical approaches. The Women's Liberation Center was mainly home to radical organizations pushing for outspoken community engagement and direct political action. At a time when some feminists rejected the voices of lesbians, the Women's Liberation Center intentionally welcomed them, and lesbian organizations were at the forefront of its most important demonstrations and community service work throughout its history. The Women's Liberation Center was emblematic of the alliances that formed in the early 1970s between radical feminists and lesbians for the purposes of greater political mobilization. In June of 1972, seeking larger quarters, the Women's Liberation Center moved into the former firehouse at 243 West 20th Street. After its move to West 20th Street, the Women's Liberation Center began to draw greater numbers of lesbian activists who were then breaking off from male-dominated LGBT political organizations. Lesbian Feminist Liberation was a lesbian rights group founded in 1972 by Jean O'Leary. The group was originally started as a committee within the Gay Activist Alliance, or GA, and met at their firehouse, but the group eventually felt that the needs of women would be better served by a separate political action group. In 1973, Lesbian Feminist Liberation branched off from GAA and began holding meetings at the Women's Liberation Center. From the West 20th Street building, Lesbian Feminist Liberation worked to bring public attention to the discrimination and legal injustices faced by lesbians. The group protested bigoted media representations of lesbians, fought to raise visibility for women at LGBT political rallies and pride marches, and advocated in particular for lesbian mothers, who often encountered difficult child custody battles after divorce. Lesbian Feminist Liberation, as well as GAA, were key early supporters of a city council bill banning discrimination based on sexual orientation that ultimately became law in 1986. One especially well-publicized action was a 200-person rally and dance session held at the American Museum of Natural History to protest its portrayal of female animals as subservient in displays. The event was accompanied by a large lavender dinosaur. The Women's Liberation Center also housed the Lesbian Switchboard, a volunteer-staffed telephone service that provided peer counseling, referrals, and information about local events. During a time when the LGBT community was frequently stigmatized and forced to remain in the shadows, this service provided much-needed mental health support and a sense of kinship among New York City's lesbians. Other groups that used the building included the Lesbian Life Space Project, the Radical Lesbians Health Collective, the Radical Feminists, the Anti-Rape Group, and Older Women's Liberation. The ground floor of the Women's Liberation Center housed a wholesale food buying cooperative, known for a time as the Lesbian Food Conspiracy. After founding Lesbian Feminist Liberation, in the late 1970s, Jean O'Leary went on to become a co-executive director of the National Gay Task Force, now the National LGBTQ Task Force. She became the first openly gay person to serve on a presidential commission and a co-founder of National Coming Out Day in 1987, helping to bring LGBT identity and equality into the national conversation. In the mid-1980s, the Women's Liberation Center disbanded, and several of the lesbian organizations there, including the Lesbian Switchboard, moved into the new LGBT Community Center on West 13th Street in Greenwich Village, which became a centralized home for LGBT advocacy and community-based social support. Since the late 1980s, 243 West 20th Street has continued to serve New York City women as the home of non-traditional employment for women, a skilled trades workforce development program. The building's facade was sensitively restored in 1994, at which time the garage doors and main entry were replaced. The building otherwise retains its historic window configuration, door enframement, cornices, and intricate Anglo-Italian ornament, all of which were present during its association with the Women's Liberation Center. From 1972 to 1987, the Women's Liberation Center was a critically important advocacy space for women in the LGBT civil rights movement and for lesbians within the feminist movement. Like the GAA Firehouse, the Women's Liberation Center was a model for later LGBT community centers that would prove so important to the crises and political fights of the following decades. The research staff recommends the Commission calendar this building as an individual landmark based on its cultural significance.
Thank you, Margaret. Are there any questions? Can we have a motion to calendar? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, next calendar. Thank you, Margaret.
Item number 4, LP 2634, the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center, 208 West 13th Street, aka 206 to 218 West 13th Street, Manhattan, Block 617, Lot 47 in Park. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is an Italianate-style public school building designed by Eamon McVeigh and built circa 1869 that has been the home of the LGBT Community Center since 1983. Presenting is Jessica Baldwin.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center is located at 208 West 13th Street in Greenwich Village Historic District. The center has played a key role in growth and development of gay rights in New York City for the past 35 years and continues today to be an important place for gathering for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. Located on the south side of 13th Street, mid-block between 7th and Greenwich Avenues, the LGBT Community Center building is part of the Greenwich Village Historic District, designated in April 1969. The original central portion of the building was built in circa 1869, with the additional wings added sometime in the late 1870s. The current building replaced the 9th Ward School, number 16, that later became the Grammar School, number 17, followed by the Food and Maritime Vocational Trades High School. The 3-story Italianate structure was purchased from the City of New York by the LGBT Community Center in 1983. Organized in 1983, the LGBT Community Services Center, as it was originally called, aimed to provide both men and women with a safe local space to meet and share ideas. According to the center's first newsletter, 6 tenant organizations were leasing the space in the former school. And by January of 1985, hundreds of people a week were crowding into the center's empty rooms in Great Hall, looking for just a small corner to meet. Those first tenant organizations include Partnership for the Homeless, the Community Health Project, Friends of the Earth, SAGE, Metropolitan Community Church, and the Media Network. Shown here is the calendar of events from the 1985 Center newsletter, showcasing the additional number of groups that use the center from the very beginning as a safe space to meet and grow their own organization. These groups included the Gay Officers Action League, the Institute for the Protection of Lesbian and Gay Youth, and the Knights Wrestling Club. The center, since its inception, has always played a key role in Pride Week festivities, which includes a float as part of their annual march and rally. Shown here on the right, the center's new home was the subject of their 1985 float. Several groups had originally been located in the GAA Firehouse and the Women's Liberation Center, both proposed for calendar today, moved into the LGBT Community Center in the mid-1980s. These organizations include the Lesbian Switchboard, Dignity, and the Black Lesbian Caucus, later known as the Salsa Soul Sisters. The Coalition for the Lesbian and Gay Rights also met in this building in the 1980s. This organization played a key role in winning approval of the 1986 New York City law banning discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Since its founding, the center has promoted the health and wellness of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, including the fight against AIDS and HIV. As an original tenant, the Community Health Project, the nation's first community-based HIV clinic, sought to educate and provide services to the LGBT community. The center partnered with a variety of groups in an effort to educate a broader public about the health issues that face the LGBT community. One partnership included contributing 1,200 panels to the AIDS Memorial Quilt with the organization Heritage of Pride. Building restoration efforts for the center began in 1985 and continued until 2001. Renovations began with upgrades to meet HVAC codes and ADA requirements, and later expanded into more extensive facade repair work and interior renovations, all of which were done in an effort to maintain a safe space for the LGBT community. Since its inception, the center continues to provide services and act as a gathering place, empowering and building a stronger LGBT community in New York City. Today, the center is home to archival collection, arts and cultural programming, young adult programs, and career services dedicated to the LGBT community. The center has played an active role in promoting marriage equality, health and wellness programs, and continues to host an annual garden party fundraiser on 13th Street during Pride Week. The proposed landmark site is a lot in park shown in solid red, which incorporates the former historic school and focal point of the LGBT Center's programming and represents the organization's identity. The adjacent courtyard and utilitarian structures on the lot remain in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The research staff recommends that the commission calendar this building as an individual landmark based on its cultural significance. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Are there any questions? No? Okay, then we'll have a motion to the calendar. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Item number 5, LP 2636, the James Baldwin Residence, 137 West 71st Street, Manhattan, Block 1143, Lot 19. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a former row house built in 1890 and altered by H. Russell Kenyon in 1961 into a modern-style apartment house that was the New York residence of author James Baldwin from 1965 to 1987. Presenting is Michael Karatsis.
This small apartment house was purchased by the celebrated novelist, essayist, and civil rights activist James Baldwin in 1965 and served as his New York residence until his death in 1987. Many prominent writers, performers, civil rights activists, and musicians visited him and his family here, and it is the most significant surviving building in New York City associated with him. Located on the north side of 71st Street between Broadway and Columbus Avenue, it is within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District, which was designated in 1990. At the time Baldwin purchased the building, this neighborhood was replaced in Greenwich Village as the city's main residential center for writers and those in the publishing field. 137 West 71st Street was constructed in 1890 as one of a group of 4 row houses. In 1961, 4 years before Baldwin purchased the building, architect H. Russell Kenyon extensively altered it, bringing its front facade forward to align with those of its neighboring apartment houses. Its white brick facade, asymmetric fenestration, picture windows, and basement entrance set within a polished granite surround reflect the fashions of the time. James Baldwin made significant contributions to literary and civil rights history through his writing and activism. He was born in Harlem in 1924, educated in New York City's public schools, and gained notice as a book reviewer before moving to Paris in 1948. In Europe in 1953, he completed his canonical, semi-autobiographical novel, Go Tell It on the Mountain. Baldwin's essay collections, Notes of a Native Son from 1955, and Nobody Knows My Name from 1961, established him as one of the foremost critics of American race relations and a leader of the civil rights movement. Although Baldwin primarily lived in France, he considered himself a transatlantic commuter who maintained a New York City apartment from the 1950s on. From the time Baldwin purchased this building, he kept an apartment here where he worked on plays, screenplays, and novels, and corresponded with other prominent literary and cultural figures. Baldwin's mother and two sisters had their own apartments here, and other units were rented out to tenants. In 2013, his niece Aisha Karika Smart recalled that whenever Baldwin returned to the building, quote, "The energy and vitality at 137 elevated to a fever pitch as soon as he hit the door. Even before he arrived, the house was ablaze with excitement and anticipation just by the mention of his name." These photos of Baldwin were taken in the rear yard of 137 West 71st Street for a 1972 New York Times interview. Major writers and musicians, including Toni Morrison, who briefly lived here, Amiri Baraka, Miles Davis, Izzy Gillespie, and Max Roach, visited the Baldwins here and were considered members of their extended family. Baldwin's fiction was groundbreaking for its depictions of bisexual and same-sex relationships in works including Giovanni's Room, published in 1956, and Just Above My Head, published in 1979 during Baldwin's period of association with this building. During his time here, Baldwin participated in several notable New York City events, including an appearance with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at Carnegie Hall weeks before King's assassination in 1968, and the 1982 meeting of the New York chapter of the group Black and White Men Together, in which he spoke publicly for the first time about his experiences as a gay African-American man. For the rest of James Baldwin's life, 137 West 71st Street was his New York home. He died in 1987 in France. His funeral, held at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, included eulogies by Amiri Baraka, Toni Morrison, and Maya Angelou. Today, the apartment house at 137 West 71st Street is little changed from its time as James Baldwin's New York residence. The research staff recommends that the Commission calendar this building as an individual landmark based on its cultural significance.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions for me?
This is unique among the buildings that we've seen. Would the staff argue that it should be maintained in the I guess the style that it was in when James Baldwin lived there, or what if someone said, I want to take it back to what it originally looked like? What do we do?
The facade from his period of association with the building is considered a significant facade.
So the commission would consider proposed changes in the context of the facade that dates for this period of association. Thank you, Mike. All right, are there no other questions? Can we have a motion to calendar?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's calendar.
Item number 6, LP 2642, the Audrey Lord Residence at 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Staten Island, Block 516, Lot 32. Item proposed for the Commission's calendar is a neo-colonial style house designed by Otto Lufter and built in 1898, which was home to former New York State Poet Laureate Audre Lorde from 1972 to 1987. Presenting is Teresa Newman.
Good morning, Commissioners. From 1972 to 1987, 207 St. Paul's Avenue was the primary residence of renowned African-American writer Audre Lorde. Audre Lorde was a self-proclaimed warrior, poet, mother, teacher, feminist, lesbian, a remarkable moniker for a remarkable woman. The proposed landmark site is outlined in red as shown on the map, 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Staten Island, Block 516, Lot 32. It is located within the St. Paul's Stapleton Heights Historic District. Audrey Geraldine Lorde was born in 1934 to Caribbean immigrants in New York City, where she attended college and Columbia University. She worked as a public school librarian for several years before finding success as a writer, and later became an English professor at Hunter and John Jay colleges. Audre Lorde and her partner Frances Clayton purchased 207 207 St. Paul's Avenue in June of 1972, looking for spaces and trees. Audre Lorde's biography states how much she loved this house upon seeing it and for the first time, and for the loving care she put into this home. The neo-colonial style house was designed by Otto P. Leffler in 1898 and constructed during a period when several previously undeveloped tracts in the Staten Island neighborhood were built up with Queen Anne, shingle style, and colonial style homes. 207 St. Paul's Avenue is distinguished by its gabled roof line and by the open porch featuring turned columns and a pediment with sunburst decoration. Otto P. Loeffler was born in 1862 on Staten Island and was an important builder in the Stapleton Historic District. During the family's time at 207 St. Paul's Avenue, Lorde survived breast cancer and produced some of her most famous works. In 1973, her third volume of poetry, From On Land Where Other People Live, was nominated for a National Book Award. And over the next several years, she published important poetry collections, essays, novels, including Coal in 1976, The Black Unicorn in 1978, The Cancer Journals in 1980, and Zanny, A New Spelling of My Name in 1982. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, Lorde became a prominent political activist in a number of arenas, including African American civil rights, feminism, and the gay and lesbian movement. In 1979, Lorde spoke at the National March on Washington for gay and lesbian rights. And in 1980, she co-founded the Kitchen Table Women of Color Press with Barbara Smith, Cherie Miranda, and Beverly Smith. The press was dedicated to producing work by and about women of color, of all racial ethnic heritage, national origins, ages, socioeconomic classes, and sexual orientations. Her book, I Am Your Sister, Black Women Organizing Against Sexualities in 1986 was one of its publications. By 1983, the press was also distributing more than 100 titles by women of color from other independent presses. For her contributions to literary activism, to literature and activism, in 1981, Lorde was appointed as Poet Laureate for New York State, a position she held until her death in 1982. Diagnosed with breast cancer in 1978, Lorde chronicled her fight with the disease in her book, The Cancer Journals. After undergoing a radical mastectomy, Lorde proudly refused to wear a prosthesis and was photographed by Jack Mitchell, as shown on the left. 6 years later, she was diagnosed with liver cancer. The smaller photos on the right were taken by her friend, Dr. Dagmar Schultz, in Berlin towards the end of her life. In January 2019, a series of subway murals featured renowned figures of history and culture, sourced from photographs translated into classic mosaics by Rico Desto. Audre Lorde's picture was immortalized at the 167th Street station in the Bronx. 207 St. Paul's Avenue in Staten Island is significant for its association with the renowned author and civil rights activist Audre Lorde for 15 years, and retains a high degree of integrity to that period. The research staff recommends that the Commission's calendar Audre Lorde residence is an individual New York City landmark based on its cultural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Any questions? Can we have a motion to calendar? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that's calendar. So I want to thank the research staff, the whole team that's been put together for this initiative, and thank you for the leadership, along with Martin's leading the team. And we will be scheduling a hearing for June 4th, so we'll see you all back then.
Managing our public hearings. First one on staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're going to start today's preservation department agenda with the public meeting items. The first is item number 1, LPC 19-39035, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of borough Manhattan, block 646, lot 14, 446 West 14th Street in the Verandah Market Historic District. A modern style market building designed by H. Peterson Heinchen and Axel S. Hedman in building 1936-37. The application is to modify the previously approved retractable canopy into a fixed canopy with a large footprint and an increase in height.
Good morning, Commissioner McAvoy, presenting staff and presenting the proposal on behalf of the applicant. The subject premises are located at 446 West 14th Street. Previously, at the public hearing held on November 27, 2018, a proposal was approved for installing a retractable rooftop canopy at the rooftop subject premises. Applicant is to modify the previously approved canopy with an expanded footprint and from a retractable canopy to a fixed canopy, as well as a bulkhead extension that is not visible. In the first slides here, the top row show the previously approved rendering of the canopy, the visibility, and below row shows the updated modified proposal being presented today. So the top row is previously approved presentation, the bottom row is the presentation today, the proposal modification. The second slide here is showing rendering viewing from the High Line, which is above the street level. And here this page shows the mock-up. The top row is the previously approved mock-up showing visibility, and the bottom row showing today's modified proposal. Please note that the maximum visibility from the street level is shown at the bottom left quadrant here, which is looking from the north of West 14th Street at the junction of Washington Street. So this is the maximum visibility. And then here is a view from the High Line above the street level from the back. This photo shows the mock-up built at the roof, and here is looking towards the street, looking down at West 14th Street. So this floor plan shows the previously approved canopy footprint. The right-hand side is facing the street level West 14th Street. With the modified footprint, now the front footprint of the canopy has been widened to be across the entire roof. However, the setback distance has remained the same. And these two slides showing the roof plan. This is the previously approved presentation showing the retractable roof panel. And this is now the updated, modified, showing the fixed roof panel. And in this elevation, it shows the previously approved canopy and the height of the newly proposed and widened canopy in a painted red line. There is with an increase in height of 1 feet 9 and 40 inches. So this is the change of the height here. So this one shows the newly proposed height of the canopy, and now it comes to a total of 15 feet 4 inches high from the roof floor level, and the previous one is 14 feet and 7/3 in height from the level. And then these coming two slides shows the sections, and also here
On the left is the street, facing the street level, the height of the newly proposed modified canopy, also with the bulkhead, which is not visible. The last slide shows the visibility from across the street. Applicant Robin Yanko from PKSB Architect is here to answer any further questions.
Before we see if we need to open it up, are there any questions? So we approved, maybe Maggie, we could just go to the visibility slide. We approved a retractable roof structure, and the proposal is to widen it and make it fixed. And this is in the Gansmore Historic District, actually just down the road from the EVF property. So it's seen in the context of some of the other additions we've approved and other industrial building technologies. So are there any questions for the applicant? No, we approved it, but now they just are asking for something slightly different.
Oh, I see.
So we can, if you have questions for the applicant, we can ask them to speak. So there are no questions? Okay, then what do people think? What have to do with feedback? Any thoughts? Well, I think it's in the spirit of what we previously approved, albeit bigger, but also in the context of other additions we've approved in Gansmore because of the sort of historic nature of change in this district. With that, all the glass materials speak to the industrial technology.
It's never seen against the sky. It's sort of seen against other buildings.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody okay?
Matter of 446 West 14th Street, Gansford Market Historic District. This is an application to modify the previously approved retractable canopy into a fixed canopy with enlarged footprint and increase in height. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Gansford Market Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will not obscure the historic massing or the building or alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features. That the canopy will only be seen from public thoroughfares within close proximity to significantly large buildings and either against the background of taller structures or within a relatively narrow gap between taller buildings. That the placement of the canopy set back from front to side by several feet, as well as its dark finish and thin framing, contrasting with the light color and wide masonry framing elements of the front facade of the building, will help the canopy recede within the streetscape views. That the canopy will be simply designed and industrial in character, with only a limited portion of the structure visible directly over the front facade of the building from the street level, thereby helping to remain a harmonious and subordinate presence in the building. And that the limited views of the canopy within the portion of the West 14th Street, this portion of West 14th Street, which features a variety of building types, heights, and roof lines, will not detract from any significant streetscape views or the historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved. Thank you.
Right, the second public meeting item this morning is LPC 19-35833, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1380, Lots 17, 14, and 15, 760 Madison Avenue, aka 23 to 25 East 65th Street, 19 East 65th Street, and 21 East 65th Street, all the Upper East Side Historic District. A commercial building designed by Peter Marino and built in circa 1996 pursuant to CFA 960030. It's an vernacular neo-federal style apartment and commercial building designed by Scott and Prescott and built in 1928 to 29, and a vernacular neo-federal style apartment and commercial building originally built in 1881 and altered in 1921 by Scott and Pascal. Application is to demolish one building, portions of two other buildings, construct a new building, and modify masonry openings, replace infill, and install a canopy of the existing buildings. This was last presented at the public hearing of March 26, 2019, and no action was taken at that time.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julianne Anderson, Community Preservation Staff. 760 Madison Avenue and 19 and 21 East 65th Street are located at the northwest corner of Madison Avenue and East 65th Street, and on the north side of East 65th Street between Madison and Fifth Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. The proposal, as presented at the public hearing of March 26, 2019, is to demolish the existing building at 760 Madison Avenue and portions of the two buildings at 19 and 21 East 65th Street and construct a new building. The proposal also includes work at the remaining portions of 19 and 21 East 65th Street, including modifying the masonry opening at the ground floor of 21 to create a new entrance, replacing infill, and installing a canopy. This shows the design. This shows the design as it was proposed. At the time of the public hearing, the commissioners expressed a consensus of support for the proposal with the exception of the following aspects of the new building's design. The solid to void ratio of the design is expressed as a mixture of aspects of a typical frame facade and a historic masonry building with punched openings. The treatment of the building's corners and how they relate to precedents within the historic district in terms of curvature and glazing. The use of clear limestone cladding uniformly throughout most of the building facades, as opposed to using it as a device to differentiate the building base from the upper floors. And the use of aluminum at the infill, particularly the base of the building, as opposed to a high quality material such as bronze. The applicants would like to describe their revised proposal.
May I have a motion to open the proceedings? All in favor?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. My name is Richard Cook, Box Architects, and we're very happy to be back. We would have loved to have had it approved the first time, but it was a fascinating study to go back and look at something that's as subtle and nuanced and important as proportions. So just again, this is where the project is in the historic district. As you recall, the zoning assemblage are actually the 4 properties, and 762 is just being a restoration on Madison Avenue. 760 is where the new construction is happening, as well as at 19 and 21 restoration of the construction. The summary really came down to 3 things. Proportions about solid void, whether it was a frame or a surface, how we differentiate base, middle, and top, specifically around the fluting, and the use of actual bronze associated with the retail component for it. Those were the 3 things that we took another look at. The way we did this was go back and look at the precedents that are nearby. When we talk about something like surface, which is a tool an architect gets to speak their language, the Temple building is really fascinating building. You could go back and look at buildings you've looked at many times with another set of eyes, like searching for inspiration. So this is just remarkable. They took a surface which is limestone and used it as kind of a plastic device to make deep, wide surfaces, tiny punched windows into even a portile and a frame and rise into a pier and turn the thing in 3 dimensions. It's really kind of an essay of how to use a surface and change it, how to do different things for you in architectural expression. The other one is a precedent simply for apartment house, classic Upper East Side apartment house. The Carlton House is a wonderful building. It really emphasizes the center. As that center rises up, it gets into the cascading massing with the open quarter windows in the setbacks. And then the kind of hero for us, a building that I've walked by many times and said, it's beautiful. But getting to go back and study this building, the way in which it's both surface, frame, line, solid, and void. It's a remarkable essay. And this building became extremely important to us. So we wanted a building that turned the corner on 65th and Madison, as well as this building turns the corner on 66th and Madison. So in our minds, we went back and looked at these 3 kind of precedents to try to author another solution. And while a lot of words like close or subtlety were used by the commissioner's comments, these are important. We change the reading of a building through proportions. The corner window, which came up, was always very important to us. At some point, it's an intuitive gut feel. And so 45 had this beautiful round corner, and we wanted this open corner. One of you mentioned about Mendelssohn. We went back and looked at Mendelssohn, we lost the house, but also Einstein Tower, which is essay on surface and plasticity and making a little corner window. So we left committed that the corner window was a good idea, but we weren't there on the frame and window opening proportion. We needed to get that right. So we started on a series, and for me as a designer, it was interesting that our client is actually one of the world's most famous designers, and this idea of proportion and nuance and drape and fabric and what every little nuance means about the reading of the building. So we tried this out in the corner again, and it didn't seem special enough for this location. It's appropriate, clearly appropriate, but wasn't special enough. And then we studied proportion of making the frame wider so there was more surface area, less puncture. We looked at specifically in B, we turned the frame in the center, and Mr. Armani really didn't like the frame in the center. There was something about the reading of both horizontality and verticality in the center. So you see down in C and down in D, these proportions were changing. And for Mr. Armani, it was very important that there was this balance between a holistic building that read up the center and into the turrets. So then it really became an issue of looking at how the corner works and how we get more surface and make the corner read. But ideally, it wasn't, what we had just wasn't right. It felt too frame-like. It almost felt like it could have been a brick building. And when we went back and looked at the Temple building, it needed to be a limestone building. It needed to look like it was authored by the use of limestone. So we went through a series of studies of how that could work on the corner by adding more mass and more careful and precise window making and leaving that corner window. So this is what we had, and this is where we are now. And this was for us, a fascinating discussion that we could change the look of a building so much by tiny little proportional changes. I actually could say I like this building much better than the other one. It is inherently limestone now, and I think it's got a uniqueness that's appropriate for the district. It's clearly an apartment house. It clearly does things that other buildings in the district do, but it has its own place, its own feeling, and the balance of the horizontality and the verticality worked that well. And Mr. Armani liked the balance of the horizontality and the verticality that rises up in the center recess and then wraps into the setbacks above. So we came to the conclusion that we actually were very happy to send us back to the drawing board and work proportions. We actually like this building better. The second was about base, middle, and top, and how the fluting actually worked, whether we were too literal about running the fluting from top to bottom. And so we took another look at that also. Oh, I'm sorry. So this summarizes the changes. And obviously our corner window is back to our hero at 45 East 66th Street. And these were some of the changes specifically from the proposal that we had when we were last year and what we're proposing today. And that's the two of them next to each other. Another view looking north as a change. Subtle change, but you can feel the surface starts to read stronger, and the openings feel like they're cut within a surface as opposed to the primary reading of frame. And then when we get back to the fluting, we had a chance to go back and not be so literal about 740 Park, 71 East 71st, but just look at how the surface was manipulated in the Temple building, and the idea of using surface and textured fabric and using that to emphasize a design for how a building should read on the street. So the first thing we did was do this subtle change from flush above the granite base into limestone, and then slope back into a 1-inch deep flute that rises up until our first marker of the horizontal. And part of how 740 works is it's that beautiful band of smooth stone around the windows where you really see the fluting that throws a little shadow. And we wanted to go back and look at what are we trying to mark? Where would be logical markers? So this is 65th Street. We wanted a marker that lines up with the historic 65th Street two-story expression, and that wraps around Madison, and I'll show you today. But also there's kind of this other, the third story, which is actually related to the 2 stories of the Armani store, the new Armani flagship. So we wanted markers at these 2 locations, which gave us a nice place to separate the residential use from the commercial use below. And that runs around on Madison, and you can see that the two-story base at 762 on Broad on Madison is right over on 65th. And then we wanted to mark the top of the Armani flagship in 2 stories. So you can see it all here together. We start out with a flush plane, almost like a draped fabric, into the 1-inch flute. We mark with that with this. We mark with the band that marks the 2-story on the adjacent. Then we transition from a 1-inch deep flute to a 1/2-inch deep flute, and then run a flat band all the way around the top of the commercial, and then into a 1/2-inch flute all the way up. And I'll talk about how that works when we get to the top of this massing. Also, we've changed the storefront material, both the window framing and the scrim over the grills, to actual bronze, statuary bronze, at both this floor and the next floor. As a quick summary, I think I've already stated what the blue text. And this just looks at where we were last time, very straightforward, and just layering in another storyline to the narrative, a little bit more subtlety to the narrative. You can see here where it goes from the 1-inch, transitioning to 1/2-inch, and then 1/2-inch as it runs up. The 2 next to each other again. And then when we get up higher in the building, how does the middle end before we get to the top? So we created a stronger banding at the top of the building to really catch that difference of the 1/2-inch fluting. This is a little bit of a blow up of it, and what I'll talk about is we switched the bulkhead at the very top to bush hammered, so it ties that back core element up and around, in the round and bush hammered, and that's no longer fluted. One of the things we came back, our inspiration for these apartment houses does go back to the beautiful cascading setbacks of the Carlton House. We're looking at how it sets up another language to get your eye ready for that cascading massing. So we added the additional bands when we get into the top. And at the very top floor, the double band, which is inspired very directly from Carlton House, the band at the top, and then ultimately going to the bush hammered instead of the fluted to tie the whole composition together, and that bulkhead reads in the round. And then this is what we had public hearing, a straight elevation, and what we have now in a straight elevation. So while there was a subtle study of proportions, it's a pretty radical difference in the reading of the building's surface and void, I think. The marking of the top of that street wall. This is a description of how these 3 areas change that we talked about, that we kind of went back to the drawing board with. And your booklets have the same numbers associated with them. And then ultimately, they're revised materials. This is where we are now, and there's a sample board here. We can pass it around. But this is the base. You can all see the base, and this is the statuary bronze, where all of this is now statuary bronze. All of this grill over here is statuary bronze. The second floor windows and the grills above at the second floor, if you'd like to pass that around.
So are there any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think that both Julianne and Rick summarized the comments that were made last time, and again, they were really largely having to do with proportions and ratio of solid to void, particularly at the corners, the use of bronze and blue and aluminum, and a little more exploration of 7-inch included. And I think the applicant has responded to each and every one of those. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on how successful you think it is. Next question.
Well, first of all, it's always great to have
I'm sorry, we did receive received a letter from the Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts about the revised proposal. Glad to see the further articulated windows, which they reinforce the 11-house scale comment as Avenue, but still cannot support the size and appearance of the central core of the building.
Yeah, my thoughts are it's always nice to have Rick Cook here to present because you're just about the best presenter that we have when it comes before us. Such an intellectual and sophisticated and articulate way of describing your design. I liked the design before. I think my only comment was regarding the statuary bronze, the need for it as opposed to the bronze color of the building, because I was fine with the building as it was. Like Rick has just said, he thinks the building is better, so if he does, I do too, actually. At some fine level of craftsmanship and design, I think it's dangerous for the commission to start meddling too much when a fine architect is presenting. But I think in this case, the detailing that has, the sophistication of the detailing in the fluting is really a very fine level of thoughtful design, and I think it will be appreciated. I think the last scheme also would have been appreciated. I think many people will probably miss the Peter Marino building and the height of it, I suppose. But I think this is a worthy and appropriate successor. It meets all the laws of zoning that allow a building like this to replace a 5-story or whatever it was before. So I think we can't contest that, and I think it fits in with at least my understanding of the context of Madison Avenue, and I think it will be a worthy addition and worthy of the name of the flagship store, which will be in the base.
That's one of the cranky people from last time. I think that the new design is, changes to the design are significant. I think that in a funny way, buildings become kind of in a funny way clunkier or a little bit more, it's less schematic. And to the extent that that's true, I think it's improved. I think that there's something about the solid to void ratio, the fenestration placement of the buildings that are being cited as precedents and as buildings in residential apartment buildings in general in this part of the city that have that somewhat ad hoc or kind of non-perfected quality that make it readable as a residential building as opposed to a commercial building. Commercial buildings usually have very steady rhythm, whether it's punched windows or strip windows or a whole curtain wall. Residential buildings, because of the variations in room size, have a rhythm to their fenestration that suggests a residential occupancy. And I think that the addition of the vertical stone mullions, the change in proportions, has resulted in a building that, in my opinion, just tips it over to the side of being appropriate in its relationship. It's reaching out to the other buildings in the district to make the kind of relationships that are necessary to bond a new structure in a traditional historic district. I still have a concern about the scale of the building relative to its position along Madison Avenue that I mentioned last time. That, as I mentioned last time, I don't think that this would prevent me from improving it. I think it would make me more cautious about seeing similar projects that tip that balance and that create a more uniform streetscape than it would be present with this building in the mix. I think that the variation in streetscape is important. And it is very important to the district, important as part of the district, and I think that even though this will change that quality, I don't think it'll erase it to the extent that would make it unapprovable. I do think that the added detail is important and valuable and helps the building along. I still worry a little bit about whether it will be read at a distance as with the level of subtlety that has been presented here. I hope that the very, very subtle gestures are visible to the passerby and experienceable, that's the word. But I don't think any of those comments make it inappropriate, so I wouldn't support it.
Any other comments? Yes, Madam.
Yeah, I agree generally with some of the previous comments, but really, I think it's there's a sense of textural changes and the fenestration and the details, particularly the corner and the recessed area that have really, for me, made it much more successful in being contextual and just improving the sense of, there's more, to me, there's more character to the building. There's more sense of this building having its own character as opposed to being sort of more, having a more generic feel. And so that, to me, that's what's most important about the changes made, which I think are very helpful.
I just appreciate greatly the changes that have been made. I think this is a masterful and appropriate presentation.
Thank you. Yes, Jim. I'm going to echo some of the sentiments that we've already heard. I would like to say that it always feels good when the commissioners offer recommendations and guidance to applicants that that are heard and thoughtfully incorporated into a design. And it's wonderful when the outcome is one that makes a building that had a lot of potential even stronger. And so with I'm really going to say on some level, it's clear that the applicant put a lot of thought into it. But the changes were refinements, and the refinements really added a lot of texture and nuance to the building that really helped. I agree, because of the changes in the relation of solid to void. Gives the building a little more heft and integrity to stand not only on its own, but within the context of buildings around it. It does fit within the zoning envelope. I did share, Michael, your concern about the rhythm on the street and the height. But I like the way the building hits the ground now. That was a concern of mine, and the very sophisticated way that it transitions from, a very smooth base into a fluted one. And I just think it works, and I can support it. I would also like to say, though, the world changes. The landscape seems to exist in a wonderful way, the way it was, and then things happen. People, developers, amass lots and create an assemblage that gives them an opportunity to build something that you might never think would happen. And I'm thankful that seems that it will be a good contextual piece of the landscape. But I would like to give a brief eulogy to the building that's going to leave the landscape, and that is, the original Peter Marino design for Giorgio Armani. When it, first came on the scene in, I guess it was around, the mid-1990s. it was, that was an important moment in changing the way we looked at Madison Avenue design, retail design on the street. It was really a very important, sleek, elegant addition that set the tone, worked within the rhythm, worked within the context of the district. And I guess as you walk up and down, or as one walked up and down the street for many, many years, it's something that you would have imagined would have been there for quite some time. But as I said, things change, and which puts the landscape in a situation where it changes. It's unfortunate that your buildings have to leave us, so I just want to give it an RIP.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thanks. Well, I think that we have general support here, and I do want to thank you for taking the comments seriously and really thinking about it. I think that with the refinements, it really does make the building appropriate and fit within the context of the apartment building typology in the district. But I think and hope that with the changes to the proportions, and particularly the detail of the drawings and the fluting, that it actually makes it special. And as you aspire to be like those special buildings, the 2066, I think that it will, and I hope that it will actually be as another special building in the district. Another building that I think of as special is the Rosario Candela building on, I think it's 79th in Madison, and with the pillowed limestone. And so, I'm hoping that as you develop the details for the fluting, that it has that same kind of special quality. So, with that, I think we have consensus to support. And so, Jeannie, will you make the motion?
Yes. I do want to say one other thing. Giorgio Armani as a brand has really evolved over the years from being just for being an internationally acclaimed designer of clothing to one that, really has expanded into the, casa, the home area. Armani Casa is probably a very, very strong contributor, not only to the brand, but to the bottom line. So it is kind of appropriate that at this time, that this new building is a reflection of where this particular design stands today. And so I just wanted to add that. Okay. And with that, I'm going to say it. In the matter of docket 19-35, 833, 760 Madison Avenue, aka 23-25 East 65th Street, 19 East 65th Street, 21 East 65th Street, the Upper East Side Historic District. A commercial building designed by Peter Marino and built in circa 1996 pursuant to Certificate of Appropriateness 960030, a vernacular neo-federal style apartment and commercial building designed by Scott and Prescott and built in 1928-29, a vernacular neo-federal style apartment and commercial building originally built in 1888 and altered in 1929 by Scott and Prescott. The application is to demolish one building and portions of two other buildings, construct a new building and modify masonry openings, replace and fill in solar canopy at existing buildings. I know that the style, scale, materials, and details of the buildings at 19 and 21 East 65th Street are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District, and that 760 Madison Avenue was built in the late 20th century. I also know that the buildings adjacent to 760 Madison Avenue and 19 and 21 East 65th Street include 5 brick-clad, 5-story buildings along Madison Avenue with commercial uses at the lower floors, and a mix of building types along East 65th Street featuring a variety of masonry cladding types, including 3 buildings between 3 and 6 stories, and a religious facility with a tall tower. I recommend approval, finding that 760 Madison Avenue was approved by the Commission in 1995 and therefore is not one of the buildings for which this district was designated, and therefore its demolition will not be exempt from the special historical and architectural character of the historic district. That the proposed building will be in keeping with many of the large historic corner apartment buildings found throughout the Madison Avenue in terms of its overall size, mass, and materials and finished pallets. That the building will be consistent with other large apartment buildings adjacent to smaller scale buildings along Madison Avenue within this historic district in terms of how it solves the void ratio, alignment of floor levels, and proportions of facade components relate to such aspects of the immediate neighboring buildings. That the cascading setbacks featuring prominent elements at the top of the building will be consistent with the basic organization and hierarchy of elements of many of the historic corner apartment buildings along Madison Avenue. That the profiles and detailing of the stone panels, metal infill framing, and railings will help these elements to recall the historic articulation, proportions, scale of cladding and infill at large apartment buildings within the historic district. That the subtle distinction of the corner assemblies featuring a wide curved corner window and narrower single window, separated by a masonry pier, will be evocative of prominent accent features sometimes found at large apartment buildings throughout the historic district. That the incorporation of the rooftop mechanical enclosure as an integral design feature of the building will recall the historic treatment of water tower enclosures and other utilitarian rooftop elements historically found in some large apartment buildings within the historic district. That the pattern of the fluting and banding at the street facades and their absence of the rooftop enclosures and lot line facades will help to softly differentiate the separate components of the building and reinforce typical hierarchical organization. That the solid to void ratio, uniform vertical rows of punched openings, and simplicity of detailing of the western and northern facades will be consistent with the character of secondary facades of larger apartment buildings found throughout the historic district, and help these facades remain background elements in streetscape views. That the storefront, sign bands, and awnings will be in keeping with the variety of installations found throughout Madison Avenue and East 65th Street with this historic district in terms of their design, material, and finishes. That the bronze framing at the building base will be in keeping with the high-quality materials often found at the bases of buildings of this size within the historic district. That the additions of the roofs of 19 and 21 East 65th Street will be set back from the front facades, helping to maintain a sense of the building's original volumes and identities as separately built structures. That the glazed one-story roof enclosures will be well integrated into the overall design and consistent in character with greenhouses found at many apartment buildings throughout this historic district. That the multi-story portion of the new building extending above 19 and 21 East 65th Street will be set back from the front facades, helping them recall the appearance of secondary facades of neighboring buildings. That the primary facades of 19 and 21 East 65th Street will be retained in place and restored. That interconnecting the new building with 19 and 21 East 65th Street will be consistent with the existing building's evolution, which includes 21 East 65th Street being redesigned and linked to 19 East 65th Street when the latter building was constructed in the early 20th century. That the portions of 19 and 21 East 65th Street to be renovated will not include any significant architectural features, and the interconnection of these buildings into the new building will not be visible for public thoroughfares. That the replacement of the simply designed bulkhead and modern display window at 21 East 65th Street with the new simply designed metal frame glass entrance infill will be compatible with the simple detailing of the infill at the building base and maintain predominance of transparency without altering or eliminating any significant architectural features. That the canopy will be well scaled to the opening and in keeping with canopies found at apartment buildings throughout the historic district in terms of its form, materials, design, and details, that the canopy's width and placement will be well related to the size and organization of the assemblage and subtly reflect the interconnection of the buildings without drawing undue attention to the installation, and that the work will support the historic and architectural character of the Upper East Side Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move to public hearing items. The first is item number 1. This is LPC 19-25939, an application for a certificate of appropriateness of lot 3294, lot 1, 1090 Greene Avenue, the Jordan Soda Hack House, individual vernacular frame house in neo-Breck and Queen Anne style detailing designed by Theobald Engelhardt and built circa 1887. The application is to construct a front porch and rear deck.
Good morning, Commissioners and Water Preservation staff. The item before you is for 1090 Greene Avenue, the Jordan Soda House individual landmark. For your reference, there is a historic image of the house. The building is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Greene Avenue and Goodwin Place. The house was originally constructed circa 1887 and moved to this location in 1902. These historic sandbar maps show the house after it was moved to this location, and at that time a wing and garage were added to the property, which is shown here with the garage and the wing. This map also documents a full-width, one-story porch at the front of the building here. So here are some existing conditions of the house. The proposal is to remove the portico shown here and replace it with a full-width front porch. The portico replaced the porch that was shown on the earlier sandbar maps by about circa 1933 to 38, and is listed as an alteration under the description and designation report. So here's some more details of that portico. This is the design of the proposed porch. The proposal also includes removing the existing rear deck, which was approved by the Commission, and constructing a new rear deck that will connect the main house with the garage. This will be visible. This will be partly visible from Goodwin Place. The owner is here to further explain the proposal and answer any questions.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Check, and I'm the owner of the home. Thank you for having me here today. I guess I want to start about, I bought the home about 2.5 years ago, and I'm a contractor in Brooklyn, and I pretty much shut down my business for about 14 months remodeling it. A good portion of that was during the good weather. We didn't spend on the outside. We stripped the entire house down to bare wood, and then rebuilt the parts of the siding that were rotten, and we managed to save about 90-95% of the wood on the outside. There are about 22 windows, and I think only 4 of them I've had to have new sashes made, and we rebuilt all the sashes in the basement from scratch. We epoxied them together. We rerouted them where we had lost the profile, put new glass in, reglazed them, painted them, and rehung them the way they changed. It was a good amount of work, and now we're at the front porch, and the front porch is really just something that's it has to get done. It was incongruous when they put it on in the 30s, and now it's falling down, and it's, what we came up with here was the best idea that we could go off of, or perhaps what was appropriate. There's a couple of things that I want to show to you. You can clearly see the pediments are gone on the front of the house, where the porch has to stretch across. And the architect from the 1902 renovation was the same architect who originally built it in 1888. They recommissioned to come through. So all the casings that were from the original 1888 building have been carried through the 1902 remodel throughout the house. So he carried, he was the architect. And what I came up with was to the existing, go back to the existing cornice. I don't know if you can see that. The existing cornice is very ornate and we didn't want to compete with that, but we wanted something that would complement it. So in the proposal for the new front porch, we tried to keep the fascia of the porch simple and then to recreate or rebuild based off the decorative brackets that are now holding up the pediments, and they will be on the face of each post. It's something subtle, but it's something that we know that the architect enjoyed, and so I chose those to put on the front of the post. Everything else that is simple dentals, the dentals that are already there in the existing cornice, and this was the best that I could come up with that I felt was very appropriate for the house. Something that I enjoyed, and also something that the house clearly needs. There's McDonald's tiles on the front of the porch right now, and falling down, and those columns they should never have been put there. There's nothing appropriate about that porch, in my opinion. And so I open it up to you. This is what I'd like to do.
Are there any questions?
I have a question is actually for staff. Is there a model for the design of the front porch that, I know it's not, you can't see it on the historical pictures, but are there other buildings that are similar in the neighborhood or nearby that would give you a point of reference?
Sure. So there's no specific documentation of what that porch looks like on this building, but the owner has worked with several organizations and spoken to people doing research on this architect, and they were able to find, let me see where those photos went.
There you go.
These two buildings on Bushwick Avenue that were built by the same architect. And they're not in a historic district, but we pulled the historic tax photos so that you can sort of get a sense for what those porches looked like before they were modified here. So you can sort of see this one seems to be more intact in the center of this photograph. And I think if you have further questions about research, I think we can be prepared to talk about that a little bit.
The best that we can tell, if we know it was removed, we actually had a woman who was born in the house in 1922 or so come by, and I showed her the plans, and from, she said when I was 8, I don't know, but she verified that the porch was there, and her parents were the ones who had excavated the front out, because her parents were doctors, and they had a practice down below. As far as appropriateness, I just try to, all the repetition that the architect did choose, we chose to do a little bit as well. You'll see the arches that are on the kind of spandrel arch that between the posts, those mirror the attic windows in just a subtle way. I think that perhaps he would have chosen, just what everything else is mirrored and so forth.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony and we come back to you. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC has had the pleasure of being in contact with the owner of this beautiful house over the past few years. From day one, Mr. Check has communicated an unwavering dedication to this house's restoration and preservation. We wish we got more calls like this. Most of the completed work all of the completed work has been restorative, and I actually found the wooden houses on Bushwick Avenue from my Columbia studio in 2012. And I remember Theobald Engelhardt had built along the attic when there were wooden porches. So that's where the research came from. There isn't a shred of evidence about what the porch existed here looked like when it was built in 1887, but the proposal is not just a portrait of appropriateness, but of intelligent imagination. We applaud this entire project and hope that this building serves as a beacon to the Bushwick neighborhood to inspire stewardship in other property owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Okay, we have a resolution or a letter from Brooklyn Community Board 4 saying that they voted unanimously in favor of the application. Okay, any final questions for the applicant? Okay, then we'll have a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Closed. Comments, John?
I don't think we heard Kelly Carroll. Maybe it's because earlier she announced that she was in love with something, not sure related, but in any event, I'm perfectly fine with this, and I think it's absolutely appropriate.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I just think it's really going to be very important to work closely with staff. Not that you haven't been doing a wonderful job on the restoration so far, but when we are creating something de novo that we hope is as close to what it might have been there as possible, our staff is the best in the business to help you be sure that it's as close as you can get.
Any other thoughts? So I think we have a consensus.
In the matter of docket number 19-25939, 1090 Greene Avenue, adoring Bohack House, an individual landmark. The application is to construct a front porch and rear deck. I note that this house was originally constructed at 40 Gibbon Place and relocated to 1090 Greene Avenue, also known as 1 Gibbon Place, in 1902. That a full-width porch was constructed at the Greene Avenue facade circa 1904-08, which was replaced with the existing porch by circa 1933-38. And then additional alterations to the site include the addition of a one-story wing garage on Goodwin Place, circa 1904-08. I recommend approval, finding that the replacement of the existing portico, which is a later alteration, is warranted due to its deteriorating condition. That the building historically had full-width porch, therefore the reconstruction of the porch will be in keeping with an early period, immediately after the building was first moved to the site. That the materials and finishes of the painted wood porch and deck will harmonize with the materials and finishes of the existing house. That the proposed rear yard deck will only be visible from Goodwin Place, that the deck is set back behind the plane of the front facade and will not call attention to itself in the streetscape, and that the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the individual landmark. And I encourage the applicant to work with staff on the design and details of the proposed porch and stairs to be consistent with existing ornamental features on the house and draw from historic photo features from found in other buildings designed by the same architect.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved. Thank you.
Right, next up is item number 2. This is LPC 19-38595. An application for a certificate of appropriateness to the road of block 301, lot 12. 20 Verandah Place, Untitled Historic District. A row house built circa 1857. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and to modify top floor windows at the rear facade.
As Melissa sets up, I just want to welcome and introduce you to Melissa Doherty. She's been at the commission for a while, but this is her first public hearing of this certificate of appropriateness application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Doherty, and I will be presenting on 20 Verandah Place, which is docket number LPC 19-38595. The project site is located on the south side of Verandah Place between Henry Street to the west and Clinton Street to the east. This is the 1940s tax photograph on the left and the 1969 designation photo on the right. And here is what the front of the site looks like today. The proposed work consists of constructing a 2-story rear addition at the basement through first floor with a terrace and trellis on top, as well as modifying the 3 existing third-floor windows at the rear facade. These second floor plans show the overall depth of the addition, which will extend 9 feet 9 inches into the rear yard, excluding the stairs. And on the third floor plans, you can see the relocation and modification of the windows, which are being shifted in part to accommodate altered interior conditions. This section drawing shows the outline of the larger neighboring house and existing rear addition at 22 Verandah Place, as well as the volume of the subject property's proposed addition in comparison. This block map shows the height, massing, and location of other rear additions on this block. As you can see, there are 13 other rear additions present that range between 2 and 3 stories and vary in depth. This is not the majority of the block, which is required for staff level approval. Here are the existing conditions of the rear facades of the subject property and adjacent properties. 20 Verandah Place is boxed in red, and its rear facade is not visible from any public thoroughfare, and the other existing rear additions on the block are boxed in white. Here's a view of the existing rear yard of the subject property with the dashed white line representing the lot line. This elevation drawing shows the existing conditions and elements present on the rear facade of 20 Verandah Place, shown in the middle, and the two adjacent properties shown on either side of it. 16-18 Verandah Place, which was originally built as a pair with the subject building, is shown on the left, and 22 Verandah Place is shown on the right. And here are just some close-up images of the existing elements on the rear facade of the subject property. Here's the proposed rear elevation showing the two-story rear addition, which will be comprised of cedar wood cladding with a pine tar black finish and 8 divided light windows and doors. It will also have a new stairs landing leading down to the rear yard, as well as a terrace and trellis on top at the 3rd floor. As you can see, at the 3rd floor, the 2 outer window openings will be relocated, and the middle window will be relocated and enlarged. The configuration of all 3 will be altered to 2/2. Here's a 3D view of the proposed rear elevation, showing the 2-story projecting bay, as well as the overall massing of the proposed work. These are the existing materials and finishes of the rear, shown alongside the proposed materials and finishes of the rear addition's elements and the new windows. This includes the proposed addition's cedar covered siding, which will have a black pine tar finish, and the proposed aluminum clad window and door finish, which will be black. Here are some more specific details showing the rear addition's doors and windows, and some photographs showing other properties in the surrounding area that inspired some of the design elements of the proposed work. The architect on the project, Damian Zanino, is here from Studio DB Architecture and will answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
What's the inspiration for the pine tar finish? I'm not familiar with it. I don't know if anybody else or the other commissioners are.
And if you can just actually go up behind the mic so we can pick you up and state your name for the record.
I'm Damian Zanino from Studio DB Architecture. The inspiration for the pine tar, we wanted to do a poplar siding because of the historic character of it. You can see right on Pacific Street. I think the pine tar finish we really like because it was a sustainable finish, let the natural character of the wood shine through. Give it sort of a vintage patina, which we like, so the natural character of the wood and the knots are there, but it darkens it and makes it look weathered and aged.
So further on that line, the bay window is just painted black?
It is correct.
Wood trim. And what happens to the corners? And what about the sidewall that's exposed?
The sidewall is going to be stucco. The one sidewall is going to be exposed.
So what do you're not showing corner boards. Are you going to do a corner board or not?
There will be we wanted to have it narrow, so there would probably be an 1.5 inch corner board there. I apologize, it's not showing.
And the stairs don't have that same finish, they're just weathered?
They're weathered.
Okay, so they're going to start out tan and then go where they go. Exactly. Thanks.
Other questions? Diana?
I just said, in this, since you're welcome, I guess, to this application, but are there any plans to do anything about the front, which is in the step level?
We're replacing the windows to be 2/2 and with the arches as part of them at a staff level. So they'll be restored to what you see in the 1940s staff photo.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? We'll take public testimony and come back. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. This rear yard addition seems to emulate an enclosed T-porch, which is a terrific design direction to choose. Overall, the intervention is attractive, but some details need to be resolved and refined. For instance, the original window openings are segmentally arched, but the new openings are flat. Choosing a consistent window style will enhance this composition. The double height bay needs more articulation in its details, such as the application of corner boards, introducing paneling, and applying a cornice. The example in the submission of the box bay located at 154 Congress Street serves as a prime reference for these types of details. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay, we do have a letter from the professional archaeologists in New York City urging the commission to consider possible archaeological potential in the backyard. I think noting that it may be possible that there's an original water cistern, given the building typology. And a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 6 that recommends approval of the application. Okay. So would you like to respond to any of the comments?
I certainly think we're open to adding a little more detail to the bay window. I think that we do have the arches on the top of the window at the third floor where they're visible. Because of the trellis, the arches there felt that they would be compromised. I think that we are open to adding a little more detail to the window dimensions.
All right, any other questions before we close the hearing? Yes.
Out of curiosity, this is a question for Mark. The question you've got in archaeology at the backyard, how do we normally treat that?
Generally speaking, we don't require archaeology, except if it's an archaeological, it's designated for archaeology or it's sort of inherent in designation like a cemetery or something like that. So, as a general matter, we don't require it. The districts weren't designated for archaeology at the time. So.
If during excavation we found a cistern, is there an approach that we would take?
We can certainly get you, archaeologists happy to talk to you about it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Hearing is closed, you can have a seat and we'll start our discussion. Thoughts on this? We can start with the fact that it's not visible. The size seems to be at least smaller to the immediately adjacent building. It's tucked in and nestled. And the two-story height doesn't seem to be overwhelming. In fact, it's similar to many historic additions like T4. So I guess the question is about the materials and details, and everyone's thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that the pine tar finish is really not appropriate. It's not really found elsewhere, and I think that a painted finish would be more appropriate and more keeping with the sort of the T-porch typology.
Well, that was my first thought, and then I thought, there have been so many structures in New York City that are covered over with tar. They're part of the cityscape. And I think I'm okay with it. I mean, it's kind of like putting a gasoline-soaked sponge as your rear facade, so if the building code will allow it, I mean, that's cool. I would keep my barbecue far away.
Yeah.
I don't think I can support the tar.
I have others feel. I agree.
I agree with which.
That it should be a painted finish?
Yeah.
I have a sample thing.
I'm actually, I guess as a baseball fan, I should be opposed to the pine tar. I think Mike has actually changed my mind. We've seen so many different types of surfaces on the backs of these buildings, and that's not even near as extreme as some of the things we've seen. I don't mind it.
Okay, do others agree? Okay with it. Okay, so I think we have 3 who prefer a painted finish, but we have enough to vote it out as is. So we won't have you do it, Anna. Diana, will you make the motion?
Can I close the hearing?
Yeah, motion to, did I not do it already? Motion to close the hearing.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, fine. I was about to say, I do think
Before we
it's...
vote, could you smell the...
Yeah, that's great stuff. To be clear. I do think that the time...
Burnt wood is very blocky, stocky, or something.
So, I think no one commented on the design, and I do think it's a charming little design, it's fine. Okay, anyway, moving on. The matter with certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn. LPC 19-38595, 20 Verandah Place, Cobble Hill Historic District. A block house built in 1857, application is to construct a rear yard addition and to modify top floor windows at the rear facade. And note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Cobble Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed rear yard addition will not result in damage to or demolition of any significant architectural features, that the proposed work at the rear facade will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original massing, that the proposed addition will not extend to the rear lot line, nor substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard, and will be of modest size and depth, that other rear yard additions of a similar scale and with a similar footprint exist within the block, that the design of the proposed addition, including the open trellis at the third floor, will maintain the scale and character of the building as an individual carriage house, and that slightly enlarging and regularizing the openings of the top floor of the facade will not alter the building's relationship with other adjacent houses.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's approved, thank you.
Okay,
Going to do one more.
yeah, Commissioner, we're about 30 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're going to actually jump into the first item on the schedule for after lunch and do that now. Is item number 3, LPC 19-34032, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Manhattan, block 172, lot 23, 70 Lafayette Street, individual house, a Romanesque revival style commercial building designed by George H. Ripple and built 1894-95. The application is to replace brick.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Shabrani of the Conservation staff. The application before you at 70 Lafayette Street is located on the corner of Franklin Street and Tribeca. The work includes the replacement of damaged curved bricks. There are 3 windows on the front side, so some are curved, some are non-curved. And this slide shows the precast samples that they're proposing to replace them with, adjacent to clean brick. The Commissioners should know that we did request samples for you to review today, but the applicant did not provide them. The engineering consultant of Jay Butler is here to discuss the proposal.
So just to be clear, it's to replace brick with cast stone in 3 select locations.
Yes. These are all indicated A, B, and C, each near a window. Some of the cracks involve going through the kind of the bulldozed rounded brick, and then there's the stretchers inside.
Can you speak to the reason you explored cast stone as opposed to brick?
Well, in the beginning of the project, while we were doing some of the other parts of it, the contractor got back to me with concern that he couldn't get a match through several vendors, and he proposed maybe cast stone. So we went ahead and did 3 additional vendors, sending them a bunch of information, bricks, and taking it back to us. So at that point, we decided, after not getting any success with several vendors, we went ahead and then did the drawings with DOB to do precast in place of brick masonry, and the contractor went ahead after that was approved and did a sample. But since it was precast, they had to go through all this. It can be approved on staff levels, so.
And are in all 3 locations, is it curved brick only, or are you proposing to replace curved and flat brick?
It's partially curved brick, because so like the one on the right, that's the one where we did a sample at. That includes most of this curved brick. The cracks, I mean, the thing with the cracks is we have the X is indicated. Sometimes the crack might extend a little further, but the other 2 only have maybe partial, like 32 curved brick, and that's structures for the rest.
Is the
Is the brick not available in either the curved or the regular brick?
Well, we couldn't get anything for the curb brick, and then part of, when they did the precast, they could get a consistent look between both the stretchers. So on the right-hand photo on the top, this is the sample mock-up they made with the curved bricks and then the stretchers, just to add consistency between both materials. So they went ahead and made them match at the same time for both structure and curve.
Has the brick been cleaned?
Yes, they went ahead and they washed down both the existing and the brick that was sample made.
So the companies that you contacted have stock brick that they make. Did you request them to do a custom brick for you?
Yeah, but none of them could go ahead and make a close enough match. The results we got back was that it wasn't possible to match that particular brick.
Well, we use a company called Stone Art when we have to have small batches made. Have you contacted them?
Stone Arts.
Yeah. With she makes custom brick. We've used them for several projects where we needed small batches of custom brick, less than 200 actually. Anyway, I can forward that information to Michelle if you need.
It's still not clear if you could find a match for the stretcher brick from one of these companies.
Well, I mean, the idea is at that point is we had the precast made, so they went ahead and did the precast for both units at that point because we got that approval to do the precast.
Okay, so you couldn't get the curved brick, and then once you found a solution for the curved brick, you stopped looking for the flat brick. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at one point we was just exhausted, and it's like the ECB violation, we're getting pressure from the building, so we just kind of had them do the precast for both, all the replacement, just those three areas.
Yes, Ron?
And how close is the sand? Is it a lighter? From the photograph, it looks much lighter.
Yeah, depending on how the light hits it, they are, the existing ones do get a more glazed shine, a little more. And the stretchers are very close, depending on how the lighting on that day. Like that day, that photograph, that's one of the samples that we made beforehand. And that's the one we went ahead and did in the repair. I mean, there it looks very close. I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean, we're trying our best.
So these are installed.
That's right.
Yeah, so could we just have the staff who have been to the site speak about their perception of how?
So I've been to the site twice. The first time, the surrounding area wasn't cleaned. The second time it was. And my feeling was that it didn't look as good of a match as this photo does. On site, it looked more like the other ones where I didn't feel confident that it was like a very good blend. After it had been cleaned to the surrounding area.
Commissioner, just a couple of notes on this one too. So the staff level rules, as you know, we recently adopted rules for restoration. And thinking of substitute materials, brick is one of the materials where no matter if it's an individual landlord or building in a historic district, staff was not given the authority to allow substitute materials for brick. And in most cases, it's certainly possible to get a good match. So that's kind of the basis for why this is in front of you today, no matter what they were proposing as a substitute material. And the other thing I wanted to draw to your attention is a clause that is in the rule that states once the commissioners at a public hearing do approve a substitute material for a particular use, the staff could then make that same approval for a similar situation. So they're asking for a dozen bricks to be replaced. If 5 years from now they need to do
24 and 3 other window openings, staff will be able to approve that based on your approval. However, there's some nuance to that, and that nuance is what we raised in our comments to you all, which is we would not automatically then apply that to the flat structure bricks, because we thought that the curved rounded corner bricks with that special profile was a different situation. And then, so it's much more easy to match a structure brick. So just a couple of nuances about that. Also, as Michelle said, she went on the site and made a comparison. And although the match may not have been perfect at that time, it's likely that adjustments could be made still. And so I think the bigger question here is it appropriate to use the cast stone as a replacement material in this case, with the assumption that they can make some tweaks to make a really good match in terms of the color, finish, and texture.
Thank you, Lauren. So I think I'll take public testimony and then we'll come back. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HTC is concerned about the long-term effects of substituting substitute material within a brick building, as the replacement material will weather in a different fashion than what's there. So we highly recommend trying to find a brick that matches, possibly exploring even terracotta companies that would leave a glaze off, and just something other than cast stone. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Okay. We have a resolution from Community Board 1 that it seems to be recommending approval of the substitute material and asking that LPC remove the violation on the building. I guess for the work is already undertaken. Okay. Would you like to respond to some of the comments? I think you've heard some of our questions already about the use of the material in terms of its match, its weathering, flat surface versus curved surface. Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I mean, I think if we were to get approval, of course we would, during the next batch, and then the batch that we store on site in the future need for any repair of the same brick, we would just go ahead and try and make that, the match a lot closer. As far as weathering, right now we're just trying to get the ECB violation resolved. We're trying to do it in a way. Preserve, the company we're working with, has already had a project in the past where they said they had to go through a PFAS type situation, and that was what they went ahead and did, try to go with this project. And that we weren't going to get anything that close to a match with the brick materials.
Okay, all right. Any final questions? Okay, I'll have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Aye. Okay, discussion? Thoughts? Do you want to start?
Well, I'm concerned about the use of the precast alongside bricks. It has different material properties, and it may not weather the same, and may pose problems in the future. Not only aesthetic problems, but potentially technical problems. And there are, as Mr. pointed out, there are sources for custom brick. So I would recommend that.
Yeah, I just, the two materials are absolutely going to weather differently, and it'll be a drastic difference in a few years. As I pointed out, I'm happy to send a few things. We've used a couple of companies in Germany as well to make iron spot on the brick in all different kinds of shapes. There are plenty of sources for that. And so I'm happy to
You can just do a small batch. You can just do a slightly larger batch and save it on site for future purposes.
Absolutely. So I'm inclined not to approve.
Others, Diana?
Yeah, I agree with Ann and Michael. I feel that if there is any question that they could have probably got a match on the flat brick and around the situation, and if there wasn't a possibility, which appears that there would be, they should have then presented to the two alternatives to the commission. I also feel that weathering issues are important, obviously, but even more important perhaps is that we don't want to approve this in general in the future for the flat brick situation. And so I couldn't approve this as presented.
So I think Anne and Michael, you were both not comfortable with it for the curved or the flat, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Others? Great, so I think that is not an approval. And should we do a denial? Yeah.
In the amount of LPC 19-34032, 70 Lafayette Street, individual landmark. The Romanesque revival style commercial building designed by George H. Grivell and built 1894-95. The application is to replace brick. I recommend denial, finding that the current precast concrete units will change the overall appearance and materials palette of the masonry building, and replacement material will not have a discrete presence, and that its technical properties will be different than brick and it will weather differently over time, and that the work will detract from this individual landmark.
All in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Okay, so we approve the motion to deny the application. So continue to work with Michelle and Corey on, and we can get you the names of the brick manufacturers as well. Yeah, so we're going to break for lunch now. We'll come back at 12:45.
Stop by Sonia's office to see what the story is.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Commissioners. We will start today's afternoon session with item number 4. This is LPC 19-32370, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan. Block 863, Lot 60, 181 to 183 Madison Avenue, the Madison Development Building's individual and interior landmark. A transitional style building combining neo-Renaissance and early modern designs designed by Warren Wetmore with ironwork by Edgar Brandt and built in 1924 to 25. The application is to modify storefronts.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shigrami, the conservation staff. The application before you at 181 and 183 Madison Avenue is for a proposal to replace historic storefront infill and turning. The applicant is proposing to alter 3 storefront bays along East 34th Street. The application is to cut portions of decorative ironwork and stone curves at the bulkheads and install new pair doors in 3 of the openings. The removed portions will be stored on site, and the Commission should note that a similar application came forward in 2012 approving creating entrances at 2 bays, but the approval expired without the work being done. Eric Zafranzo of PAC Architects is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon. As Michelle mentioned, our proposal is to create 3 storefront entrances on 34th Street. In the photo here, you're looking at the building standing on the north side of 34th Street, looking south on Madison Avenue. On the Madison Avenue side, over here, there are 2 storefront bays, 3 stories tall, with a single entrance into the retail space, which is 1 large retail space on the ground floor, and 7 storefront bays along 34th Street with an entrance to the building lobby at the eastern end. You can see in the plan here, the building also connects straight to the block with a service entrance on 33rd Street. The tax photograph here, 1940 to 1980. And detailed here, as I mentioned, there's 7 storefront bays. There's a fairly significant slope going from east to west. So it's about a 3-foot difference from the eastern side down to the corner of Madison and 34th Street. And to give you a sense of scale, it's an 18-story building, 3-story storefront bays. The upper portion is orange brick and terracotta. The upper 2 floors here are set back, and then the 18th floor is a later addition to the building. This is an existing elevation. You can get a sense of the severity of the slope down 34th Street there. You can see the 3-story storefront bays. As I mentioned, the retail space is presently 1 large space here. The 2nd floor is behind this opaque glass spandrel, and there's office space up above. This is the existing floor plan, the ground floor. It's important to note this is the location presently of the only entrance into the retail space. It's up 2 steps off of Madison Avenue. This is the main floor level of the retail space, which is lower than the sidewalk level on 34th Street. And then there's a series of these raised retail display platforms along the 34th Street side at various elevations, and a mezzanine level over on this side as well. So the structural slab is all consistent elevation, which is here. These are all built up on top of it, 2 steps up off of Madison Avenue. The building lobby is actually about 2.5 feet higher in elevation than the main floor level here. And here's an overall elevation of what we're proposing, showing the locations of the 3 entrances on 34th Street here. And then a large view. So we chose these entrances and these locations because we wanted to maintain the rhythm of the facade and even spacing of these locations. Also to allow the client to subdivide the space for smaller retail spaces on the inside rather than 1 large space as it's configured presently. Here's a plan detail of what we're proposing. An important point to note is that typically for an ADA compliant entrance, you would have to have a recessed entrance in order to have maneuvering clearance for the wheelchair on either side of the entrance. Our proposal is to do a balanced door system which allows the door not to swing out too far into the sidewalk, but it also maintains a flush alignment of the doors, the glazing of the doors with the glazing of the facade presently. So we feel it's less of an intervention on the facade, maintains that flush appearance across. There will be some structural framing introduced on the inside behind the existing storefront framing. Everything will be tucked on the inside. Also to note that the existing framing of the storefronts is 4.5 feet wide. The door system that we're choosing has a 3-inch wide mullion and a very narrow style on the glass. It's only 1.5 inches. So overall, the frame of the door is the exact same dimension of the existing framing on the storefront. Some detailed images of the existing conditions. You have a concrete base at the bottom of the building. It's cast iron and bronze pilasters that run the full 3-story height of the storefronts, and then decorative iron ornamentation at the base. So our proposal is to remove the center portion here, as noted in this drawing, and introduce the balanced door assemblies here. We will be salvaging the portion of this cast iron that is going to be removed to introduce the doors. There's some restorative work that will also happen as part of this application. And where we're able to, we'll be using portions of that salvage work to reinstate missing components elsewhere, and also for future reinstallation if they end up doing a change in the future. So the extent of the removal is the concrete portion of the base here, 3 of the sections of the cast iron ornamentation in the center. In the section view, you can see also where the structural framing will have to go in behind. Everything will be tucked behind the existing framing, and as well as the new horizontal member here, a new transom window above the entrances there.
Question for you, Ron.
Sure.
Drawing 3 on the right, you've got where it says 6 inches on the bottom. Are you introducing some kind of closer panel so that you don't see behind the cast iron? It's going to kind of close off that cast iron decorative molding?
Yeah, I see what you're saying here on the, it's kind of a scalloped edge there. You know, presently it's open. One of the things we had discussed is, you know, actually, go back to the photo. So all this is kind of open grading, and it is kind of problematic, you know, debris and things collecting here. You know, we would probably work with staff to come up with a solution for that, but one of the things we had talked about is, you know, possibly closing off the side, but also doing maybe some sort of a mesh on the inside. It's not part of the proposal now, but there is a problem here of, you know, debris and things collecting on the inside. But, you know, you can also see that there's a bit of restorative work that has to happen here, so that would be implemented as part of that. And then on this section here, so there's new framing on the inside, as I mentioned. We are maintaining the base termination of the existing framing on top of the bulkhead here. Any structural strengthening required behind that would be on the interior and would not be exposed to the exterior. Another detailed view here. So we will be modifying and reinstalling the ornamental cast iron on either side of the entrance doors to maintain even spacing here. And then elsewhere where we're not introducing entrances, those components will be used in the restoration for this portion of it. And then we've identified 2 locations for signage, one above the entrance and then one just above the base of the storefront base where there will not be entrances. Some detailed photos are showing you some of the conditions. And you can see there's a few pieces missing. There's quite a bit of corrosion, and you know, everything will need to be refinished and restored mostly in place. Some missing components here, which we'll be able to reinstate with the salvage material. This is a view on Madison Avenue, showing just give you some context. It's a pretty steep slope going south down Madison. This is the only entrance into the space. There's 2 steps up. You also have these, they're about 11 foot tall, cast iron and bronze, heavily ornamented doors within that entrance. We're not proposing any change to this entrance here. And an interior shot is showing you how there's these raised platforms on the inside. This is standing in front of one of the storefronts on 34th Street looking out, so these platforms come up to the bottom of the window, as you can see from the outside as well. So we, as I mentioned, we chose these particular locations to allow a subdivision for smaller retail spaces, also to create accessible entrances into those retail spaces. We're trying to maintain the proportion here of the 3-story height, so we chose an alignment for these 2 entrances here. The building responds to the slope going down 34th Street here, as you can see from the step. So we're also, you know, not wanting to create too large of an element within that storefront. This entrance here is also reduced proportionally so that we're maintaining that response to the slope on the street there.
Are there any other questions? take testimony and probably come back to you. Andrew Dolkart?
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Dolkart. I'm a professor of historic preservation at Columbia, where I teach two classes about New York City architecture, which is my specialty. One that's called Architecture and Development of New York, and the other one is called Building New York, which is about building types. And in both of those classes, I spend a great deal of time discussing this storefront, because this is not only one of the most important designs in New York, because it introduces what is now referred to as Art Deco to New York, possibly to America, but also it's unusual, I think, for you, because this is not just a typical storefront. This is a great work of art as well. And just like you wouldn't stick a door in a mural, I think that's the case here as well. The ironwork by Ferabrant is first of all, Ferabrant was one of the most important iron companies in the early 20th century out of France. There are two English language monographs on Ferabrant, both of which discuss this storefront. And the Cheney Silk Company, whose showroom this was designed for, was very much involved with French architectural ideas. And so it was a wonderful wedding of an American silk company with French interests with an avant-garde French design firm. Ferabrant ironwork is in many museum collections. This is one of the great miracles of New York, that this storefront is so completely intact with its iron, and actually it's granite below the iron. And I just, not concrete, I just checked in the designation report, which notes that. And I think that this is a really, really serious issue that the commission needs to wrangle with. Is the applicant has not shown that they've tried to lease this to a single entity, a showroom. It's been a showroom of some sort ever since it was built, or a restaurant or something else, that you need to actually destroy pieces of this great work of art. And I beg the commission to really take this issue really, really seriously, because this is such a key work in the evolution of American design. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. This building has the incredible superlative of being one of the first employments of the Art Deco style on a building in the United States. While architects Warren and Wetmore were neo-renaissancing on the upper floors, master ironsmith Edward Braun, fresh from Paris where Les Arts Décoratifs debuted, got to work on the ground floors of 3-story showrooms in a new, modern style that would soon define some of New York's greatest architecture over the next decade. It is important to note that this building was designed in 1924, prior to the 1925 exposition in Paris, which gave the architectural style its namesake of Art Deco. In all seriousness, Art Deco in New York began here on 34th Street and Madison Avenue. Remarkably, this curly-cued treasure has never been altered. HDC implores the Commission to explore the actual need for this severe alteration, removal, and destruction of historic fabric. Are there several tenants with leases, or is this simply a speculative effort that will mar a masterpiece? In its incipient form, the proposal slices into the facade, changing the rhythm of the ironwork from designed to discordant. We urge LPC to ponder the gravity and presence of one of the first examples of Art Deco in our city and be determined to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Weatherby?
Good afternoon. I'm Megan Weatherby of the Art Deco Society. As the Executive Director of the Art Deco Society of New York and historian of interwar design, I have a vested interest in preservation of the Madison Belmont building. Though the overall facade of the 1924-25 structure is not as overtly Art Deco as some of New York's later examples, its design includes important ideas in the developing European modernism movement. The most visually striking early modern element of this building is the architectural ornamentation by master Art Deco ironsmith Edgar Braun, which has been cited as one of the first instances of Art Deco architectural design in the United States. Though this work is recognized by Art Deco aficionados around the world, there are very few surviving examples of this premier architectural ornament that can be seen by the public today. It can be said that there is simply nothing else like the decorative detailing of the Madison Belmont building anywhere in New York, and perhaps even the country, and maybe the world. Grant designed, among many other notable things, the entrance gates of the 1925 Paris Exposition, from which Art Deco takes its name. Those are gone, but Grant's work on this building, including the examples of Art Deco, including one-of-a-kind entrance gates and unusual iron grills with geometric motifs beneath a large first-floor window, survive as one of the earliest examples of Art Deco architectural design in New York. If new commercial entrances must be introduced to this important facade, that should be done in such a way as to avoid removing the iron panels from the storefronts. The Art Deco Society of New York urges the Landmarks Preservation Commission to treat Edgar Grant's ironwork as the unusual treasure that it is and not allow this alteration to take place.
Thank you. Chrissy Wilcox?
Christy Belkoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We are horrified, really, to see this proposal to destroy the Brent ironwork on the 31st Street facade of the Madison Belmont building. A business plan like this, which completely ignores the value of a protected feature of an individual landmark, should be rejected absolutely and should at best come back as a hardship application where an need will be documented publicly. According to Metropolis Magazine, January 26, 2016, in the year 2000, Doma's design collection employed Philip Johnson to design their interior showroom, presumably now about to be subdivided. It's too recent to list. Thomas Collins, who has special knowledge of the work of Edgar Brandt, submitted testimony electronically, and I would like to read part of it. The architectural significance of the former Jenny Silk store rests mainly on its fine decorative ironwork designed by Edgar Brandt for the building's base. To quote the designation report, Brandt's designs for the lower floors of the building represent one of the first instances of the application of Art Deco design to a building in America. On the base of the chain store, alternating organic spiral forms and metal triglyphs transform the window bulkheads into a horizontal frieze, with the spiral sections resembling abstracted quatrefoils, infused with the spirit of Art Nouveau, a remarkable demonstration of the eclectic sources that inform the Art Deco movement. The same tendril-like motif recurs over the 34th Street entrance and on the bronze doors on Madison Avenue. Decorative metalwork is a major stylistic feature of Art Deco buildings, and Brandt was a master of his medium who took pains to individually sign every piece of metal to every window. The carefully articulated window surrounds are not extraneous architectural detail. The ironwork itself must be considered a work of art demanding the highest standards of preservation. Removing these central sections of ironwork would disrupt the base's delicate alternating with stone and metal. I'll submit Mr. Collins's letter along with
We have the letter as well. We have, as Crystal was saying, we have the letter from Tom Collins that was submitted in advance. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. We also have a resolution from Manhattan Community Board 5 recommending approval of the application. Would you like to respond to some of the comments? Yes, Paige. And I think some of the comments were about the need or the use, and I think that while we don't regulate use, we generally try to have changes be as minimal as possible when dealing with significant fabric to allow for a space to be adapted reuse, and so adapted for different use. So I think it is helpful for us to understand whether there are tenants and what the exact needs are. Again, we previously approved 2 openings based, I think, on a representation of a certain need at that time.
Okay, by way of introduction, I just want to say, I want to respond to a few of the comments. My name is Paige Cowley. This commission landed in our lap. We were overjoyed because my office is actually a block away. So we're very familiar with it. We did all the research, read every monograph, looked at every photograph, cataloged and understood that, and to Professor Delcart's point, yes, it's mostly granite, but there is concrete repair. When the sidewalk was replaced, the granite was cracked. And so we are looking at this as not only an application to make it easier to subdivide, and I will get into use next, but also to restore the building. We are aware that this is an incredibly magnificent piece of art. So we have limited the surgical slicing, as it were, to insert something new, and the owner has agreed to allow us to restore those pieces, create them and store them on site. They could be inspected as part of the application every whatever we do, but the idea is we don't dismember and cannibalize everything. We've also taken expert advice from several metal workers in the area in terms of knowing that this is both cast and wrought iron. This is all foundry made and hammered. We didn't know that every piece was signed, but trust me, any piece that is signed would not be removed. We can humanly avoid it. My practice does take pride in trying to seek a way to mitigate change and allow the building to continue. So that's my generic response to what I've heard, and I hear you, and we believe that all of that information we can do by these three tiny interventions. I know they're not tiny because they're doors and the doors weren't there, but the idea is, in this particular case, we're taking the approach that with the pieces removed, even though they may be partially taken for salvage, the original store frames could be put back. So we're looking at this as a swap out to allow, and here's the answer to your question, the retail market is changing. This lease will eventually end. It is very hard for people to enter furniture showrooms on the funny levels. It is an amazing Philip Johnson space. I'm surprised too that the interior designation, when it was made, the second part was made to designate the foyer, that it had not included the interior, in which case this building would never be ADA accessible because we could never modify the Philip Johnson zigzag sort of lightning strike platforms. So that, sadly, I agree, is gone. But maybe there's a way that we can memorialize parts of that in terms of documentation. In terms of the tenants, the trend now is, in order to keep 34th Street, the retail center, is to provide smaller retail spaces. This is something the owner shared with us is important. They don't want it to go empty. Even the new buildings across the street, we took the cue from them. Yes, it looks like one big showroom, but it's an Italian design company. We should have actually brought a picture of it to show you that, yes, they look the same, but Molteni and all these other companies are subdividing. So what we're trying to do is give the owner flexibility. If it is serendipitously rented to another large company, then the doors would simply not be used. But in discussions with your staff, you've been very patient over the last several months. The issue was to find something that was symmetrical, that would fit within the frame, not be attached to any of the historic elements, so we wouldn't compromise any of the cast iron. So I think those are the highlights I think I wanted to announce. Thank you. Yes.
So just to clarify, this is a prospective proposal without having tenants. And you may not have tenants who need these doors. Does that mean you wouldn't actually do the work until you have a tenant, or is it the intention to do the work and then see what the tenant wants?
That's a good question. And in fact, when we first came to the commission, we talked about that. Should we do it piecemeal as the need arose? And the feedback that we got was basically, this is an individual landmark. When the changes are made, for uniformity of workmanship, to get the highest quality repairs and replication, that it should be a one-shot deal, not
So your
done.
intention is to do it now?
To do it now.
And then try to get that. Why do you think that 2 doors as opposed to 1 door is the way to go?
Symmetry,
Only-
ADA accessibility,
Well,
flexibility.
single doors, of course, can be ADA accessible.
Yes, but we also have to, people have to take the furniture out of the store.
That's if it's a furniture showroom. If it's a restaurant, if it's a trinket store.
I'm taking,
So you're planning for this to be a furniture showroom or a series of furniture?
no, we don't have a brief for anyone coming here. We just know that the lease is coming due. It's getting harder to find bigger retailers, and that this is an accommodation to plan for the future for subdivision.
When's the lease due?
I don't have that information. I can get that.
Was there any discussion or investigation of the possibility of reconfiguring the interior in the case that there might be 3 smaller retail tenants?
That was the first thing we did.
Yeah.
And if we could call up the plan of the building. So the main entrance is the only one, it's actually semi-ADA accessible. And I should say also that there is a lawsuit for 1 space on the building to come up with an ADA accessible entrance. And so this will satisfy that claim as well as plan for the future, but
I'm sorry, if you reconfigured the main entry, couldn't that be an ADA accessible
well, the
entry?
problem there is the bronze doors, because they go to the ground of the existing. So if we, you want to show that picture? Here you go. You want
You
these
couldn't
doors,
ramp up to that threshold?
there's not enough space to ramp up without covering the cast iron. I mean, yes, in doing that from the outside, you would just conceal, because we have a 2-step level to the interior. 1 step, and you see the base of the bronze doors, they're rather corroded on the inside, and then you can see there's another step in the picture, second from the right. There's another step up inside. So it's a very, the conundrum is, what do you try to remove? And our lead to the owner was, don't mess with this door, mess with the ones that we could put back on 34th Street, so that we don't compromise this piece, because this one, when it's cleaned and restored, will be outstanding.
I'll just add to that, we did study, looking at making this entrance accessible. It doesn't satisfy the need to subdivide the space, but also there's other issues that we encountered that, led us to the determination that that was a viable solution. It is a very severe slope. As you can see in the first photograph here, it's more severe than 34th Street. There's also, it's a busy corner, there's a bus station right there, so we're limited to the locations that we could actually put a ramp on the outside. We also studied the possibility of doing an internal ramp, which would require us to remove the granite steps on the outside, and also to come up with some modification of these grand bronze and cast iron doors here, which we want to avoid.
I guess I don't follow that. I'm still looking to probe that a little bit. Why couldn't you just bring the granite out and use the sidewalk rolling downhill to be your access? Just flop right in on that. It's a less than 6-inch step, there'd be a railing. Just go right in.
It's there's 2 steps here, and there's another one internally, so it doesn't get you to where you need to be. And the issue is also, proximity to the bus station. We're limited to how far out we can come.
So you couldn't come out to 5 feet or 3.5 feet.
We could, but we determined ultimately that was a larger intervention than what we thought would be appropriate.
Also, the issue was, if we created a platform, because we did look at that, we would have to put a railing up, because we need to have a turning circle for a wheelchair. We also thought of a drive-through. You could drive up and then roll down the hill. Again, I'm not trying to be flippant, but the thing is, every time we thought we had a solution, it didn't get us to where we needed to be internally. And to Commissioner Devonshire's question, if we can go back to the plan, the main lobby takes you to the office suites up above. They're not connected to the retail space. If you look at the plan up above, that big gap at the top, because we're showing a partial plan here for this presentation, takes you to a loading dock at the back of the building, because there is a piece of this building that sticks out on 33rd Street. But the problem is the change in level between the entrance level and the lower floor is still 3.5 feet. So we don't want to mess with the lobby. We don't want to cut any more inside the interior designated space. So to be honest, the lesser of all evils was to remove and keep, we are maintaining 1, 2, 3, 4 windows intact and modifying 3. Maybe 3 is too many on that side. You know, that's something that we are certainly willing to talk to our client about. But right now, they want maximum flexibility, and that's what we're here for today. And to hear your comments and your suggestions, we'll certainly take them under advisement and consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Have a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. So, we've heard a lot today, a lot of testimony from the owner and the applicant. And so I think, one thing to note is this is the proposal that anticipates future tenants, but there isn't currently a set of tenants right now. So I think one of the things we can think about in our comments is timing. I also think that in the past, the commission, I think, did, in evaluating this building, I think, recognize that the front door was sort of unique and already allowed door openings at 2 bays on Madison Avenue, because there are standard pieces of the fabric remaining at the majority of the other bays. And so I guess the question is 2 the right amount now, and we're factoring into that, and then maybe some technical guidance on, if should any cuts be approved, how that happens in a sensitive way where it can be saved and reinstalled at some point. So it's complicated, a lot to unwrap here. Who would like to start on this one?
Yeah. I work in a neighborhood, and actually off the bus across the street from the building every day, to work. And I can't really see being able to justify adding another door when we already have the 2 already on 34th Street. And it just throws, it's just desecrating.
Just so that I'm clear, the commission previously approved 2, they haven't installed it, and that approval has expired, so it's up for revisit.
So I'm saying we have the 2, and I think we should stay with the 2, unless they can come up with a way to save more of the metal and the base.
I'm sorry, Kim, go ahead.
Unless the team can come up with a way to preserve more of the historic fabric, the metal at the base, the concrete, I think, yes. We could do something with that, but saving the concrete is easy. The base, the metal base cannot be replicated. So it's like having another door opening for that.
Just Faith, we earlier filed these things, so we know 2 entrances were approved, and we know that they were going to be recessed, but we don't know which ones they were.
But they were along
But they
34th.
were, yes, they were definitely along 34th Street, and there was a description of them as being symmetrically placed, so we knew that.
Yeah.
2012.
2012.
I seem to recall, and I hope I recall correctly, that I was not in favor of the doors then. The discussion about reconfiguration of the interior and saying that that's not an appropriate thing because the interior is designated, I think is kind of a weak argument because going back to the Manhattan building where once the retail people got inside, you can't even see inside that anymore, and there's nothing to keep that from happening. In any case, in all good conscience, I think this is far too an important exterior to allow this to go forward.
This is a complicated one for me. I think that in the past we have generally shown great deference to the needs of storefronts to change and recognizing that they have it for years. On the other hand, this is an individual landmark, and in this case, much of the special and central landmark is in the lower 3 floors and in the storefront. And as the testimony has shown, the importance of the artist who created the cast iron and wrought iron working base is noted. And so the question is whether or not we should apply the normal thinking to this particular case. And I think that for me, the case has been made that we should not necessarily do so. I certainly can't see doing it under these conditions, where we A, don't have a tenant, B, don't know if the tenant wants or what they're going to have, C, they might come back with more changes. Oh, we really don't need the 2 doors. Once you cut this stuff, it's not like you can't remake it, but the fact that this is the product of a noted artist means that it's really not like a molding or a demo. It's a capital. It's a one-off product, and it has to be looked at differently, I think. So I think that the only thing that I would consider doing at this point is thinking about whether or not we as a commission should be signaling to the owner that no doors can ever be made in this wall, or some doors could be made if a case is made that this is the only way for the building to survive, similar to what the testimony said about hardship. I don't know what the procedure is technically for a hardship, if that's more cumbersome, but I think that's really, I can't see saying yes to these prospective doors with no tenants associated with them, but I think we can discuss, we could discuss, I'd be open to thinking about the possibility of making some doors at some point if the need arises and can be established.
If it was 2012, is that what you said when we, hopefully I was missing that day, if I voted for it. I also completely agree with Michael's position, both Michaels, the Western Michael wrote more
I changed it.
So I think the issue of changing retail is a profound issue in our city, but lacking a real issue here with a real tenant or lack of ability to get a tenant. I think we can't do this now. So it has to come back to us in some other way. And we have to understand more conclusively why it can't be done. I'm still not sure if it's appropriate to, this is a work of art, it's not even...
I think that's the real talk, is should we be saying to them, you can come back, or should we be saying to them, don't bother?
Well, I think it's going to be a very tough sell to come back. I think the testimony that was given was very persuasive. I'm not sure that same testimony was around in 2012. If it was, I don't think I heard it properly because it was very persuasive. so I can't vote for it today.
Diana?
Yeah, I'm usually very sympathetic to the need for, change of use and also storefronts. We prefer different things all the time. But in this case, the nature of this fabric and the historic importance of the design and everything is just really compelling. And I don't feel comfortable with approving putting more entries into it. And like Fred, I don't remember being there in 2012, maybe it was, but in any event, I really couldn't approve making these changes at this point. And I'd want to see some, to me, looking at, again, some kind of interior and other ways to deal with this, that might be a possibility, but I don't see doing something with the exterior. And I keep thinking, as we're looking at this, because we're confronted by the accessibility all the time, since the wheelchairs, I think, were invented in the 16th century or first really started, and there's not been a really significant design change to how people can get around, because there's so many impediments to getting around the city and getting into buildings. And I know the Toyota Foundation, I think, has an experimental thing going on right now to try to get something designed to help people navigate more easily instead of us, cutting down the steps and doing this and doing that, which really is kind of a real stopgap. It's amazing that there's been no significant improvement in wheelchair technology. So I hope that something like that is going to happen to help people who are suffering with disabilities. And
Can I just say, just a minor, it's sort of astounding that not only do we not have the paperwork of what we approved, but the applicant doesn't have it either. And in a way, I feel as though we do.
No, the current applicant, it wasn't their project, so they weren't the architect of that.
No, but the owner.
Not the same owner. This is the third owner since 2012.
I see.
We looked everywhere for them.
I think my point was going to be, thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Is that I don't even see how we could, I feel like we need to do a foundation before we even discuss this to see what it is.
Well, we do have the notes from the hearing, and we have our findings and basis for the approval. We just don't have drawings that show which exact phase they were.
It's done. It's expired.
Any other comments? I think where we are is that, there's a lot of discomfort with this without having actual tenants understanding the actual need. And it's hard for the commission to evaluate how much to allow removal of and how much is appropriate without understanding that need. And so I know there are two issues. One is sort of the immediate barrier-free access issue because there's a lawsuit, and two is planning for future tenancy. But I think we can't take an action today, and I'll encourage you to continue to work with the staff to deal with, obviously the more immediate issue with the lawsuit. And as your client continues to think about tenancy and maybe has more information about prospective tenants, then we can revisit.
Can I just add to the discussion, just to let you know that the current lease expires in 2028. Okay. All right, that's the fact that I just wanted to.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we'll have a motion to close the hearing. Second, all in favor? Okay, so hearing is closed, and we won't take any action.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 5. This is LPC 19-34300. an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of lot 1121, lot 60, 313 Columbus Avenue, the upper west side, Central Park West Historic District. The Romanesque Revival style box building with Queen style homes designed by Frederick T. Camp in 1889. The application is to construct an area for access, ramp, and platform.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Ferrin, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 313 Columbus Avenue, a Romanesque Revival-style flats building located on the east side of Columbus Avenue at the corner of West 75th Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The proposal before you today is to construct a barrier-free access ramp and platform. As you can see in the center photo on this slide, the three storefronts on the Columbus Avenue side of the building do not retain historic fabric and feature a mix of different materials. These were all altered prior to the designation of the historic district, and this the proposed location of the ramp is on this facade, the ramp and platform, which would provide access to all three spaces. This slide just shows some examples of similar ramps and platforms within the same historic district. And this slide shows some alternatives that were explored by the applicant, including interior ramps shown in the upper drawing, and three separate ramps on the bottom drawing for each space. This work is proposed to be completed in conjunction with the replacement of the structural members of the sidewalk vault, as well as the concrete sidewalk from the corner of West 75th Street to the property line on Columbus Avenue. The proposal features a ramp adjacent to the northernmost storefront, with black finished metal railings and a 34-foot long platform with a railing at the southernmost end here. The platform is short enough that railings across the length of the platform are not required, so they're short enough to hang on the length. However, based on the Department of Buildings plan examination, the architect is proposing to add a strip of granite detectable warning surface tiles to the edge of the platform, and he has a sample with him today for you. So here's where that detectable warning strip will go. So the architect can answer any questions you have, and we'll just like to add a little bit as well.
I'm Monty Mitchell. I'm the architect for the sidewalk replacement. We're pleased to do a landmark application for a certificate of appropriateness for the replacement of the concrete sidewalk and sidewalk wall at Columbus Avenue. This proposed sidewalk ramp at the north corner would remove the single-step barrier to the shade store, the corpse wine store, and the corner store at 313 Columbus Avenue. The three stores are at the base of the six-story apartment building built in 1890 Romanesque Revival, designed by Frederick Camp, and built in 1890 on a wide 20-foot sidewalk facing Columbus Avenue in the historic district. The tax photo shows the apartment entrance with a similar step on the West 75th Street sidewalk and an areaway with two stores facing Columbus Avenue. The storefront entrances are close together with a raised floor of 7 3/4 inches above the sidewalk. Providing separate entrances at three stores would be infeasible due to the proximity of the ramps. Relocating the ramps inside is technically infeasible since it would require lowering the floor structure inside the small stores less than 2,500 square feet. So we're proposing to provide access to the three stores with a single ramp going up to two storefronts on the south side. The proposed ramp would eliminate the 7 3/4 step at the entrance and provide an accessible entrance to the three stores. We would be going to DOT for relocating the ramp at 44 inches, complying with the 2008 building code. The proposed ramp 6 inches or less would have a 2-inch diameter grab rail with a square tube post Additional rails at the store entrances would not be required since the proposed step would be 6 inches and wouldn't be required. The finish on the tubing would be painted black to match the areaway railings on 75th Street. We're proposing to add a textured granite flange strip similar to what is at the curb ramp. The existing concrete curb ramp will be replaced with a lighter granite tile, warning tile with truncated dome as shown in the material sample. The stone nosing and stone would have a similar warning strip with plain granite finish of white on the area of granite. The plain finish saddles and concrete landing would be sloped to provide a 6-inch step. Additional rails would be provided at the end of the landing adjoining the cellar door. The existing sidewalk wall is in poor condition, and there's already been a replacement of the sidewalk on the north side of 75th Street, and we're proposing to match the color and the sidewalk paving and the scoring pattern. We have an application to the Department of Buildings and Department of Transportation, and objections have been removed based on the provision of the warning. So I think that was about it. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, we'll take public testimony. Sean Santandi.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean presenting the Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee feels strongly that all New Yorkers should have access to our landmarks, and we appreciate the applicant's proposal to bring increased accessibility to 3 retail locations along Columbus Avenue. The design of the ramp is non-obtrusive and does not destroy any original building fabric. Its forward-looking design serves multiple storefronts with one ramp and can be seen as a useful model for other retailers along the avenue and through the district as we work together in order to serve customers while being unobtrusive as possible with public right of way. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports the construction of this very free access ramp and platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Diller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, Chair of Community Board 7's Preservation Committee. We too support the application, but there was a proviso in our deliberations on this at full board. The use of a single ramp to provide access to 3 storefronts actually unifies the appearance of the storefronts, and so we think that that is actually enhancing it and keeping with the character of the historic district, and so we are very happy to support the application. Our concern is with safety, and while safety itself is not a preservation issue, the solution to the safety issue can be, and that's why we are adding a little proviso to our resolution and otherwise in support. The original idea that we came up with at committee was to continue intermittently the rail along the front in order to prevent, especially after dark, a step down that could twist an ankle and so forth. There was concern that that would not be in keeping with the elegant design that you see before you, and that is certainly a consideration. But the corresponding concern is that the safety ramp that is on the capstones that define the edge of the ramp may not be significant enough after dark to mark the edge. So there were the final resolution of the board was to ask for options to further the safety issue that would be in keeping with the elegant design, whether that be a greater contrast in color, which could be achieved through a different color on the riser than the capstone, the texture, of course, or the railing if that were considered to be preferable. But so the solution that we're looking for is to keep this elegant design and the ADA accessibility while enhancing the safety. And for those reasons, we have a sort of a qualified endorsement, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would you like to, is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
We have the owner here. He may have a response.
Come up to the front and state your name for the record. And I think really the comments go to the safety concern and proposed ideas that might happen.
My name is Paul Pachowicz. I'm the managing agent for the building.
And our concern really has to do with the transparency and the effect of making it an inviting facade in terms of shopping. I mean, as everyone knows, we're going through a retail apocalypse now, and our concern is that if we start, putting a fence along the front of it, it's really going to be saying, do not enter. I understand that the plan that we have has provisions for marking the side of the ramp in terms of raised surface and some contrasting material having to do with different stone used to edge the actual raised platform. And we feel that that would be sufficient. I think if we go beyond that, then we really are creating something which is going to basically tell people, do not enter. And I think that's the real problem, especially today. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? So thoughts about this ramp? I think it doesn't remove any historic fabric. It actually serves or provides barrier for access to multiple storefronts, 3 storefronts here, sort of in the least intrusive manner. I think that the idea of having it open without a railing does make it less intrusive, and as you say, it also creates a more open feeling for the retail spaces. I think that having the contrasting material on the curb could be very helpful. So I think it seems appropriate to me. But other people have thoughts about that?
Is that the building that Dock 75 is in?
Pardon me?
Is that the building that Dock 75 is in?
No. Dock 75?
It's all experience.
That makes it a lot safer the way it is.
Okay, so I think we're on to record it. So Kim, I think it's your turn. And you ended up going, right?
In the matter of 313 Columbus Avenue, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. Application is to construct a barrier-free access ramp and platform. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage, eliminate, or obscure any significant architectural features, that the proposed ramp and platform will provide barrier-free access to all 3 storefronts at this facade, thereby eliminating the need for additional ramps, that the low height and simple design of the ramp and platform will not overwhelm or detract from the facade or streetscape, that the materials of the proposed ramp and landing, consisting of black finished metal pipe railings, concrete ramp surface and platform, and granite detectable warning surface, will be harmonious with the modern infill at the building space and in keeping with the ramps found in other buildings of this type, scale, and age within the historic district, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? So that's approved. Thank you.
Next up is item number 6, LPC 19-36228, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in Borough Manhattan, Block 1230, Lot 130, 200 West 3rd Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. A neobrick style flats building built in 1881. The application is to modify an existing 1-story addition, install new entrance and signage and doors.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Blazak, Preservation Staff. The subject property is 200 West 83rd Street, located in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The proposal before you today is for alterations to the Amsterdam Avenue facade, including modifications to the existing one-story extension, the installation of signage in the storefront, and a replacement of doors at West 83rd Street. Commissioners should note that there is no record of LPC permits issued for the removal of the double doors that were present at the time of designation. And they have since been replaced with a single door and side lights sometime after designation. And while the final slide shows replacement of doors at 5 adjacent buildings at 83rd Street, the current proposal is only for this building, 200 West 83rd. Again, the applicants are here to further discuss this proposal with you and to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chad Smith. I'm of Smith & Architects. We're an architectural practice. We've been here a few times, but we're focused not only on building spaces, but causing communities that inhabit those spaces. So it's an honor to present the work that we've done to the Commission and, of course, to the public, because we always are trying to make positive change to our community. So here you can see the proper location. It's 200 West 83rd Street at the corner of Amsterdam Avenue and West 83rd Street. It's within the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. AMCO is the company that owns and operates the 8 buildings on Amsterdam Avenue and West 83rd Street. So all the buildings all the buildings rendered in right here are owned by the same property owner currently. 200 West is the end building of a row, this one right here. That is the end building of a row of neo-Baroque style buildings, flats designed by Thomas Wilson in 1880. And its primary facade, as you can see, is on 83rd Street, but its much larger secondary facade is almost this half of this block of Amsterdam Avenue. So this is the first stage in the larger development that plans to renovate the existing rear yards here into a new private amenity garden for all the tenants in all 8 buildings. So this application is only for 200 West 83rd Street, and it's for these kind of 3 major aspects. The renovation of the existing, there's an existing 1-story portion of this building here. It's one of those little infill alley buildings right here. It's a portion of 200 West. We're going to renovate that. And this will be the package vestibule for all these buildings. So all the tenants will have a place to get packages. As well as an entrance to the garden. So this will be an entrance, glass here, that allows you to see this amenity garden. And this extension is only 10 foot, 10 inches wide. The second aspect is the renovation of the existing retail storefront and restoration of the secondary facade on Amsterdam Avenue. So there's that check cashing store that you saw occupies this whole front. That's all going to get renovated and the brick and stuff restored. And then the replacement of the entry door on 83rd Street. So here's a timeline of the site alterations. As you can see, in the 1940 tax photo, this the 1-story extension is pretty much all glass with the giant Coca-Cola sign, and there's no historic fabric visible in the tax photo. The 1980s tax photo is very similar kind of characteristics, different storefront configuration, almost all glass. And then in the designation photo, here you can see the introduction of this giant wood picket fence and this diagonal siding. And we're not sure where any of this came from, but it's here. And then this giant super sign for the check cashing store. And then you've already seen the current conditions. So here we have existing photos of the site. You can see that the diagonal siding, wood siding is still in place. It's rotted in many places. It's falling apart. The giant sign looks like it's been renovated many times since it was first installed. And it's covering up the last little bit of unrestored piece of the secondary facade. And then this is the existing condition of the door on 83rd Street. So here are detailed probe investigations. We didn't have to try too hard to pull some of this wood siding off, but the existing opening, that is that one-story extension, is entirely covered with concrete masonry unit now. So there's no existing fabric of any kind in the storefront. One thing that we did, it kind of looks like there's some kind of cornice here. This is actually just a contemporary tin, keeping the water out. And the only thing that's left is a little bit of dental molding here. If you pull up that tin, you see what you see in this photo, which is entirely, completely rotted condition there. So there's just this little bit of detail left. And then you can see the existing brick for the secondary facade continues under this wood siding. This is without, and then that stucco banding on the building also continues under the wood siding. So our proposal has several layers, and so we're just going to kind of go through them one by one. This photo represents where those pictures were taken, and our proposal, as you can see, is the removal of the sign, removal of all this wood siding, renovation of the replacement of these windows, and of course renovation of this one-story structure, removal of that fence. So here's the new proposal. The first layer is an ornamental architectural sculpture. That's this. It's made of bent steel pipe, and it marks the entry to the tenant package vestibule and the tenant garden. So it's an interpretation of the historic iron archways that we see through the upper side. And it creates a continuity for the street walls. So we have the existing, the typical kind of historic avenue retail storefronts, and then we have this kind of relatively blank secondary facade. This aligns the two. And then the second layer is behind the architectural ironwork. We're going to put our proposal is to put a new stone facade here that has stone of different textures. So we're going to use one pipe stone, and it's going to the different textures will continue the different regulating lines. So what's rendered in green will be one kind of texture, and then the brick, which is the gray, and will be a second kind of texture. And then the slight setback of the stone echoes the setback of these glass storefronts. They all kind of get pushed back a little bit. This is a historic storefront that's been pushed back. So the quick layer of windows, new doors, and signage for this retail area. The sign is becoming more respectful now. It's abiding by the requirements. There's a very, very, very slim LED sign light that will just brush this sign with light. These windows are getting replaced. We have a renovated doorway here. The air conditioner is cutting through the brick. We're proposing a stuccoed blank-off panel that will match the brick. And then this is this new glass storefront. And the other aspect of it is that we're going to propose cascading plants that will grow only on the ironwork. So the sign lettering, as you can see, it's going to be no more than 18 inches high. It's going to cover no more than 90% of the sign band. Obviously, that's the maximum allowable. This will be refined by a tenant, though, who will have to come and give you their actual sign application. And then the sign for there's a small little sign. It's more like an architectural detail for the package vestibule. This little metal plate here. It's only 2 inches high. That'll have a very subtle logo for the new name of the property, the Amsterdam Vale. So here you can see a section to that one-story storefront. There's a planter here behind the parapet. Plants will grow on the ironwork and cascade down during the summer. You can see the property line is on the right. It's the red line on the right, so I'm going to just kind of show you that. On the left, you see the permitted projection offset for ornamental iron sculpture. It's allowed to project out a little bit, so you thought it would have a really beautiful kind of cascade effect. There's lighting here. There's a very subtle little LED light in the door threshold, both on the sides and at the top and at the bottom, so we don't have any kind of like harsh light projecting down onto the sidewalk. It's very soft glow. We also have very, very subtle LED lights. They're so small that they're almost hard to point to, but that are sitting on these horizontals that hold up the iron sculpture. They're going to softly brush the beautiful stone texture that we have. The other light in here, here's this, you can see the scale of the LED light we've selected. It's very small. And then there's a new recessed ceiling light in this existing white box, this existing retail doorway that we have. So here's some other materials for the project. We have samples of them if you'd like. Would you like to see the samples? Or the stones and the things, so please. So we've the main material is the stone. It's Pacific basalt. It's as you can see, it's a stone that has a dark texture. It's a dark color when it's polished, but when it's we're showing it in bush hammered, a chiseled finish, and a flame finish. The flame finish is the base and the kind of cornice of this piece. The stucco sign bands are going to be the chiseled finish. So as you can see in the real sample, it's got this kind of like brownish texture that will really work with the brown stucco really well and lighten it up. And the bush hammered finish is continuing the brick bands. Again, the material has a little bit of a blend to it. It references Manhattan schist, of course, the material that we're all familiar with, which is found in the rear yards. There are Manhattan schist boulders back there, and there'll be a design element back there. So we wanted to recall, and reference a time before the area was urban, when it was actually a valley of Bloomingville Road, and it was a valley full of flowers. The sculpture itself is a 3/4 inch steel pipe, and we can put that on the table too if you haven't seen it. And one of the things I'm proudest about is that this sculpture is made with a new machine that is computer controlled. It bends the pipe to the computer model we've created, and so I can say with confidence what you see is what you'll get. The machine really prints out or bends the pipe to the path that we've developed. It'll be fabricated offsite and brought to the site. And then the windows will be black anodized. That matches the windows here at Fred's Restaurant. If you know that, everything at that level is the same color window, and the same with the doors and the sign.
That's another question.
Oh, sure, of course.
All right. Forgive me if you went over this.
That's all right. I might have missed something.
I apologize. So the brown stripes are stucco.
That's the existing stucco. Yeah.
It's existing stucco.
Yeah.
So all the way around the building, that's stucco.
Yeah. And under here, under this area, this will be restored brown stucco. Because right now that's that horizontal, or that's that.
So it was brownstone at some point, and it was has the coating.
Yeah.
And what's that number 11? Looks like an air conditioner hole.
Yeah. So right now there's an air conditioner sticking through the facade. We're proposing to close that up and put a stucco panel there that matches the brick.
Is there a reason why you would want to match the bricks?
I think it was if somebody wanted to, I don't know, put something there or use it as a vent or some kind of opening.
And that band that kind of takes the top off raises the top of the arch. Is that the dimension of it right now?
That's the existing condition.
It was there and is there?
That's the existing condition. Yeah, that little horseshoe shape is existing. I believe it's made out of wood or metal. Little frame. It's painted right now. You can go see it. And you can peek up there. You can see that little piece of stucco is right there on top of
So
it.
so that's existing brick.
Yeah.
Your note 9 says that it's new brick. Imagine this thing. Pointing to that very spot.
Okay, that should say existing, yeah, that should say existing brick. It's intended to be, repointed, restored brick.
Great, okay.
Yeah, repoint and clean brick. It should not say new brick. If we needed a brick to replace some bricks because they were stable, then we'll probably, we'll obviously replace some of the bricks.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I have a few more slides. My apologies, this is kind of the money slide, so I love to show this one because here's the existing condition, obviously, and then this is the condition with the plants growing on it in summer. One of the things that we really love is this really marries the kind of commercial storefront corridors of the Upper West Side, but also the kind of wildness of the nature that you see on the residential streets. And it's appropriate since this isn't strictly it's not really a commercial storefront anymore. It's a public. Not public. It's for the tenants, and it's an amenity entrance for the tenants. This is 5-leaf Akevia. It does not burrow into mortar. It only grows around linear elements, and so it'll cover the fence pretty effectively. And then one of the things that we wanted to show as precedent is these one-story infill buildings on the Upper West Side, and one-story these little gates between the alleys. They all have a very distinct character. This one's a very recent kind of design, and they contribute to the variety of storefronts. And they were originally pretty much all designed as afterthoughts. They're part of the main structures. And now they create a real aliveness, and so that's what we're trying to really go for. The other thing that we looked at was a lot of the existing ironwork photos. 1, 3, 5, and 6 are historic examples. Number 5 is also a Tom Wilson building. This is from 1888 in the district, and it also has this really gorgeous, almost contemporary kind of vine-like window guards that we really zeroed into. But you can see there's some recent examples too. Everything related to nature, foliage, and exuberance. And then you've seen this slide. This was the existing condition. This is the existing condition. These metal doors, well, there might not be a permit for them. They were installed before the current building owner got them, and the building owner bought them to be installed. Here's the timeline. I believe Brian went through this pretty effectively. That's the existing door. Somehow the full address got printed up here. Our proposal is to go back to, of course, the building number. And then the door itself will be pretty simple. A light door. These are currently very heavy doors. One thing these doors do that this little door does not is that it does provide a code required clearance. These little doors will not do that. And then the door handle is custom, and it will, of course, reference that vine iron structure that we're building on the other side. And that's my final slide. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am. Can you clarify the lighting at the new entrance?
Sure, I'd love to. So, the lighting, there's a very, very small strip, only 1 inch wide, that will be all across the opening and on the edges of the opening and at the bottom. So we'll just create a soft illumination for safety. We didn't want to put like a downlight or any kind of harsh outdoor lighting. We wanted it to be pretty subtle. And then the other thing is that you can see these horizontal iron kind of bands here. There's a little, very, very small LED strip that will brush light onto that glittery chiseled stone and create a beautiful presence for it.
So the idea is to light the stone beside it.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a way of backlighting, but not really backlighting, but like give the iron in a silhouette.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony and then come back.
Okay, great.
John Crescenti?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Crescenti for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee discussed this proposal at length. While there were general consensus that this is an improvement over the spaghetti western bank-set stage it seeks to replace, there were concerns over the sculptural architectural elements and facade restoration. Regarding the facade restoration, everyone agreed that repairing the through-wall air conditioner aperture on Amsterdam Avenue, slide 9, would best be done now with the completion of the facade work, otherwise it may never be repaired. As for the new intervention of a package room entry, the committee found this to be a smart solution to a modern problem that will help consolidate services for this row and unite them in a 21st century context, while also providing dividends for the residents. Especially as bricks and mortar retail spaces give way to online shoppers, this new amenity space will have traction and add to the life of the street. Concerns over the protruding metal features were quelled with the understanding that this facade is further recessed than the current one, and that no original fabric is being lost in the rebuild. Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports the proposed modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Diller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, Chair of Community Board 7's Preservation Committee. We too support this application for a variety of reasons, and not just because of the removal of the disco era and infill and facade treatment, which by itself I recommend even if nothing else happens today. The treatments are sensitive. We're particularly moved by the effort to unify the sidewalk with the donut. Our board and our committee has long viewed the donut as an essential element of the character of our Upper West Side communities, and this creates not only a visual but actually a tactile connection between the two. And so those that combination is particularly attractive and particularly sensitive, and therefore we find that that is appropriate and even enhances the nature of our Upper West Side Historic District. There's one element that we made a recommendation on, and that is that the wild vine treatment on the facade of the new infill building is emulated on the front door of the residential entrance on West 83rd Street. And we believe that same motif should find its way onto the new railing that defines or protects the edge of the existing handicap entrance to the storefront infill below. That ramp exists, and to unify the treatments by somehow or other adding that motif will further unify this building and unify the treatment on the street. But our overall recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Would you like to say any final comments?
I'm glad Mark said that because I forgot to present that we are removing the disco era guardrail and putting in the new handrails will actually be like vines that grow out of this piece here. And then, but our design solution here was to have much more simple verticals. You see on the storefront, on the stoop on the other side of the building. There's existing fencing here. Our twist on this, to put fun on it, is that each of these verticals will have a different kind of twisting to it. So there will be a very subtle pattern again that references natural elements, even though it does not mimic this structure. It has a very subtle twist to it. That's it.
Thank you. Any last one? Yes.
Do you have any objection to doing a final fix on the air conditioning hole?
No.
Thanks.
I just want to clarify one thing in the presentation. If you don't mind putting up slide 19. The proposal was advertised only for the one building on the corner.
Yeah.
This particular elevation, this isn't for you to address, it's for the commissioners. So the advertisement is just for the one door on in that one corner building. This elevation is showing the same door and the 5 other openings along that line, but those weren't advertised and are technically not part of the proposal today, no matter what we decide to do with the door that is before you.
Right, but it would serve as a sort of a precedent or model for the others. Thank you, Corey. Can we have a motion to close the hearing?
Second.
All in favor? So, thoughts? I think that on this facade, there's no removal of historic fabric. In fact, it involves removing fabric that detracts from the building and the streetscape and opens it up, restores the facade. I do think that we all are probably going to want to see the air conditioning opening restored properly. So I think that the little extension, these are little unique sort of discrete extensions that you do find along the avenue between the glass buildings, and they are treated in a number of different ways. And I think this is kind of interesting and interpretive and relates to the building and does its own thing. And the applicant described it as also, and some of the testimony we heard, bringing a sense of the green space out to the street. So I'm anxious to hear your comments on that. And then the door, I think, around the corner, while simpler, sort of picks up on some similar idea with ironwork.
I think the applicant could have started with slide 13 and saved us about half an hour. I agree with you 1,000%. I'm always a curmudgeon about this fanciful kind of thing, and I think that's actually a terrific solution to an unusual location. But I also do appreciate although that's not a question before us, the access it gives to the donut. I think it's a pretty neat idea. I'm in favor as long as we do fix the rotating air conditioning.
Everybody agree?
Very nice.
Sign just today.
And just, Corey, how does this sign relate to the rules for staff level approval?
18 inches is the maximum letter height for staff level rules. There's not an actual set height for the sign band itself, so perhaps that could be before we get the letters to comply with the rules.
What about the idea of testimony about the fence in front becoming a little?
I think the way the applicant responded, as I understood it, is that there are play tickets around the corner of the building, and then there's, of course, the new sculptural metal of the extension. And I think it sort of transitions between the two. There is this traditional streetscape ironwork, but starts to have some twists in it that transition to the extension.
Who will speak for the diagonal side?
Like it's water.
Thank you.
Where are we? 200 West 200 West 83rd Street, an application to modify an existing one-story addition, install new entrance and fill signage and doors. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the modern infill cladding at the one-story commercial extension will not damage or eliminate any significant historic pattern. That the only remaining historic element at the extension is the cornice, and the highly deteriorated condition of this feature warrants its removal or replacement. That the one-story commercial extensions in this historic district vary in design and management have been extensively altered over time, and the proposed modifications, including installation of a masonry facade with decorative wrought iron overlay, are in keeping with the variety of alterations of one-story extensions typically found along avenues in historic districts. That the presence of ironwork in the Amsterdam Avenue and West 83rd Street facades recalls decorative ironwork historically found in service entrances, gates, and between buildings within the historic district. That the signage on the main portion of the building will fit neatly above the masonry opening between two horizontal brownstone bands. He's saying, read this one here. That the thin metal framed entry door with narrow side lights on West 83rd Street will recall historic iron doors found in buildings of this age and type, that the air conditioner opening, why don't you just say that the air conditioner opening filled with new brickwork in lieu of stucco panel.
Can we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? So it's approved with that modification. Thank you.
All right, next up, item number 7, LPC 19-35-40, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough Manhattan Block 1227 lot 400 West End Avenue, Riverside, West End, Historic District Extension 1. An Art Deco style apartment building designed by Morgan Holder and built in 1930 to 31. The application is to replace the
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Ferrer, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 400 West End Avenue, an Art Deco style apartment building located on the east side of West End Avenue at the corner of West 39th Street in the Riverside West End Historic District Extension 1. The proposal before you today is to replace 1/1 double hung windows in kind at one apartment on the 15th floor. Prior to designation of the historic district, all multi-layer steel casement window assemblies seen here were replaced with 1/1 double hung windows. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal in more detail and answer your questions.
I'm David Sherman, here with Mara Ayuso from Admiral Sherman Architects, and we're here with our clients, Lou Clayton and Nancy Gates. So we're going to start with the location of this building, which is on the northeast corner of 79th and West End, across the street from the Ashford. You'll see in the next slide the tax photo from 1940 on your left and a current photo on your right. The tax photo from 1980 is so illegible you can't even tell me it's a building. It's not even great. The next slide is from Broadway, overlooking the church, the First Baptist Church, and that's the side facades. In the next slide, you'll see a floor plan of the apartment in question. We're proposing to replace 23 windows, which are facing all 4 exposures on the 15th floor. The replacement is to be in kind, aluminum double hung with a bronze vernon finish. We're here because the windows are deteriorating pretty extremely. They're letting in cold air, they're letting in water, there's a risk of mildew, and all the windows look exactly like this. We feel that a full replacement rather than repair is necessary in order to address the waterproofing issues at the perimeter of each window. We're here before you for a certificate of appropriateness because these windows were originally steel pane casements, as Michelle said. You can see that in the upper right. The only evidence we have of this is, unfortunately, this 1940 tax photo, which is a bit murky. If we were to be directed to go down that route, we would be reconstructing designs from that photo. We believe the proposed design of double hung is appropriate and in keeping with similar buildings in the area. Most importantly, we feel that the uniformity of the facade is of paramount concern. I'm going to read from a letter from Rand Engineering Architecture. The LPC designation report indicates that at the time of designation, all 4 facades contain non-historic replacement windows that are not deemed significant architectural features of the building. The replacement windows existing at the time of designation primarily consisted of 1/1 double hung windows. That's from a letter written on behalf of the building board, which is in strong support of this application. 100% of the 1,000 windows in this building are non-historic. 0 of them have interior muntins of the original ones. The building was deemed worthy of inclusion at the time of designation with the replaced windows, and nothing has created an inappropriate intervention since then. If we move on to page 8, 400 West End Avenue is an apartment building that through its architecture successfully contributes to fabric of the West Side neighborhood, irrespective of the windows. Historical and current facades of surrounding buildings have one of the more double-hung configurations. In recent years, this is 505 West End Avenue, in similar condition and was improved for marble on aluminum double-hung by landmarks. Other Art Deco buildings in the area have double-hung windows of this style and type in their punched openings, as you can see with 5 and 310 Riverside Drive on the left. 315 Riverside does not have any corner windows, and that one has had all of its windows replaced prior to district designation, as with 400 West End. Replica windows constructed of current technology, meaning aluminum extrusions with insulated glass, would not be a perfect match to the original anyway. Historical replicas would also result in a cost premium of about 50%, which would be a significant hardship with this quantity of windows. We feel that aluminum double hungs are far more practical in terms of accommodating insect screens and window air conditioners also. In order to maintain uniformity in building, a window master plan application will be presented soon by Rand Engineering and Architecture on behalf of the board, calling for a window design identical to that presented here. To suggest any solution other than double hung in this case, we feel would not be preserving or protecting historic fabric. It would require recreating it. No historic fabric is to be removed as part of this application, and no significant architectural features will be touched. We think that the best hope for long-term uniformity of the building's facade is to match the existing practical, affordable option of double-hung windows. Thank you. I have Luke Lake speak for a moment.
Yeah, and that one question.
How old are the extant windows?
The current windows appear to all have been installed in the mid-1980s. I know in this apartment that's when they were.
I have another question. Is the board agreement with the windows that you are here?
Yes.
And you're saying that the board is doing a master plan? Or they intend to do a master plan?
That's somewhat triggered by this application and seeing the issues before them. The board decided to move ahead. They already hired Rand and started preparing the plan, which will come before you probably within 2 months.
Thank you.
I'm Luke Clayton, my wife and I are the owners of the apartment. I don't want to repeat what Mr. Sherman said. I just want to very briefly add our personal plea to the commission. I'm a lifelong resident of New York. Nancy and I lived on the west side for 30 years. We've been in this apartment for 20 years. You can see from the mortifying photos you saw of our windows how we have neglected our apartment, and we're now renovating. We want to be in keeping with the interests of the landmarks law. We think this application is, because it is in keeping with the historic nature of the district. If we replaced with casement windows, we'd be the only people in the building. I've been on the board of this building. I had no idea that the building had ever had casement windows in it, of course, what we're asking for would be inconsistent with the plan that the building is going to submit. We talked to our friends on the board because we wanted to make sure we were not doing something that was not in keeping, and that's why you have a letter from the building architect, Rand, on this issue. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. Sherman's probably more confident to do that. We very much appreciate the consideration.
I have another question.
Yes, Jim.
Just like for the architect. So I think you answered, but are these replacement or brick to brick?
In our case, we're proposing brick to brick as we're proposing brick for brick as the only way to address the waterproofing. I don't know whether the master plan will require that, but we all know from other buildings that the site plans can be made to be similar, whether it be brick to brick or can installation.
Okay, any other questions? We'll take public testimony. Mark Diller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, Chair of Community Board 7's Preservation Committee. Our Preservation Committee stumbled over this application in that there was not a consensus about the original fabric versus the 1/1 windows. But what there was consensus on, and through our full board as well, was that if a master plan is on its way, then this application should await it. The concern is that the requirement of restoring, for those who might favor the restoring of the original fabric, trying to do that in a one-off is not the appropriate process. We applaud the building for taking up that issue, although it does seem that they have cast their attention toward the current application. But even if it were to be a master plan with a 1/1 double hung window instead of the original configuration in fabric, and leaving aside for a moment the analysis that this Commission has undertaken with similar applications that we've been seeing month after month ourselves, and I'm sure you even more. Variations in color, in fabric design, in materials, in the implementation of it, and so forth, could, as commissioners here have said in previous applications, create a single application becoming a de facto master plan itself. And so, since the wisdom of master plan is evident, having an application await it so that we really do avoid the hodgepodge that could ensue seems to be the only rational approach. For that reason, Board 7 recommends disapproval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you. John Corzani.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Shaw, for Sandy for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is a strong advocate for window master plans. When given the opportunity, we always advocate for a return to the original material, configuration, and operation. The proposal presented of aluminum double-hung windows meets none of these criteria of the original steel casement window design. If the goal is to set a path for the future, addressing 23 windows in this apartment would be a prime opportunity to set the record on the right path. Approving this proposal would only create a false precedent for others to cite, especially the master plan alluded to by the applicant. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee supports the master plan for this landmark more in keeping with the original design. Thank you.
Cindy Baker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Simeon Bankoff, Historic Districts Council. Especially considering all of the rain that we've been getting recently, as a homeowner and someone whose windows are leaking, I really feel for you, and I understand the need to do this window replacement. However, we do feel, like our colleagues on Landmark West, that this would be a far better thing to wait for the master plan and actually have the master plan return to, if not the original configuration, then something approximating the original configuration. If I may use a sort of ridiculous analogy, it's like growing out a bad haircut, in the sense of there are some awkward moments with the master plan when you have some of the original or some better windows coming back that looks slightly strange, but in the end, you're glad you did it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? Okay. Would you like to respond to any of the comments?
Well, as an architect who's been here many times, I have an appreciation for the historic window design when appropriate, and I think there are two extremes to this. When we're looking at a townhouse with 10 windows and 8 of them were historic, it's a slam dunk what to do with the other 2. And we have 1,080 windows, and we're suggesting to start with 0 and turn back the clock. I feel that leaves it goes to the other extreme of inappropriateness.
And if I may just say, we tried to be sensitive to the idea. We did not want to be in a situation where we were replacing windows with one design and have the building come back and do something different. And I served 8 years on the board. That's why I talked talked to our neighbors, and we got the letter from RAND, which is approved by the building. And that letter, as I read it, says explicitly, and we asked them this, that the master plan is going to call for windows identical to what we are putting in. And I've spoken to 3 members of the board, including the president, on that. And I would say that from our personal point of view, a delay, the building has committed to file a plan by July. I know that it will take some time for the commission to look at that. We've been engaged for several months here. It changes in the windows will cost us significant money in the unfortunate, and I hope very unlikely, event we had to move the casement windows. It would be very significant. But we're in the middle of planning now, so I think that I don't disagree with some of the interests raised by some of the people who spoke, but I would just say I think we've done everything necessary to give the commission confidence that we're not proposing, and the commission would not be approving our putting in windows which will be different from what our neighbors will put in, particularly because there are 1,000 windows in the building. We have always known in our building that when you replace, you have to replace and use exactly the same design, and I think that's what's going to happen here. I just don't want the commission to fear that somehow we're breaking the mold and there are now going to be 5 different kinds of windows at 400 Western. Thank you.
Any final questions? We have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Hearing is closed. So, we've seen a number of these, as we know, recently, and, I have provided context on the Commission's very history on these types of applications. And then most recently, we saw an application for an apartment building where there had been a number of LPC approvals for one of the long-term historic configuration. We need to allow it one last time, because the board had committed to come in with a master plan. The one thing that I would say is that the Commission historically, in the past, approved master plans for whatever one, and we recently have approved master plans for windows that more closely match the historic window in the hopes that in the long-term view, the building will eventually get back and has been more sympathetic to the one-off apartments. So the question about this application matching future master plans is sort of simple, because the Commission, I think, may see a one-off apartment differently than a master plan for this whole building, and may or may not approve a one-over-one for the entire building. So that's something to think about as you look at this one apartment. But I think this is the first time the applicants would be getting notice that the Commission would not approve matching a one-over-one configuration that's been here already. I think there's one prior Commission approval here. So something to think about, and building off our past discussions. It's one as recent as last week. So who would like to start on this? Diana?
I think that as we've been looking at these most recently, we've been thinking a lot about the surrounding architecture and the level of detail, and whether you have a building which is, shall I say, rather plain in terms of its detailing and embellishments, where we've been saying we really need, a window that's going to reflect that. And these were casements originally, so I believe yes. And to me, the architectural detail and quality of this building makes me feel that a fairly plain window configuration is appropriate, because it isn't, the building itself has a wealth of detail which really kind of makes the window more of a background in this case, and it's not as necessary from my perspective that the windows not be fairly simple. And so I could approve this based on the relationship to the architecture. I think it's appropriate in this case.
Those are my thoughts as well. Often the casement windows were, it's a highly deco sort of building. This is not
quite bad. I'm sure that the odd thing here is that we might be approving these windows prior to the master plan. I suppose if in some really unforeseen condition that we said it has to be casements, then we made an approval. I don't know what would happen then. I guess
It lasts for another 20 years.
that's right. So if this applicant is aware of that, seems to be, I could vote for this because I'm pretty sure, it's a little odd to say, I'm pretty sure I would vote for 1/1, having not even seen the application, but this kind of a building, we've done it so many times before, so I think that's a reasonable bet, at least on my part, and I can certainly approve this for this apartment. But I do applaud the idea that the building is coming in with the master plan soon.
Others, Michael?
No, I'm not sure I'm with you on this one. I think that there's two factors here that make me pause. First of all, the fact that in most of the other buildings that we looked at, where we were trying to decide where to go, the windows in question were double hung wood, 6/6 or whatever, versus double hung 1/1s. Here, you had a building that was that had casements that were not only distinctive for their money, but were also distinctive for their nature of operation, which made a much stronger connection to the Art Deco than the current windows do. So I think there's an issue about the operation, irrespective of the mullion pattern, that's worth thinking about here. The second thing is, to my eye, I passed the building many times, I don't have a strong recollection of it, but on the spectrum of buildings that we've looked at and said yay or nay to, this looks a lot more like a put it back than like a let it go. The ones where we were saying it's okay to do 1/1s, even though we had evidence to the contrary, had a lot more polychrome, had a lot more masonry, three-dimensional masonry, rustication, balconies, belt courses, things like that. This, to me, looks a lot more like the ones we've said restore to. That said, I'd be okay with following the precedent that we established in the last project, where we said, go ahead at your own risk, but I'm not sure that I would vote for a wholesale retention of the double.
Can I just be, what we did last week was not at your own risk, it was simply recognizing that this is an applicant in the middle of something, we want to go forward, it's a 1/1, it's not going to detract, it's already a 1/1 building primarily, but that the building is being put on notice that it may be the case that they're not going to be 1/1s in the future, and we're not going to handle individual applications in the future, and they have to come forward and apply for a master plan and get a master plan. So they can't just come in with a 1/1. If the commission were to decline that, they can't then throw up their hands and say, we're not doing something. The point is they should come in, get a master plan for windows, whatever that will be. So you understand the building needs to be put on notice that in the event this is approved, it's really to reflect the practical realities. You're in the middle of something, the building needs to address this systematically.
What do you say?
Yeah. I have a question for Mark. I'm just glad that we did that. It just so happens that our understanding that the building is doing a master plan, but can we just kind of make that a standard operating procedure? Because I really don't think it's fair for individual shareholders to come to us looking for us to approve windows if the building hasn't or isn't intending to do a master plan. Because these are important decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way to really think about the master plan is it's really a kind of administrative tool for property owners. It's a way to ensure a more efficient application process by having the commission approve a prototype once. Then they submit all of the application materials once, and each subsequent submission is just a statement. So it's really meant to streamline the process going forward. But we often look to master plans as a way to encourage either uniformity, if it's not the original configuration, or to encourage the original, return of the original configuration. So I think that we can, we can't refuse an application. If it comes to us, we have to hear it, but we can say, this is the last one, or if we see multiple ones after this, before there's a master plan, we can say no, that we won't find it appropriate because we maybe don't find one appropriate for this building. This is our opportunity to put them on notice.
Right, well, that's essentially what I'm saying. Whether the building has done it a number of times or not, if a shareholder shows up and the building hasn't made a move toward being a master plan, I believe it would be a good idea to automatically say that. Like, we're going to do this, but we must do a master plan, because then they're on notice immediately, and it doesn't, get repeated shareholders coming to us, which could ultimately, depending upon the percentage of.
But just remember that a building can come in with a master plan for any window type. So just saying do a master plan doesn't actually signal to them what the right configuration is. The question really goes back to whether or not a 1/1 configuration is appropriate on the building. And so I think whether it's a master plan or not. So the basis for this approval, should we go this way, is that I think some people have found it to be appropriate on this particular building, given the style. Others have felt that it's too sparse and ornamental, that the configuration is important. So we're mixed on that, but I think we're at a place where at least 3 people who've spoken can find it okay for this one last apartment. But the question of the master plan and what might be found appropriate, I think, is a different question.
Yep, I'm just talking about ensuring that master plans are done. Period. So I'm not, whether or not we come to a conclusion today that's different than what we come to a conclusion on the master plan is done. I just think it's important to ensure that should a shareholder show up and the master plan hasn't been done, that we say the building is suited. That was my understanding.
Yeah, but I think it's really, if you don't find the configuration appropriate, it's just a no, right?
I think, but.
No, I'm not saying that we shouldn't vote on this particular application.
I'm talking about future applications.
Yeah.
I think the best way to think about it is that the master plans are really just designed for administrative convenience for everyone, both the commission and for applicants. It allows the commission to say one time only, this is appropriate. After they should come in and do this quickly. To the extent, so let's imagine that the building comes in, they see it 1/1, the commission says no. That just says that the 1/1 is no. They can still come in then on a singular basis or a multiple basis and try to put it in historic windows or try to do some other iteration. So I think that what we're trying to express here is that the issue of 1/1 needs to be addressed on a building-wide basis by the building in this case. The commission will make that decision, and that will formulate going forward that 1/1s are or are not appropriate for this building. It won't necessarily, if it's denied, say what exactly the implication is for these historic windows, but there still might be others.
I thought what Gina was trying to get at that was that as individual applicants come to staff before they come to the commission, that it could be expressed to them that the commission is looking for larger buildings to come in with master plans, and they should seek, if they can, to motivate their building to come to produce come in
I
and
think,
ask
you know,
them.
we always do encourage master plans, particularly if the proposal is not matching historic configuration, because if it's matching the historic configuration, it's going to be kind
Yeah,
of
that's
staff
an issue.
level. Obviously, master plan is still more efficient for everybody, even for a staff level approval, but for something that has to go to full condition, it's certainly more efficient for the applicant and the commission to review it as a master plan. So the staff always encourages it, and I think for this particular building, should we move forward today, it would be, we had a discussion on the record, and at this case, you cannot come back without a master plan.
Yeah.
That's my,
Because you're thinking, you know, it's too bad for people to come in and have to go back, and it's inefficient for everybody, and I think everyone agrees, you know,
Yeah.
with that, including the staff.
okay, so now we're speaking of which is, I mean, I would have to, I agree with Diana in the sense that I feel that the building can handle the 1/1. I mean, I think it's, I don't think there's so much decoration on this building either. I also am of the school of thought that once such a large percentage of windows have been particular type, have been installed in a building, that it's very difficult to go back. I'm also heartened by the fact that the applicant is doing brick-to-brick installation, which I think feel is the best way to go in terms of installation, and hopefully, you know, the building will be interested in that as well, and the high-quality windows being used, so I can support this.
So there be no confusion. To me, the Art Deco accumulation on this building is so sparse that it is precisely the mounted configuration of the original steel windows that give it a deco flavor, as it were. And so if they were coming here today for a master plan, I would say you need to go back to the original, which, you know, the originals lasted for 55 years. The aluminum ones have lasted 34, and then got brought into the modern. So in this particular case, I will have to be a no vote, and if they were coming with an original application, I would be for it.
So I know for those single apartments.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, Kim?
I think that the building is large enough and has enough decoration that it can sustain just a simple renovation. At least for a regular building. Ornamentation at the top, hinges, ornamentation at the base. Yes.
Yeah, I thought that the discussion about having simpler windows was for when we really have quite a bit of ornamentation, and this building seems to me to have very little. And so I'm going to think that it doesn't need that texture of the multi-light window to give it that decorative, original decorative feel.
And do you feel that way for the single apartment as well?
I mean, I guess I could go for the 1/1 in this case, but for the master plan, I'm not sure.
Okay, John? Okay.
I'm still in agreement with Ann and
Red is okay, so.
Ryan.
Okay, so I think we have 6 people who would vote for the 1/1, and 2 of us, and including myself, is doing it, so 1 off last one, and putting the building on notice that we need to see a master plan, which may or may not be approved by the law. I think we have enough to do this apartment, so just wanted to leave it that way.
In the matter of 400 West Avenue, Riverside West End Historic District Extension 1, the application is to replace windows, noting the building's style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Riverside West End Historic District Extension 1. Further noting that at the time of destination, most of the multi-light casement windows will be replaced with 101 double-hung windows and single pane tilt and turn windows. I recommend approval finding that the vast majority of the historic multi-light casement windows at the street facade of this building were replaced prior to the designation of the historic district, and therefore the removal of the existing 1/1 double-hung modern windows will not eliminate the historic configuration, and that while the proposed metal 1/1 double-hung windows will not match the configuration of the or operation of the building's original multi-light casement windows, they will be consistent with windows historically found at other buildings of this type and age found in this historic district, and that the proposed 1/1 double-hung windows will support a unified fenestration pattern at the building's facades, that the co-op board will be proposing a master plan to set standards for the approval of future window replacement at the building, which will help to enhance the uniformity of the fenestration over time, reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building, and facilitate further applications for new windows.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Right, the next item is number 8, LPC 19-34811, an application for certificate of appropriateness to throw Manhattan Block 1128.1, 329-27 North West End Central Park West Historic District. The Renaissance Revival style apartment building designed by Randy Rich in 295-98. The application is to replace storefront infill and install some structure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and the Waterloo Preservation staff. The item before you is for 329 Columbus Avenue in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. The building is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Columbus Avenue and West and 78th Street. For your reference, here are the historic photos of the building. And at the time of designation, I'll be briefly walking through this proposal. So the proposal is to replace modern storefront infill at the northernmost bay of the ground floor, which currently looks like this. This bay was legalized by the commission, and the remaining bays of the ground floor were installed prior to the designation of the historic district. I'm going to quickly go to the rendering of the proposed conditions. It's sort of the easiest to discuss, just briefly. The proposed storefront will be black and steel with a decorative screen at the entrance and operable glass doors. It will include illuminated signage at the transom bar, which features letters that are halo-lit on both sides. The application is before you for both the configuration of the storefront infill as well as the signage. The applicants are here to discuss their design and answer your questions.
My name is Larry Malone. I'm one of the partners in this project. I've been in the Upper West Side for 30 years, and this is our second project. We've done a full renovation, both interior and exterior. Our first project is literally a block and a half away on 349 Amsterdam Avenue. We love operating in the neighborhood, and we're really excited when we opened this down this space. The first space actually is called Tessa, so you'll see the play that we did to come up with that set. We really love the design of the original space that we did with Bates Massey, which is a design firm, so we've asked them to come back and then completely design both interior and exterior.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Broxman with Bates Massey Architects, and I'll step back here a little bit. Okay, so this is our existing storefront, and directly to the right of that, you can see Greene as the neighbor, and it was the only other storefront on that same elevation. So here you can see the existing storefront adjacent to our proposed, and you can see that we are including a sign here that's indirectly lit from the back, as well as a vestibule door here, as well as double doors that function for egress, as well as going the sign. The materials for the storefront signs in mentioned will be black and steel, as well as clear glass, which is the character of the black and aluminum storefront as existing. Here you can see the storefront in the full context of the elevation. And you can see that on our proposed storefront, we have a line, the datum line along the bottom, which is one of the more clear pieces of the existing design there. And then aside from that, trying to keep the storefront as minimal and as transparent as possible to maximize the glass, as well as draw your eyes inside to the space on the interior. Looking at the space in plan, you can see several of the functional needs that they're designed to fill. One of them being the addition of a vestibule for control of temperature and airflow, reduce the energy needed to maintain the space, as well as ensuring that you have enough egress through both of these series of doors for the occupant load inside, as well as maintaining the accessibility needed for both of those spaces. In the section, you can see the roof of our vestibule here, as well as the sign that's listed in a little more detail. Back to elevation, you can see our idea through it was to keep this space, our mesh vaulted ceilings here, bringing them into the space, and that's inspired by existing wire glass mesh ceilings that were inside the space. So using that as a component of the historical precedent to express that on the skybox space below. The additional piece that you can see here would be this is another variant of the expanded metal mesh used there to denote the vestibule entry, as well as in this case, is a special version of it. So here you can see that expanded metal. And in this case, it's a variable expanded metal, so that the openings actually increase as you move towards the top of the space. I'll jump back in just a moment. So it continues to kind of open up to this larger volume, express that original volume that we've seen. Here's a view that you can see of the original wire lath on the interior ceilings that existed beforehand in the space. And I'll get into the sign in a little bit more detail. You can see we'll be using reverse channel letters so that all of the lighting is indirect and the light will be shining from mounted inside of each of these channel letters and illuminating the bronze plate behind. If we go into the section, you can see here the outline of the channel here, and the lights mounted on the inside shining on this brass plate here. So it really will just form a silhouette around the letters rather than having any harsh direct lighting on the sign. Now you can see here as well that we have an additional sign on the interior that's only seen from the inside of the space, and that plays with the sister store that I mentioned earlier, so that we're able to reverse the letters as you're leaving the seat inside. Here's an example of what that looks like with the lights mounted on the inside, so that none of those are seen from the exterior. Those are bent into the shapes of the letters. A little bit additional information describes the historical precedent, but this gives you some information on the character of the lettering that was chosen for the sign, as well as just a Google street view of this of our whole design. Finish by bringing it back to the presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Public testimony, come back to you. Simeon Bancroft.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Simeon Bankoff, Historic Districts Council. HDC's committee felt that the proposed storefront infill departs from the tripartite configuration of the rest of the bays, and efforts should be made to continue the visual harmony for the rest of the building.
John President.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Sean Forsani from Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee was excited to learn of this proposal, finally an opportunity to correct the missing storefront bay and bring symmetry. Unfortunately, the proposal, although independently quite handsome, does not relate back to the existing land-enriched landmark. With the exception of the bottom datum of the sign band on page 6, not one other element aligns to the tripartite patterning expressed in the 5 other bays of this exposure. The proposal, in fact, deviates even further from the existing condition at the time of designation. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee would support a proposal that seeks to relate to the landmark presented today. Thank you.
Mark Diller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Dillard, Preservation Committee Chair, Community Board 7. Our board recommends approval of this presentation. Some of the concerns that were raised in the testimony just now were raised before us as well. But we took comfort in 2 things. One of which is that the sign band and infill are all behind the handsome architectural pilasters and features that you see before you. The other is that this is the northernmost bay of the multi-bay facade of this building. And so deviation, while certainly a topic of conversation at the full board, was found not to be debilitating for the majority of our board members, all of whom were unanimous in requesting that Dwayne Reed take note and make a change to this.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak up to this application?
Would you like to respond to some of the comments?
Sure.
I think there were comments about it relating back to the configuration of the
I'll reiterate as well that the main consideration for respecting the existing architecture that we took was setting everything behind the existing column and pier and letting that really take a strong presence on the storefront, as well as creating alignment with the other pieces. And to also note that with creation of the vestibule and the creation of, or the requirements of the ADA opening doors besides that, didn't allow us to have a tripartite division of that.
Any other questions?
We have a motion to close the hearing. All in favor? Thoughts?
Yes, sir.
You know, the excellence of this design to me so far outweigh the need to align the top of the store, the sign. It does align with the bottom, that's enough for me. I think it's a beautiful solution, and Mark Diller's presentation was right on. The neighbors should take that.
Other thoughts? Diana?
I think it's a very nice, clean and attractive design. I think it's fine as it is.
And it is set deeply back, so I think that relationship won't be that super far.
On the matter of 329 Columbus Avenue, the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. An application here is to replace the storefront infill and install signage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. Recommend approval, noting that the removal of the existing modern storefront infill will not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features. That the streetscape has historically featured a variety of storefronts, different periods and styles, and therefore the new storefront design will be in keeping with the eclectic character of the streetscape. That the materials, finishes, and simple profiles of the proposed black finish metal storefront infill will harmonize with the materials and finishes of the other storefronts and will have a recessive appearance between the prominent piers at the building's base. That the configuration of the proposed storefront infill, featuring operable display windows, fixed transom, and an entrance with decorative screen, while not matching the other storefronts in the building, will be deeply set back between the piers and is consistent with the commercial character of the streetscape. That the proposed illuminated black finish metal letters will be pin mounted to the transom bar and will be in keeping with signage at other modern storefronts found in the streetscape in terms of its placement, dimensions, materials, and finish. That the proposed signage will be well scaled to the storefront and will not overwhelm this large apartment building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's approved, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is item number 9. This is LPC 19-32999. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1382, Lot 28, 3967th Street, the Upper East Side Historic District. A row house originally designed by D.J. Greene and built in 1876 and 1877, altered Beaux-Arts style by Ernest Flagg in 1903-1904. The application is to replace dormers, modify the rear facade and L, and construct a rooftop addition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Untitled Chapter, Preservation Staff. This item is 39 East 67th Street, located at the north side of East 67th Street between Park and Madison Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. The proposal before you today is to combine and modify window openings at the rear facade in L, to install balconies, and at the East 67th Street facade to remove 2 existing dormers and install 3 new dormers. The Commission will note that a certificate of appropriateness was issued in 2016 for full removal of the rear facade in L, a rooftop addition, and new dormer windows. While that permit is still valid, the owner and the architect have changed, and they are seeking a new certificate of appropriateness for the new scope of work. The Commission will additionally note that the presentation shows additional restorative work and alterations, which are being reviewed at staff level. The applicants are here to further discuss this proposal and answer any questions.
Yeah, Commissioners Cass, Stackelberg, Deacons Place, Partners here with Jose Ramirez and Justin Grace, Jose Ramirez Architects. We're going to do a brief introduction and then, we'll take you through the design presentation. This is, as Marcello described, 39 East 67th Street, located on the north side of 67th Street between Park and Madison. Here in the 1907 Sanborn map, and here it's a 25-foot wide building on the north side of the street, and as part of the Upper East Side Historic District designated in 1981. A few historic photos of the building. This is the tax photo from 1940, the designation photo from 1981, and then on the far right, the tax photo from 1985. The building maintains a fair degree of its, a high degree of its integrity. These are existing photos of the building. It is in clear need of a bath. And as part of the overall scope of work that Marcello described, there's a comprehensive program of restoration for the limestone. This is really beautifully detailed limestone design by Ernest Flagg, and the ironwork as well will be treated. I'll just point out the dormers up at the top of the building. It really is the one primary element on the facades that have been altered and will be reconstructed as part of this project. These are the previous approvals from 2015, 2016, just showing you for context of what the scope was that was approved under that previous proposal brought by a different owner and also a different architect. So on the front facade, largely restorative, new dormers and a very an elevator and stair bulkhead that was
considerably taller than what we're proposing, and it was also visible from the surrounding streets. And on the rear facade, a complete replacement of the rear elevation. As you'll see, we are modifying the openings but maintaining this extension, which is actually architecturally sort of an interesting feature, and also the brick facade across the back, while just introducing a larger skylight window at the back. I'll also point out, while we're looking at this elevation, this building, 3967, is really its own entity. It isn't part of a row. There is no consistency to the east or to the west in relation to the other buildings. So the modifications that we're seeking, I think, won't sort of disrupt any sort of pattern that exists laterally from the property to property. Back on the street, this is a view looking east across the north side of the street, and a view on the right looking west. It's this fantastic varied scape of different scales and materiality of row houses, of different articulations, really all handsome buildings across that streetscape. You can see in this view, many of the buildings do have their original dormer, limestone, copper, so a whole range of different treatments up at the tops of the buildings. This again is the top of our building at 39, and again you can see on this block alone there's a huge collection of dormers, different materials, limestone, copper as well. This is a detail of our proposed limestone clad dormers, which will take the place of these altered dormers that no longer align with the fenestration below. Some details again at the top of the building, the slate roof, and what's left of the dormers, and then some of the details across the base of the building, this beautiful cascading granite scoop up to the front door, and one of the details of the ironwork, which will be restored as well as limestone. The areaway is going to be reworked. We're working with the staff on that, with some details on the ironwork and the restoration. That'll be part of that scope of work. Turning to the back of the building, so these photos across the top show the conditions of the upper portions of the facade. So there's a non-historic greenhouse skylight sitting on the roof of the rear extension. This is the east-facing side of that rear extension. And here it's got this curved bay that will be retained on the upper portion. And then a view looking at the back of the building, this sort of non-historic balcony that's been added. And then this is the north elevation of that extension. It's just a plain brick elevation with no openings. We're proposing to introduce window openings on that plain elevation. And then down at the ground plane, this is looking back at the back of the building and its neighborhood, and then looking to the back of the yard. It's actually, while it's a 25-foot wide lot, the proportions here are actually quite tight with the planters and this extension. So as you'll see, we're making some modifications at the base down here at that cellar level. With that, I will have Jose take you through the design work.
Jose Ramirez, architect. As you can see from the first image, our goal is to restore the building back to the Beaux-Arts design, clean up the facade, and introduce the three dormers you see on the right side here. The dormers will be clad limestone with a slate roof to match adjacent the building on the right has similar detailing. So we'd like to propose to provide the three new dormers with the stone and a slate, and the remainder of the building to be restored. On the rear, you have the existing building on the left. We propose new openings. New openings in this section of the building, which is the rear extension, and then several new openings throughout the facade. We also have the third story, clear story, which is slightly angled, reminiscent of artist lofts in the village. As Cass said, there is no alignment or similarity to adjacent buildings, so we thought that was appropriate and rather handsome for the third floor. We intend to, actually, with all the openings we're creating, salvage the brick and reuse it to restore parts of the facade, and not paint it, but try to resalvage and restore the facade with as much of the brick as we can use that's removed from creating the new openings. We actually like to, it's a beige color brick that we actually like the color of it, and we're thinking of just reusing it. You can see the existing cylindrical shape with the greenhouse at the top that we intend to keep. We propose to cut off the bottom section of it so that we can introduce a limestone base similar to the facade, the rusticated base similar to the facade, with some openings here. The remaining back portion will be brick. This is the only interruption that we have on the back of the building. The remaining part of the building, we're actually closing some existing openings as you see here, and then using some little salvage brick to close that up and maintain the cylindrical extension. Cross section, as you can see the back section here of the building. This is the existing portion, existing back, existing dormer. And you can see here how we propose to introduce that angled clear story. This is an existing greenhouse, and this is our dormer detail here. We have a three-dimensional symmetric of the dormers and the rear extension, existing greenhouse, new fenestration, new rusticated limestone base. This portion of the building is a staircase that is in this section of the building, and several window openings. Floor plans, if you'd like to review them, but
Are there any questions? Okay, public testimony, Sarah Pamalado.
Good afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. The 1940s tax photo for neighboring 37th and 67th Street clearly shows that the Ernest Flag design facade at number 39 had two symmetrical dormer windows aligned with the fenestration in the floors below. Friends Preservation Committee feels that inserting a centered third window in the mansard level would be inappropriate and that the symmetrical two-bay configuration should be restored. Friends' understanding of the desire to raise the cast iron railings on the front facade and hope that necessary care is taken to maintain the existing details and to not damage this historic fabric if additional height is added. While we're not troubled by the massing of the proposed penthouse, which will be mostly invisible from the street with the exception of a corner of the raised chimney, we question the material choices of a metallic pergola and glass safety railing at the parapet. We propose these materials in the district for the same or comparable features in the past, and we feel that more traditional options should be pursued. On the rear facade, we find the proposed limestone cladding on the ground floor to be out of place in the rear yard context. This contrasting condition would be far too ornamental for the rear elevations, where more commonplace materials like exposed brick or stucco have been traditionally favored on row houses in the district in deference to a stylized street-facing facade. At the rear, we feel strongly that the appearance of the floor levels ought to be maintained with brick masonry separating individual windows. The transoms vertically connecting the new doors on the first and second floor of the rear facade are inappropriate, and instead existing bricks should remain and separate these doors. Similarly, the glazing at the first and second floor of the L on the north side should be divided to clearly differentiate the interior floor levels, more in keeping with the scale of row house rear elevations. Lastly, the proposed window spanning the fifth floor and pitched roof is entirely too much uninterrupted glazing and should be reduced. Representation of this new window in the application are also internally inconsistent, showing two distinct configurations of the new sloped standing seam zinc coated copper roofing from page to page, so it's difficult to discern the actual intent. Overall, Friends respectfully urges the Commission to deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? We have a resolution from the Manhattan Community Board 8 recommending approval of the application. Would you like to respond to the comments?
Yeah, I'm just going to mention a couple of things. Many of the comments, in terms of the windows and the railings are elements that we're working with the staff on with preserving the railings and actually making minor modifications. But I did want to go to two things just to point out that we didn't touch on. There's a chimney here on the roof that we have to raise. This is the long view sort of from the east side of Park Avenue. That is the mock-up here, so you're seeing this netting here, and it's a close-up. So first I want to make sure that everybody understands we do need to raise those chimneys, but you are seeing it in the context of many other chimneys that use, and it's only maybe 24 inches above that code line. So that is one element we do want to touch on. No, so that is the only element that's visible on the roof is that chimney. So you see an elevation, a glass railing that's held back, that's not visible.
the pergola is not visible, and there is no, there's no addition. We're reconfiguring an existing skylight here. This is a double height space currently. We're reconfiguring that to create just a sort of a larger skylight to bring more daylight into the inside. I'll also point out that on the main body of the elevation, these are solid panels, so there are panels separating the floors. Right now, the detailing in this rear wing, which is just an unarticulated extension, is to have daylight here for this stair, so we like to just note that. And then across the face, this is really at the cellar level. We are proposing limestone. I'll just go back to, first off, the sort of existing conditions photos. The breakdown at that level has been coated and uncoated. It's fairly rough. There have been window openings that have been altered here. And the base of the adjacent building is actually, this is very large double height fenestration, but it has limestone around that base as well. So in terms of its position on the elevation, really at the cellar level, we thought that is a fairly modest modification, and one that's really sort of enhances the experience down in that well of the garden.
Yes, Diana.
Looking for the back, is there a thing of the adjacent building somewhere that's right
So it shows the variety of different spots.
You see a little bit, this is the adjacent building to the north. This is the base of the other building. This is really cut off. This extension cuts the building off from the other side. But just to go back to these, you can just see there's a tremendous variety on the front facades, and that is carried through to the other. So you have red brick rehab building with new materials. So it's a great variety on the rear that's expressed, I think, on the street elevations as well.
And then there's no fenestration in that.
Right, and I this is perhaps sort of the best reference. So this is the previous presentation, but this is the existing building at the rear. This is the building directly to the east and this to the west. So there are different views built at different times. It's not a route. There is no route to this. They're really sort of one-off buildings.
And the commission in the past did approve replacement of higher lift facade with these glasses and frames. I think also based on the fact that there's a variety of Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
Is there any, do you have any precedent for what the testimony brought up, the mismatching of the number of dormers to the number of windows on the facade?
So first of all, just to address the symmetry issue, what is there today obviously is asymmetrical. So there's not much to be said for what's there today. There is one on the block, and I'm not finding it clearly. So it's a slightly different arrangement, but this has sort of 2 dormers for 3 bays. So there is some, we're 3 dormers on 2 bays. But I think thinking about the way the elevation is articulated and seeing it. You guys can do whatever. I think the thing to remember here is that you see it in elevation, and there's a very clear reading out in flat 2-dimensional elevation. But these can't back. You've got the slope of different materiality and the roof of slate. So there is a difference, a clear difference between this very sort of heavy, rusticated limestone here and then the sort of lighter treatment here. So you see it as 2 different planes.
But historically, they didn't always align with the lower back, probably most of them.
So historically, there were 2 dormers. They were altered. I'm not exactly sure when they were altered to get to this, but yes, there were other treatments.
Other questions? Can we have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
All in favor? Okay, so we have limited scope of work on the front, primarily the dormers, and passively working with the staff on it. And then on the rear facade, we, in
2016 approved replacement entire rings on the metal and glass assembly. So this is a completely different approach which keeps the masonry character of the building and just modifies some window openings. So I think it's actually much scaled back from what we approved. So
This is highly lovely, very nicely done, thank you.
I would agree. All in favor? Yes. Good. Gina? In matter of docket 19-32-999, 3967th Street, the Upper East Side Historic District. The roadhouse, originally designed by D&J Jardine and built in 1876, 1877, and altered in the Beaux-Arts style by Ernest Flagg in 1903-1904. The application is to replace dormers, modify the rear facade, and construct a rooftop addition. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition, bulkhead, mechanical enclosure, and pergola will not result in damage to or loss of any significant architectural features. That the proposed rooftop accretions and work at the rear facade, existing extension, and rear yard will not be visible from public thoroughfares, and that only the proposed chimney extension at the southeast lot line will be partially visible from an oblique angle when viewed from the east across Park Avenue. That the replacement of the existing non-historic dormers will not eliminate any significant architectural features. That the proportions, alignment, materials, and design of the new dormers featuring copper cladding and wood casement windows will be typical of historic dormers found on buildings of this age and style, and will be in keeping with the dormers found at adjacent buildings and buildings along the block. That the proposed alterations of the existing rear facade and extension will be in keeping with the history of alterations to rear facades of townhouses in this historic district, and will not result in the loss of significant historic fabric. That the building does not belong to a contiguous row and is adjacent to other large rear yard additions, and therefore the alterations to the rear facade and extension will not significantly alter the scale of the building nor diminish its relationship to the adjacent buildings. That the new and combined and enlarged window openings will maintain the scale and character of the rear L and rear facade of this row house. That the multi-light window and door configurations will harmonize with the other windows at the rear facade and extension. That the presence of the proposed angled metal and glass window assembly at the top floor of the rear facade will be consistent with the presence of a full-width angled clerestory skylight at the previously altered addition above the rear facade of the building. That the existing rear yard and surrounding rear yards are already paved and altered with grade changes, and therefore the proposed regrading to lower the yard will not diminish the special character of the central green space. That the proposed limestone cladding at the exposed rear cellar facade will be in keeping with the materials found elsewhere on the building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? That's approved. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move to the last item of the day, it's item 10, LPC 19-37020, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Verandah, Block 717, Lot 53, 418 West 20th Street in Chelsea Historic District. A Greene style row house built in 1839 and 40. The application is to alter the areaway and construct rear yard and rooftop additions.
The preservation staff. The application before you is 418 West 20th Street, which is located in the Chelsea Historic District. This application has 3 components. The first is at the areaway. The application is to excavate a portion of the yard and reconfigure the areaway. This does not meet the staff level rules because more than 50% of the areaway is being excavated. Recently, it was discovered that the historic newel posts were removed from the stoop, and the applicants accepted they will work with staff to restore them. The rear facade is visible from a public thoroughfare, and back in 2006, the commission approved enlarging the enclosed T-porch, and it was 6 feet. They brought it out to 12 feet. And that aligned with the neighbors. They were going to construct a rooftop addition and change masonry openings and infill at the rear facade. Some of the work was done. The T-porch was enlarged, but demonstration wasn't replicated. It's just two multi-light windows. There are many single-light windows, and the top floor work wasn't done. The current proposal is to replace the enlarged T-porch with a larger extension. So a total of 4 stories is being proposed, including reconstruction of the top floor, in conjunction with changing masonry openings and the installation of an elevated deck and metal railing, which will be visible from the south along West 19th Street. The architect, Prudence Kwan of West Chin Architect, is here to discuss the proposal.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me at that? Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal for 418 West 20th Street. My name is Cornelia, and with me today are my colleagues Leila, Wes, and the owner of the building, David. So the proposed site is in the Chelsea Historic District. The front yard is facing West 20th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. The rear yard faces a parking lot which is outside the historic district. The rear facade is visible, but in the context of larger modern buildings. Is this better? Okay. So the bottom plan is the proposed block plan. What you see in red line is the boundary of the historic district. Our site is marked with a red dot. It's 418 West 20th Street. As you can see to the south of us, the hatched area is the existing parking lot. And to the right of that, the water building is a modern brick building built in 1965. Our proposal is to convert the 5-family residence to single-family use. It will include a complete restoration of the front facade, the alteration at the roof, and rear yard extension. Part of 7 red brick townhouses is an example of Greek revival architecture known as the Cushman Row, built in 1840. Unique features of the Cushman Row include 50 feet deep set, 50-foot deep front yards, recessed doorways at each of the houses, attic windows at the building cornice with decorative surrounds at each window, and a continuous wrought iron railing at the front yard. And these are all features that we're committed to retaining and restoring. From the top down, we are proposing to remove the existing bulkhead and restore the original ridge line of the roof. The front chimney will stay as is. We're not asking for any full extension. There are 2 existing skylights on the front roof. The construction of 2 dormer windows were previously approved in our building and not constructed. Given the variation in the dormer styles visible from the sidewalk, we are instead proposing a large skylight which will not be visible from the ground. A mock-up has been constructed to confirm the visibility from the street. Currently, only one of the 5 decorative window surround remains in our building, and one of the attic window has been severely modified as an exit to the fire escape. We are proposing the replacement of all attic windows. We are proposing the restoration of the front fascia and restoring all 5 decorative window surrounds. The fire escape will be removed and brick will be repointed, all windows replaced, and it was brought to our attention today that the historic newel posters were removed sometime after 1986, and only 1 set remains on the block. And so we will reference that as a model in our restoration work. The front areaway, because we're the last house in the row, we have a corner condition where the trash receptacles are very visible. We're proposing a design that has integrated trash receptacle and an in-ground planter. This is an example of this concept where the in-ground planter is at the sidewalk level and the trash receptacle is sunken. The hatch to the cellar will be painted matte finish to match brownstone. The concrete pavers, the existing concrete pavers will be replaced by bluestone. And we will align the step and the planter with the first step of the stoop so it doesn't protrude beyond. We're proposing to remove the mailboxes and replace the existing gate under the stoop. In our road, there are several examples of in-ground planters. 416, which is a direct neighbor to us, has an in-ground planter right at our property line. At 412, they also have an in-ground planter on the street. And 408 also have both in-ground and raised planters. Now moving on to the rear facade. The top block plan shows what's existing, and the bottom block plan shows what's proposed. Between lot number 404 and 418, 5 of the 8 lots currently have rear yard extensions. As for the roof line, the first 4 townhouses to the east are consistent in height. But the last 3 has been substantially modified, especially at the 4th floor facade. Volumes have been added and carved away, and these are 2 adjacent neighbors. These are existing block elevation that we constructed. We worked back and forth with the staff. It was very difficult to actually find photos that would clearly show the difference in volume and the difference in roof heights because the visibility is not there through the parking garage and through the playground. so these were constructed to help understand what we're proposing. While the front facade clearly reads as 7 townhouses as one, the rear condition as it stands today is not as pristine as the front. Let's jump to this section so we can understand the volumes. This is our building today. The blue hatched area are the additions that were approved in 2006. The area in the roof, the bulkhead on the roof was not constructed as per approved. In our proposal, we are proposing to remove the bulkhead and the 4 flues at the chimney. This is our proposal. The red line shows the existing rear facade. The blue, again, shows the addition that were approved in 2006. So on the basement and first floor, we are proposing to extend 7.6 feet to the 30-foot setback. On the second and third floor, we are proposing a 10-foot extension. On the 4th floor facade, we are proposing to rebuild the facade to structural stability, but it will remain at the exact same location and remain at the same height. In the cellar level, we are extending to 20 foot from the lot line at the back and going down 24 inches to create more headroom. Hatched in yellow is the existing rear facade that will remain at the same plane. And this is the proposed, again, showing the 4-story facade, although rebuilt will remain at the same location and the same height. So below that, you have the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor addition, and the 1st floor and basement addition. It shows that the bulkhead has been removed and the flues at the chimney has been removed. On the left is the existing facade, on the right is the proposed rear yard facade. There's a masonry trinity at the facade, which there's an existing chimney that will be removed from the rear facade. There's currently a wood privacy fence on the roof deck, which we're proposing to remove. It's currently opaque, it doesn't allow through. At the roof deck, in the new roof deck, we're proposing pavement metal railing. The roof deck is set back from the facade to allow the facade to be at the same height as our neighbor. It is raised 14 inches to allow for elevated equipment below. The new facade will be constructed of existing established brick, and if additional brick is needed to be sourced, priority will be given to the top floors. So these photos show our visibility from the parking lot on 19th Street. This is the view from 9th Avenue from the playground. This is the existing bulkhead and the flues on the left that will be removed. On the right shows the mock-up of the skylight at the front room. And just some photos showing the existing condition of the rear facade.
there any questions? We have a lot of speakers, so we'll turn to testimony and then come back and applicant. I'd just like to remind everybody that we have a 3-minute time limit for testimony, so please try to respect that time limit. And if there's anything you'd like to submit in addition to your oral testimony, we'd be happy to have it. The first speaker is Carl Wilson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carl Wilson. I'm with Speaker Corey Johnson.
Hi everyone, I'm Asher Bauer. I'm with State Senator Brad Portman in full support of following testimony.
This testimony is submitted on behalf of New York City Council Speaker Corey Johnson, Congressman Gerald Adler, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer, State Senator Brad Hoylman, and Assembly Member Richard Godfrey, all who represent the Chelsea Historic District. We recommend denial of a certificate of appropriateness for proposed alterations to 418 West 20th Street, the westernmost house in Cushman Row, and a cherished architectural anchor essential to the fabric of the Chelsea Historic District. We believe that if this project is permitted to move forward as proposed, it will destroy valuable architectural elements that help define Cushman Row, one of the most historically and architecturally significant blocks in Chelsea. The applicant's proposal would profoundly alter 418 West 20th Street, virtually gutting the building with everything except its facade and front slope. The owner's plan to change the use from multiple dwelling to a larger single-family use would involve eliminating the rear wall, which is essential to the continuous back wall plane of Cushman Row, and extending the building's structural footprint into the rear yard. We are deeply concerned that such a structural change would disrupt the distinct uniformity of Cushman Row as noted in multiple architectural publications and the 1970 Chelsea Historic District Designation Report, and is in contradiction to zoning regarding rear wall, quote, light and air, unquote. Additionally, this application is strongly opposed by Community Board 4 and has received much opposition from local community members and preservationists. We concur with the Community Board 4's recommendation to deny this application unless alterations are limited to restoration of the building's facade, removal of its non-original roof bulkhead, alterations without enlargement of the previously permitted basement and first floor rear addition, and rearward extension of the existing cellar only to the rear face of this addition. While we acknowledge the Commission must strike an appropriate balance between the legitimate needs and interests of property owners and the interest of historic preservation, we do not believe this application as proposed strikes that balance. Demolishing all but the building's facade and roof slope would leave only remnants of the historic building that once stood there. We thank Commissioner Carroll and the Landmarks Preservation Commission for their careful consideration of this important historical matter in the Chelsea community. We understand the difficulty of the mission with which the LPC is charged, and we applaud the dedication of its members under the leadership of Chair Carroll. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Asher, are you doing something separate with that? Okay. David Holka?
Hi, I'm Dave Goloka, testifying on behalf of Community Board 4, of which I am a member. The following points are excerpted or summarized from CB4's advisory letter to the Commission. CB4 voted to deny the application unless alterations are limited to restoration of the building's facade, removal of its non-original roof bulkhead, and alteration without enlargement of the previously permitted basement and first floor rear addition. The proposed change to the front yard surface is not supported because it would create a unique deviation from all the other yards in the row and is not justified by the trash storage concern. The proposed front facade restoration, window replacement, and introduction of an enlarged front skylight are supported. The 1970 Chelsea Historic District Designation Report calls Cushman Row the outstanding feature of the district. It is considered one of the finest Greek revival rows in the nation, second in New York only to the row on Washington Square North. Paul Goldberger's Guide to Manhattan Architecture, The City Observed, says of Cushman Row, it is clear that the destruction or loss of one house destroys all. The lesson of the entire ensemble is irrefutable. The rear facade of number 418 retains most of its original brickwork, some original window openings, and original lintels in other cases where sills have been raised. Critically, the bulk of its rear wall plane aligns with that of the rest of the row. Its coplanar continuation of the material, texture, and much of the fenestration pattern of the road's back contributes to a still strong overall reading of the whole as a unified mass. The current rear addition is consistent in modest height and projection with the rear additions of the next three houses in the road to the east, further adding to the sense of unity. The Commission's 2006 permit covering the current rear addition retains its validity and with regard to scale and preservation of the rear facade and should not be exceeded. The applicant cites structural deficiencies in the house's rear wall. Any deficiency should be repaired as part of the renovation and not presented as justification for the rear wall's unwarranted demolition. 418 West 20th Street presumably was purchased with full knowledge of the building's history, its location in the Chelsea Historic District, and its importance to the community. It is difficult to understand how a 5,500 square foot single family house was purchased if it wasn't already big enough, or why an individual owner's desire for surplus space should outweigh the value to the public of an intact major landmark.
Thank you. Lawrence Fromm?
Actually,
Part two to go first?
yeah.
Okay, Sally Greenspan and then Lawrence Fromm first.
Hi, I'm Sally Greenspan, speaking on behalf of Save Chelsea, of which I am a member. I offer my testimony. These further excerpt from the Community Board's Board advisory letter, which Save Chelsea supports. A 2017 Wall Street Journal article, Gutting New York Landmarks to Preserve Them, quotes the prominent preservation scholar and educator Andrew Dockart as saying that facadism, quote, has become the biggest issue in Greenwich Village and Chelsea, where early houses are being completely destroyed with interiors gutted, roof lines expanded, and rear yards removed, end quote. Having found a reliable end run around expanding historic districts, developers now routinely refer to landmark facades. Behind these, anachronistically modern replacement buildings enlarge upon their predecessors, divorcing facades not only from their authentic underlying fabric and structure, but their very building scale and the light and air of their historic inner block context. It's only the established practice of the Commission that has left this inner block space and the rear facades defining it typically unpreserved. Nonetheless, these are experienced from their homes by countless New Yorkers who are as much the public as tourists whose views from the sidewalk have become the standard for what must be saved. As well as pedestrians, many residents of public housing have clear views of Cushman Road's near face and the open center of its block. During A24B, the applicant's proposal shows the unbuilt but approved design for number 404, looking like a matched bookend of the current proposal for number 418. Rather than a validating precedent, CB4 views approval of the design for number 404 as an unfortunate misstep by the Commission and a threat to the district and an uncharacteristic scale. Impact on open space within the block, destruction of exterior historic fabric, and facadism. CB4's 2016 letter to the Commission regarding number 404 warned that it would set a dangerous precedent for the gutting of other row houses in the district, including Cushman Road, reducing the district's block to a false front of historic facades. If Cushman Road itself suffers the same fate, what can be the future hold for the city's historic districts? CB4 understands that the Commission has no purview over the interior of a non-public residential landmark, but believes that its oversight of such a building's entire exterior envelope can strongly influence the likelihood that its interior will be preserved in part or whole, securing a level of historic integrity. If speculative buyers were less confident that the Commission will approve very substantial additions, they would be deterred from buying landmarks as potential teardowns for replacement with bigger, entirely modern buildings behind preserved facades.
Lawrence Fromm, followed by Andrew Rye.
Good afternoon. I'm Lawrence Stromer, President of Save Chelsea, speaking on behalf of our membership. Save Chelsea opposes the proposal to gut 418 West 20th Street and effectively replace it with a larger house behind a preserved street facade and front row roof slope. The proposal claims precedent in decisions like the Commission's 2016 approval of a similar fate for the oldest house in Chelsea, 404 West 20th Street, at the other end of Cushman Row. Far from an example to be followed, that decision is one of the most decried actions taken by the Commission. It was a major factor in the appeal by Community Board 4, Save Chelsea, and other community groups to Mayor de Blasio to appoint a preservationist as chair of the Commission. Like the owner of 404, the owner of 418 is a professional real estate investor, and he would similarly create valuable additional area both below and above his house's rear yard. As with 404, the scale of the original house would be lost. Just as the owner of 404 claimed his house was deteriorated beyond salvage, clearing the way for its removal, the owner of 418 says its back wall has structural problems. The wall's preservation, while warranted, would thwart his plans to build into the backyard. If this wall is indeed compromised, its repair, not destruction, is called for, as befits a landmark. The similarity between what was approved for 404 and the current 418 proposal appears intentionally highlighted in the rear renderings that show 418 breaking ranks with the other Cushman Row houses to mimic 404's outsized replacement. This is a critical issue. 418 has already been enlarged under a 2006 LPC permit that allowed its existing rear T-porch to be extended 6 feet farther into the backyard, in keeping with existing Cushman Row additions. The permit noted that the building scale contributes to the special architectural and historic character of the Chelsea Historic District. It also noted that the extension's depth would increase by an amount only slightly perceptible from the street, not exceeding the 12-foot depth of the deepest neighboring addition in the row, that it would retain the pre-existing porch's fenestration and not further detract from the altered rear facade of the building or from Cushman Row. The permit also took into account that other changes to the rear facade would help restore its historic character. Nothing has changed to diminish the validity of this reasoning. The still unbuilt precedent of number 404 is irrelevant. It is lying outside the unified ensemble of Cushman Row. Worse, the approved proposal for 404 is a mistake to avoid ever repeating. I hand this over to Andrew Wright.
Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Andrew Rudd. I'm a member of Save Chelsea and speak on its behalf, adding to the testimony of Lawrence Froman. Community Board 4's 2016 advisory letter to the Commission on the oldest house in Chelsea proposal warned that it would set a dangerous precedent. It read, quote, "The proposal amounts to facade a strategy long discredited as a developer's superficial preservation compromise. CB4 is concerned that the proposed demolition of the oldest house in Chelsea Historic District will set a precedent for the gutting of other row houses in the district, including Cushman Row, reducing the district's blocks to a false front of historic facades. With the Commission's permit in hand, the owner of the oldest house in Chelsea put it back on the market for nearly half again what he paid. After claiming he needed a larger home for his extended family and even without executing the approved work. For his private gain, so much of Chelsea's public legacy will be lost. The Chelsea Historic District Designation Report calls Cushman Row the outstanding feature of the district. It notes that changes in the row are so few as to constitute a miracle in ever-changing New York, and it calls it one of the most splendid and best preserved uniform row houses, rows of townhouses in New York City.
The Commission's calendar description for this proposal reads, application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions, but this is untrue. The house would effectively be made to tear down for a larger, modern replacement behind a preserved facade, which would serve as a commemorative plaque to the authentic history that once stood behind it. This too follows the example of the oldest house in Chelsea. No one reading the Commission's permit to construct additions and excavate rear yard at 404 would ever know that it allowed demolition of the entire house except the facade and its replacement with a new building twice the size of the original. If the Commission endorses facades, it should have the integrity to openly say so and not hide behind doublespeak. We also ask the Commission not to merely scale back the proposed addition while allowing loss of historic fabric as it did with 404. Scaling back is not preservation when just as much historic fabric is destroyed. We fully agree with Community Board 4's letter, including its call for retention of the existing front areaway and rear facade. In implying 404 as a precedent, the owner of 418 has forced the Commission to define itself. Is it still the Commission that so betrayed the public trust in condemning 404, or the renewed accountable one, headed by a preservationist?
Thank you, Andrew Dolkart, followed by Wendy Sullivan.
Hi, I'm Andrew Dolkart. I'm a professor of historic preservation at Columbia, and today seems to be a major day for buildings that I discuss in my class. It's needless to say, Cushman Row is the seminal speculative Greek revival complex in New York. And I didn't realize I was going to be quoted today, but that's why I wanted to speak today, is when the Wall Street Journal asked me about a year or so ago about what I thought was the biggest challenge for preservation in New York, I said it was basically the blowing out of the interiors and the rear facades of buildings and the creation of facades, which is something that's been happening in Greenwich Village, in Chelsea, and Brooklyn Heights on the Upper East Side, and elsewhere in the city. And I wanted to just bring that up and speak today because because there's a new chair and new ideas of preservation here at the Landmarks Commission to kind of rethink this notion of what we're losing by permitting this so widely, and by at least preserving rear facades. It helps to limit the notion that one can come purchase a row house and blow out the historic, what is historic about the building besides the facade. And kudos to the architect for the beautiful proposal for a facade restoration. But buildings are more than just facades, and we need to think about ways that we can deal with this absolutely crucial issue in the city. So that's why I wanted to speak, just to bring up this issue that is so important at this major row of houses in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Solo, followed by Hilda Rapier.
My name is Wendy Sullivan. I live on West 19th Street, and I walk past the rear of Cushman Road every day. I appreciate the view it offers into the private side of 19th century Chelsea, and I oppose the parts of the proposal for 418 West 20th Street, which would destroy its authenticity. The proposal is clearly based on the approval for 404 West 20th Street, the oldest house in Chelsea, at the far end of Cushman Row, not on the neighboring Cushman Row houses. I was shocked to learn a few years ago that the demolition of 404, except for its facade, was even being considered. My introduction to the city was at an NYC class on New York City architecture. I remember how my professor, walking us through Chelsea, singled out 404 and explained the significance of the wood side wall. This feature is also pointed out in the Landmarks Conservancy walking tour of Chelsea, which goes on to say, quoting, standing in the historic district, the house is now protected by law from inappropriate changes. Wasn't it nice to think so? The oldest house's side yard will be built in and its wood side wall demolished to make way for a bigger house. The 1970 Historic District Designation Report tells how the wood side and brick front show Clement Clark Moore's direct involvement. The contrast tells of his aspirations, of his urban aspirations for the still rustic community. The contrast, the Commission's designation report is nearly half a century old, and those original sidewall boards are now approaching nearly 2 centuries. Who will strike from the designation report its reference to the oldest houses, still visible, original covers? The same report calls Cushman Row the outstanding feature of the Chelsea Historic District and one of the most splendid and best preserved rows of townhouses in New York, noting the changes to it are so few as to be miraculous. Will this need to be rewritten too? There was a plaque next to the front door of 404 reading, "Oldest dwelling in Chelsea, frame house with brick front, built in 1830. It disappeared soon after the current owner's purchase. The house's history was just an obstacle to his plans." He seems to have singled out the wood side wall for attack because it is such an important historic feature, claiming it was tilted, bulging, and dangerously deteriorated. This remains absolutely undetectable to my eye. For now, the house still stands and looks like it could for centuries more. Its treatment as a teardown for a larger house is the last thing this Commission should accept as a good precedent to follow for Cushman Row. I ask you to act for the public good, not in service to a private owner who argues that historic architecture should be replaced because it is deficient or not good enough. No argument should need to be made for preserving a house that is already landmarked. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda Regular, and followed by Robin Bowley Dawn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Hilda Regier, and I'm representing the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society, New York strongly recommends rejection of the proposal to alter 418 West 20th Street in Manhattan, except for those aspects that will repair elements of the existing structure. Built in 1840 by Don Lonzo Cushman as part of a unified row of 7 Greek Revival buildings, 418 West 20th Street bookends a remarkable stretch of buildings in the Chelsea Historic District. In an unusual circumstance, the backs of these buildings can be seen from 9th Avenue at 19th Street and down the block, giving the Commission clear jurisdiction over proposed changes there. Apparently, the owners are looking to add value to this property with their proposal. What they would destroy in the process is likely to be irreplaceable. On a tour sponsored by our organization this past Saturday, we visited a private house in Garrison, New York, that is now on the National Register of Historic Places. The owners, at great expense, have added back value to the structure by restoring numerous elements that had been removed. In the future, will potential buyers bypass this Cushman Row building because it has been botched up? The current historic structure has intrinsic value. The gutting of the building could cause significant damage to adjacent structures. I speak from experience. A Pretoria marble mantel in my dining room shattered as a result of a gut renovation in the building next door, and the back of the massive fireplace in what was the original kitchen crashed. My building and that next door were built as twins in 1847. The party wall situation on Cushman Road may hold the possibility of similar perils. A house that has stood for 179 years, as it has 418 West 20th Street, should be treated with respect, not abusive demolition. Please protect it.
Thank you. Robin, and I'm sorry I can't read the handwriting. I think it's the Foley.
It's Robin.
Thanks. Followed by Sean Morrison.
I live next door to 418, and I went through landmarks
year and a half ago, and it was made quite clear to me that nothing could be changed in that backyard. And from what I see from the drawings, I think even him pushing out the back is going to block up some windows from the apartment building. And also, it's going to make shade all for mine. I don't know how many feet it's coming out, but it's just inappropriate. And then digging out, they've already started banging already in my backyard. Digging out to make room for another room down below, it's bizarre. I'm really shocked that the architects would go through with trying to propose such a thing, because I don't think it's going to work. But we'll see. I'm concerned, and everybody in the street is.
Cheryl Morrison, followed by Noel Lania.
Hi, my name is Sean Morrison. I live at 422 West 20th Street, and it's the building right next door to 418. And I attended a presentation and participated in a discussion at the community board meeting, and I fully agree with the board's letter opposing this plan. I'm lucky enough to have an apartment overlooking the backyards of Cushman Row. While my own view would be impacted by the proposed construction, I ask you to consider the loss the greater public would suffer. As mentioned before, the backyards and rear wall of Cushman Row are extensively visible from 19th Street. This view is a rare opportunity for the public to see the inner core of an extraordinary, well-preserved, historic row house block, complete with porch additions out of the 19th century. Their small scale and relative consistency allow the rear wall to retain its critical unifying effect. The continuous rear facade of Cushman Row gives the collective backyard a defined plan quality. If the flush rear wall of Cushman Row is dramatically broken through, as proposed here, we will forever lose a unique feature, not to mention the loss of environmentally beneficial green space. I'm also concerned about the disruption, particularly that caused by the planned lowering of the cellar floor and the excavation required to expand it further into the backyard. Our building next door has special concerns as well because it also houses Chelsea Garden Preschool for 2 and 4-year-olds in the basement of our building, which is right next to the basement of 418. Given the long-term disruption this would have on others, the effect it would have on others would be a disruption, and is it really worth it? I understand from the community board letter that 20th Street was granted a permit in 2006 for the rear extension. The rear extension that exists today is already larger than anything else on the row. It projects out further, and there's no other house on the row that has extensions above that floor. This townhouse is being converted from a 5-unit building to a single-family home. I would think there is a way of making it into a beautiful home in its current size and preserving its historical significance. If these plans are approved, won't that mean all the other homes on the road can be enlarged to match or even exceed this proposal? That would be a green light for developers to swoop in to do the same, add square footage, and turn the biggest profit possible. All at a cost of forever losing the new character of this historic landmark. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. No, Mania or David, followed by David Amen.
Hi, I'm the property manager at 422 West 20th Street, and I'd like to say that the owners, in general, support Sean's statement. We have reviewed the proposals in detail with council and the architectural advisors, and we have the following concerns. Our most pressing concern is the extension of the cellar in the rear yard of the building. This is adjacent to the footings for the basement of 420 West 20th Street. As you know, this sort of work can require expensive underpinning, which is not always successful. We believe that the extension of the cellar is not integral or necessary to the success of the project and is not generally appropriate for the remarkable Greek revival house, and that it imposes unnecessary risks to our building, which as part of the historic district is also under your stewardship. A second concern is the wholesale changes to the rear facade. We understand that the commission looks to special features when judging such changes on secondary facades. The open lot behind the building one that is likely to remain so into the foreseeable future. It provides a clear view of the rear facade from a public street. Therefore, this should instead be treated as a principal facade and the higher standards applicable apply. By that standard, we do not believe that the shifting of planes on the rear facade is historically justified. We ask that you give full weight to these concerns and require that the applicant make the modest revisions to his proposal that could address them. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hemingway, followed by Cindy Bacon.
Hi, my name is David Hemingway. I'm here for Carol. Well, unfortunately, could not make it due to some work commitments. Myself, I'm a longtime resident of Chelsea. I want to voice mine and Carol's opposition to the proposed alterations at 418 West 20th, and to urge the Commission to reaffirm its stewardship of the city's historic green space courtyards. As you know, New York City has recently passed the Climate Mobilization Act, a package of 7 related bills targeting climate change. These bills will require building owners to invest thousands of dollars in energy efficiency and greening on their roofs. Adding green to New York City will help mitigate the urban heat island effect and help absorb air pollution. I ask you, how can the city require greening for one significant part of the building population, and this commission allow what has been green for hundreds of years to be turned into gray? These historic green spaces, the donut holes that the public doesn't see when walking past historic facades, are now more than ever in need of protection. It is time that the Commission acknowledge its stewardship of these existing green spaces and work to protect them. Your decision is more than meeting your responsibility as the stewards of the invaluable treasures that we have here in New York City. It is also to bring a future that is humane, dignified, and sustainable for all, remembering our past for a better and informed future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Simeon Bangkok, followed by Christopher Goff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Simeon Bangkok, Historic Districts Council. The application, as proposed, is a non-starter. The degree of visibility from the rear of this house classifies it as a primary facade, and its evaluation for appropriateness should be treated as such. The proposed rear addition is severely out of scale with other additions within this row. Number 404 West 20th Street is not a germane example for precedent because it's not part of Cushman Row, and its presence is not relevant to the row in question. 404 is a smaller standalone federal house which, until a few years ago, was known as the oldest house in Chelsea. Now it is the newest house with an old facade. Cushman Row is intact except for some extensions on adjacent buildings which provide the formula for how to add to those houses eloquently, as evidenced in the 2006 LPC approval for number 418. The addition removes this house's relationship to the other houses in its row by completely altering the entire facade, and the proposed window patterns is not consistent with a historically appropriate hierarchy of administration. What's more, the rear's visibility is likely to increase as a result of this work because the applicant will remove the existing trees from the rear yard. We implore the Landmarks Commission to explore the rear yard additions of this dignified block and to not allow the speculative scheme to be an exception to this context. And just to speak out of the purview of LPC, but it's bothersome, more than bothersome, it's troubling to see in the climate that we find ourselves in the city with the administration doing what it does to try to deal with our housing crisis, to see such a historic building getting destroyed for de-densification. This is 5 units being turned into 1. While that is their constitutional right, and beyond the purview of this commission, it is a troubling, troubling thing and should not be permitted.
Christopher Goff, followed by Louisa Winchell.
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Huge swathes of New York have been protected because they are surviving row house districts. which today are recognized and valued as superior urban planning and design. But here we have a superlative example of the early days of such planning and design. A row of well-preserved Greek Revival mansions in a prominent location in one of our oldest and best historic districts, Chelsea, the celebrated Cushman Row, opposite the seminary. In administrative terms, this house has the exceptional feature of being visible from the back as well as the front, visible from the public way, rendering it eligible for an exceptional degree of protection that row houses with fully enclosed gardens do not enjoy. Pretexts could be found for allowing this expansion. Precedents, what we do with other lesser buildings, and sometimes, unfortunately, with older and also distinguished structures like the one down the block at 404. This should not happen again. That there have already been some alterations to this house should be a call for restoration, for reconstituting the row's unity of design where it has been lost, not for further demolition and modernization. In the booming real estate market Lower Manhattan has become, not least through the glamour that historic districts now convey, there's no reason, no need for the Commission to accommodate disruptive, overscaled design demands without any redeeming aesthetic merit. In the long term, they will diminish the integrity and value of the landmark and injure its landmark neighborhood.
Thank you. Louisa Michelle?
Hello, Louisa Winchell from Village Preservation. Village Preservation strongly opposes the proposed alterations to 418 West 20th Street beyond the facade repair and restoration work. Although it is outside of our catchment area, we feel that the significance of this building and row, as well as the potential precedent that such an alteration could set, warranted our testimony. Cushman Row is a remarkably unified row of Greek Revival houses which form the heart and linchpin of the Chelsea Historic District. There is unity not only in their front facades but in their rear facades as well, which are visible from the public right away, allowing a unique glimpse into the rear of mid-19th century row house living. This proposal to demolish the entire rear facade, add a very large addition in back, remove most of the current roof, extensively excavate the rear yard, and significantly extend the cellar dishonors this building, the row, and the district, not to mention New York City history. If executed, all that would be left of the existing original house would be the front facade, part of the roof, and the sidewalls, literally a former shell of what had been a nearly pristine, elegant Greek Revival row house. Rather, this could be an opportunity to restore the rear to its former glory, as seen in the adjacent houses in the row, and celebrate the home rather than desecrate it. We therefore urge the Commission to reject the proposed rear addition, which completely disregards the reverence due to this unique surviving piece of New York's historic and architectural heritage. The remaining historic fabric on the rear of the house should be maintained, and no alterations to the rear inconsistent with the existing unified row of rear facade should be allowed. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this application? We have a letter from the Council of Chelsea Block Associations writing in opposition, and 2 letters from individuals writing in opposition. Would you like to respond to the comments? Anything you'd like to add for the closing hearing? Okay. Can we have a motion to close the hearing? All in favor? Okay. So, discussion. I think just as a reminder, we've heard a lot of testimony about the back, but just as we discuss it, remember there are changes to the front areaway to slightly lower the steps and reconfigure it. And then, of course, the changes to the rear. And, you know, just as to provide some context, when we look at row houses, we look at visibility, and we also look at the proposed changes relationship to the rest of the buildings in the row. So as we discuss this proposal, we should think about it in that context. It's both visible and part of a row and part of a highly significant. So with that, who would like to start? Well, John?
I'll do it. Since I made several arguments about building down the road. And I've made this argument in the past in the losing cause. The building has an exceptional degree of visibility from the rear. With regard to how we evaluate appropriateness, you take your house as you find it. You buy it, it's in an historic district, it's in an incredible place. That incredible place gives that house incredible value. In terms of its financial value and in many other ways as well. But you also take it with its visibility. And so when you buy a house on a particular corner where 2 or perhaps 3 sides of your house are visible, you've got to meet a higher standard than the person who bought 2 houses down and is buried in a courtyard. So I do agree with the testimony that there are only minimal things I would accept in terms of the rear of that house. I do feel positively about the front facade and the changes there, including their garbage disposal, including what they did on the roof. I think all of that is fine. But I can't vote in favor of the appropriateness of the changes to the roof.
I agree with much of what John said. The front area I have a few concerns about because they're always changing and being modified in any case. The issue about the rear being highly visible is absolutely true, and there's a randomity about the window configuration that's there now that I think needs to remain. As far as the addition on the rear, it's a non-starter. I say there's been enough done to this building to remove its character from Cushman Road, and I will never approve anything more.
Yes, Anne.
Well, I agree with both my colleagues. I do find the areaway modifications to be appropriate and actually an improvement. But I agree that the rear is highly visible and retains its character, even though it hasn't altered. But I don't believe that the building can absorb any of the changes to the rear.
I agree with my colleagues. I think the areaway in the front, those alterations, they're not that bad. It's appropriate and seen other places. But the roof and the additional stories and coming back and excavating all of that is a lot. It's a lot of work, and I'm not sure. I don't think that's appropriate. Considering the context and the importance of the road itself, it's so visible.
I won't repeat all my colleagues. I agree with there. And I also think that the front is appropriate.
Yeah, so I think that the commission, I think we can make a motion to approve the front facade, the areaway changes, support for that. But for the rear, we cannot support that. We have a long history of looking at row houses, and when buildings are part of a row, regardless of visibility, the commission seeks to retain historic fabric, and particularly in a way that retains its continuity with the row, so that continuity is legible. So that usually involves both the plane of the masonry as well as the fenestration pattern, and limits the size of additions. And in this case, it is very visible, and so that standard is even sort of raised higher, I believe. And so in this case,
There is a strong sense of row here and relationship that, and the character of this road derives from that relationship that is still legible. So people have people in heart and denial on heart. So, yeah.
Which is confusing. In the matter of LPC 19-37020-418 West 20th Street of the Chelsea Historic District, the application is to alter the areaway and construct rear yard and rooftop additions. I note that the building is part of a row of buildings known as Cushman Row. The building style, scale, materials, details are one of the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Chelsea Historic District. I also note that the top story of the rear of the house was raised from an attic to a full-height fourth floor prior to the designation of the historic district, and that certificate of appropriateness 072882 approved the extension of a two-story enclosed T-porch 6 feet into the rear yard, maintaining the multi-light parlor floor fenestration pattern and the construction of a rooftop addition, which would recall the appearance of a historic artist's studio window, constructing a rear deck, stairs, and roof dormers, modifying masonry openings, and replacing infills. I further note that a rooftop bulkhead deck and rail was built instead of the addition, and the two-story enclosed T-porch was extended with new infill, which does not match the historic multi-light infill in non-compliance with certificate of appropriate 072883. I recommend partial approval, noting that the proposed lowering of a limited section of the areaway, reconfiguration of the steps, and installation of integrated planter and refuse enclosure will utilize a historic paving material and will maintain a simple and unified composition as seen from the sidewalk through the existing areaway fence. That the areaway work will maintain the level of the historic areaway paving in areas that are closest to the sidewalk and adjoining areaways and at the planting bed. With regard to the proposed rear addition, rear facade and roof, I find that the application should be denied, noting that the proposed rear addition will alter the existing largely intact pattern of the punch masonry openings at the second and third floors of the rear facades of this row, thereby diminishing the unity of the row. That the addition will extend further into the central green space and be taller than the existing enclosed T-porches at the adjoining two houses, thereby overwhelming the neighboring houses and extent enclosed T-porches and detracting the row. But the proposed massing, size of masonry openings, and large expanses of glazing of the addition will not relate well to the simpler massing, smaller punched openings, and more articulated windows typically found in the secondary facades of this row and surrounding properties. That the fenestration of the lower portion of the addition will not replicate or recall the historic fenestration of the enclosed T-porch, which was exited when the historic district was designated and was required to be replicated by certificate of appropriateness 072882. That the addition will be highly visible in context with the row for public thoroughfares and thereby detract from street safe views. I also find that the top floor of the rear facade is highly visible from public thoroughfares within the context of neighboring houses in the row, which feature window and door assemblies that recall the character of studio windows of the immediate neighbors and the historic punch windows of other houses. Portions and size of the proposed top floor window and door assembly will be atypical and not recall the character of historic punch or studio windows, and that the elevated placement of the roof deck and railings will draw undue attention to the installations.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the commission has approved the changes to the front, denied the changes to the rear, but it should also be noted that the existing rear and rooftop additions have been constructed in compliance, and those will need to be addressed. You'll need to file an application to either come back to propose what was previously approved or something. So, thank you all. Thank you all. Incredible.
Thank you so much, and I love your personal story of what that. Might be from all anyway. But from where? Well, that very congratulations to both of you. That's well deserved. Well deserved. The Nobel Prize falls. Thank you guys. Fabulous, fabulous. It was really well. These two that you included, these cities always get some of the most eloquent,
Yeah, but if you're called with all of the neighborhood. Yeah. Oh, no. Very patient.
Bravo. Well deserved. Should have started hiding this place on Christmas. I got to go to a lot of parties for no. When he ran for president, he always loved him. That was great. And Hill was interior putting together projects. I saw the damage.